I guess we're going live. I wasn't expecting an ad there. Okay, so, and as Alan over here so kindly pointed out, if you want to try and use the title being racist thing, the only drunken monkey here is me. And that's because I have a buddy that sent me a 6-pack of hard orange soda. So I'm just gonna have some fun tonight. Anyways, yes, just got out of the shower too, so it's a little heavier than it normally is, but it's down there. Um, oh, I see Todd's in the chat. I wanted to thank you specifically. That these things right here have I have been without a cigarette for over a month now, and I am ecstatic about it. So I wanted to thank you for turning me onto those. Anyways, so we are discussing G-Man's fragile masculinity. First off, yes, they do. It is a Views Alto. Here in Oklahoma, the contraption itself comes with just this part right here in different colors, and it's like $7.99 for that and the charger, and then something like maybe $20 for 4 cartridges, which is about equivalent to a carton of cigarettes. So I mean, it's a lot cheaper, and then at the same time, I'm actually getting my sense of smell back, so it's really good. And these you can find pretty much at any gas station. But anyways, what was I saying? Playing video games is always fun. Yes, it is. Okay, so anyways, what we're talking about is, like I said, G-Man. He's pretty much been a hot button topic this week. I've been on the road most of the week, so I haven't been able to like join in any of the conversations. But like because of the whole shit with burnt toast and everything, he's kind of been on everybody's radar. I'm wanting to hit him from a different angle because you know me, I like my low blows. So right now we're going to be talking about his overly fragile masculinity, which by that what I mean is literally his puffed up sense of pride in the fact that he is as toxically masculine as possible, but yet every single time it gets called out, he turns into a mewling brat. And what I mean by that is just with very simply, just like with his reaction to burnt toast, with his reaction to Jules earlier this week. Um, I'm going to go back and show a few of his a few videos from here and there, and just point out, you know, either him. Uh, no, no, I don't actually, Juicer. G-Man has some feminine issues, but those are actually more of his like least toxic traits. So yeah, we're gonna kind of skip over those. Oh boy, it's the guy that likes to talk about my thing. Uh, yes, Lubis, you're not the only one with long hair now. Okay, so uh, so what I was going to do, sorry about that. I have a few videos that I was wanting to share that go all the way back to Shield Squad. If any of you guys actually know what that is, that's it is a Christian YouTube group that was back for. Well, there's something that'll derail my entire train of thought. What the hell, Lubis? You can't even see. Yeah, I'm not even going there. Yeah, shut up, Tic Tac. Anyways, I've got video. I've been searching for videos all day just because it's my day off and I've been wanting to relax. Uh, so I literally have videos from him dealing with the Black Hebrew Israelites. I have videos of back in the G Plus days, and like all the way back to Shield Squad. So we're gonna just kind of go back and forth, and I'm just gonna point out some of these things. One of the, let's see here. There we go. One of the things that G-Man has been, or that's actually another rumor that's been going around that's really irritating me, is the whole G-Man has a child and a wife thing. Those were fairly isolated incidents that G-Man said during the course of telling a story. I don't believe him. I literally do not believe one bit of it. I'm about to share a screen here, and we are going to bring up a video from Mississippi Wildlife for one of the reasons why I don't. So we're going to do that and that. Okay. And it's just a little 28-second video, but it marks the reason why.
Do any of you have kids?
I have no kids.
Okay. If I have a son, and if I want to show I love my son, I would correct my son.
I got a family. I actually have kids that live with me. I know you have kids. I don't think they live with you, if I'm correct.
I don't have kids. I don't have kids.
You said you had kids before.
No,
so
I don't have kids. I don't have kids.
Yeah, you did have a child.
Mine is person you.
Okay. So Literally, go ahead and ignore this. I've been on a base kick here lately, and my algorithm's all kinds of screwed up. But yeah, it's literally the something that something that Drag said not too long ago. Uh, okay, Comfort Doll, if you want to send that to me, I mean, I'm more than willing to accept evidence. But like I said, until I see something like that, then it's all rumor. It's literally easier for me to believe that he lied on specific instances to prove a point, or to try to basically to prove a point, or to try to help essentially justify a story that he decided to tell, than it is for me to actually believe that a woman let him come inside of her. And I know that's pretty sad, but at the same time, most women have a little bit more respect for themselves than that. Yeah. So let's see here. Looks like your page. Okay. Uh, I don't believe he has kids either, but what I don't understand is why he doesn't have a bank account or get paid by the book. Okay, so Lubis, there are a number of excuses for that. Really, he could literally. That's an interesting notion there, but no, he could literally just not understand the concept of a bank account. Like, he may have had one at one point in time, and because of how crappy we know his ADHD is, he could have just run it straight into the bank, run it straight into the ground. Like, when I was 18, my first bank account, within a week, I ended up being like $200 overdrawn. It took me almost 6 months to pay it off. The reason for that is because, without realizing it, I have I've got a very weird object permanence issue, where unless I'm constantly thinking about it, then it doesn't bother me. It's actually one of the reasons why I require having such a fairly high paying job, is because if money is there, then it doesn't bother me if it like $100 goes missing. But at the same time, yeah, it's a weird thing. But once you factor in like a lot of the neurological issues that we've seen evidence of, there are certain things that can easily be explained. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you've got a ton of clips of him lying. And that is another thing right there, Comfort Doll. The thing is okay. My name, I've really never kept it secret. My first name is Johnny, but like, you combine my first and last name, and I've literally got like the 30th most common, like 30th or so most common name in the country. There's literally 3,500 people with my name in this country, including 5 that live in the town that I live in. So Gary Moore is actually more common than my name. So doing it that way, if you're trying to find actual paperwork on him and stuff like that, you actually have to connect not necessarily with him, but with his family. And because I know his older brother has a very off-sounding name. So here. It's not so much that you're a stupid kid. It's I mean, we've all done something stupid like that. It's experience. That's all you can really chalk it up to. Yes, kind of, but he lives in New Jersey, so in New York City, that I mean, yeah. Johnny Silverhands. I was about to say, why did you bring Cyberpunk? Okay. I mean, it's not the worst Johnny I've been called. Uh, yeah. Anyways. Hang on a second. I got people sending me clips. What's this one? Ah, okay. Yeah, we'll show this one, Alan. Thank you. Okay. Exactly. Yeah, that for me, it's more the fact that I honestly think he's an incel, as it is anything else. Um, there was a approximately 5-6 hour long conversation that I had with both G-Man and Von Helton after one of the 3 hour streams that I was on. And I know this is just anecdotal and everything, but this is where the me and Vaughn were razzing G-Man, and he turned around and made the comment that a woman's breast feels like a bag of sand. And I almost died laughing because I had just recently watched 40-Year-Old Virgin, and I was like, did you really say that? And I mean, this was almost 3 years ago now, but like those words literally came out of his mouth, and I honestly have no idea whether he was lying or whether he was joking or telling the truth or what. So I mean, but yes, those words have fallen out of his mouth before. So like I said, a whole lot easier for me to just believe that he is, yeah. And we don't talk about semen retention here, Celebrity Juicer. That's But yes, he does. He will change his narrative at any given time just to argue a point. And I mean, we've all seen him do it too. Let's see here. Lost a lot of clips. I've not uploaded yet. I have to found everything again. Bad Nick. I had to read that 4 times just to make sure I wasn't reading it wrong. Okay, what are you guys talking about that made him say that? Okay. I was joking around with Vaughn about Mouse because he was in one of his kicks about the trolls took his wife away and everything, because this would have been shortly after she left. Or no, this would have been a while after she left. I guess he was just ripping into it, but because it was one of my first engagements with Vaughn, I literally had to ask him about the backstory. And needless to say, G-Man had tried to make like a I can relate comment, and it stopped the conversation dead. We both looked over at G-Man, and it was like, say what? And he tried to repeat himself, and it was like, G-Man, do you like, do you actually know what a woman's breast feels like? Because you just tried to describe it horribly. And then all of a sudden he popped off and was like, yeah, it's, like a bag of sand. And I was like, no, we're not having that conversation. So yes, it was horrible. Sorry, that was answering Lucas's question. That is horrible. Yeah. I guess it's kind of like the people that watch Idiocracy and think it's actually a documentary. I mean, yeah. But okay, so let's go with second video here. Sorry, I can only share these one at a time, unfortunately. So Actually, let's see if I can do it this way. That would be this one. Share audio. Let me see if this works, because then I can just move everything over to one screen. What are you guys talking about already? Bond. Oh, okay. Well, see, some people actually know what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's see if you guys can.
Says she has one core
Can you
prayer
guys hear
doesn't
that?
work according to her. She actually does something on here I do like, and that she does with autism and how to deal with autistic kids, because my child that I have is autistic, and I learned a few things from her. But I can't ignore the fact that she has a lot of videos up dealing.
Okay. So we've heard him claim that he had a son. We've heard him claim that that was a lie when somebody else brought up he had a kid, and then heard him claim that he had a child with autism. So the problem is once again, it's a lot easier for me to see these as isolated incidents and just pick out that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, than it is for me to bother trying to link them with anything remote regarding G-Man and sex, because we know he doesn't understand it. Oh, this was back from July. Let's do it this way. There we go. G-Man got onto, I believe her name is Sister E's channel, and decided that he was going to make an ass out of himself in front of a bunch of Christians. So, yeah, this is a.
Why don't you love vocab? Why don't you love vocab?
Because he called me a coon like the other guy you mentioned.
You're making Trinity look bad, G-Man. G-Man, you're making Trinity look bad.
So let me ask you this again, Dante.
Wait, no, you don't want to address the coon part? Why you get silent? Why you get silent about him calling me a coon? Why you get silent about him calling me a coon? Do you believe we're coons? Do you believe we're coons like vocab does? Do you believe that we're coons like vocab does?
I love my enemies. Matthew 5:44 says you should love your enemies, you liar.
I asked you, do you believe we're coons like vocab
follow
says?
the teachings of Jesus Christ.
Yeah. He basically, just backstory. He got on there. Apparently, he got into it with a guy named Dante, and yeah, it was kind of ugly, but at the same time, absolutely hilarious. So, I do have the speed messed around with just a little bit, but let's see here.
Dude, listen to me. Go make another false prophecy and go steal money from
We've been listening to you. We've been listening to you.
Go
We've
ahead
heard
and make
everything
a
you had to
false
say.
prophecy like you did last year, claiming that black people was going to leave, and I'll mock you for the remainder
Wait,
of that.
I said black people were going to leave last year. Is that what I said?
Yes,
Please
you
show the
did.
video. Pull up those receipts. Pull them up. Pull them up.
Yes, you did.
Yeah,
Yes,
make sure you play them on Monday. Make sure you play them right along with everybody else.
But anyway,
Yeah,
false
please,
prophet.
please pray that.
False
Please play
prophet,
that.
when are you going to follow the real Jesus?
I want you to please play that
When
clip
are
of
you
me
gonna
saying
follow
that
the
black
real
people were going to be out of here last year. I want you
Why
to play
don't you
that.
love vocab? Why don't you love vocab?
Because he called me a coon like the other guy you mentioned.
You're making Trinity look bad, G-Man. G-Man, you're making Trinity look bad.
So let me ask you this again, Dante.
Wait,
Just
no,
one
no,
more
you don't want to address the coon part? Why you get silent? Why you get silent about him calling me a coon? Why you get silent about him calling me a coon? Do you believe we're coons? Do you believe we're coons like vocab does? Do you believe that we're coons like vocab does?
I love my enemies. Matthew 5:44 says you should love your enemies, you liar.
I asked you, do you believe we're coons like
You don't
vocab
follow
says?
the teachings of Jesus Christ. You follow the teachings of Dante Fortson. Now, who is he?
Okay, so the Hebrew Israelites are a pseudo black supremacist branch of Christianity. I don't know a ton about them. I'm not going to pretend I do, but I'm going to tell you that a lot of the stuff that G-Man claims about them is just ass backwards wrong, like ridiculously stupid. For the most part, the ones that I've seen, they still consider themselves Christians. They're not like some weird branch of Judaism or anything. There might be some that do, but yeah, it's. They call themselves that, Nick, and you know, I
The other gentleman that was talking to me.
yeah.
Why is it that
This Wiggins. This Wiggins.
Dante, I'm just smacking you. My hand's sore right now, dude. I'm smacking you so many times tonight. Who's next?
loving vocab is
Who's next?
Because vocab is his God. Vocab is his white Jesus.
That's it, loving vocab.
So anyway, somebody made a statement.
Oh my God, Dante, you got me rolling. Dante, you got me rolling. Thank you.
I'm glad, Minister Wiggins, I think your name is, Elder Wiggins. I'm glad that an elder.
Yeah, I'm in here. Wiggins in here. Dante, I want to tell you, you got me
You ain't no
rolling.
elder, that's for sure.
Man.
These are really good, by the way.
You guys are gonna get my brother right out of this one, man. He ain't gonna be no Hebrew Israelite for long. Not watching you, knucklehead. He's actually gonna be quite. Anyway, when he leaves, I'm gonna make sure he tells.
Sorry, pointing out there. G-Man thinking he's doing a good idea and is actually going to convert somebody.
Everybody why he left too. Thank you, Dante. You are one dumb person on YouTube, dude. So anyway,
You can get him to leave without my help. You can get him to leave without my help. That says more about you than it does
I've been
me.
telling him for the longest time that people like you existed, and he didn't believe me. So anyway, Mr. Wiggins, you told me that I was. I think you told me that I was doing the Trinity a bad service.
Come from the scattered 12 times of Israel. I really don't. All right, look here. Joel chapter 3. Do you agree that the Palestinians sold the children of Judah, the children of Jerusalem, to the Greeks? In Joel chapter 3.
They sold them to the Greeks.
That's what it's saying.
What passage are you reading again?
Joel chapter 3, verse 6. The children also of Judea and the children of Jerusalem have you sold unto the Grecians, the Greeks, Alexander the Great, the goat.
I would need to read. I would need to read that in its proper context. That's just one. I would have to read that in
Well,
full context.
get with it because
I can't get with that. I don't have a Bible in front of me.
Say what?
I don't have a Bible in front of me.
Well, you need to get one, brother, because you're doing a lot of talking.
Okay.
Now, for those of us who
So, Comfort Doll, the one that you just sent me, I've seen that name before. That name actually was the one that Lola Bohemia came up with as well. And I trust her almost as much as I trust G-Man. So, yeah.
Well, wait a minute, sir. Be fair, because if you don't got a Bible in front of you and I ask you a question and I tell you to read, and you have one in front of you.
you're doing a lot of talking about. Wait. You need to have a Bible. with
No,
all this
actually,
talking
Juicer.
you're doing.
Apparently, the guy's name is Elder Wiggins. There, hold on. I've got a. I'll see if I can get that a little. There you go. I don't know if you can see that better now.
About who the Hebrew Israelites are. You need to do it. You got to have one.
Well, let's talk about Joel chapter 3. If you know it in context, tell me what the chapter
You
says.
should not be talking about this chapter. You should sit down somewhere.
But yeah, so
So let me get this straight.
G-Man thinks that he's doing a good job here, trolling whatever the hell he thinks he's actually doing. And he's not. He's literally just making an ass out of himself. And that's I don't know. I don't understand how he thinks this is being doing a good job, but once again, it's G-Man. We're trying to get into his head is just ridiculous in the first place. Another one. Sorry, I was actually meaning to let everyone know this earlier. I submitted a paper to to one of the colleges here in Oklahoma regarding a new type of fallacy. Needless to say, because it's technically an informal fallacy, there's no publication on it or anything like that. However, the only way to get an informal fallacy accepted is to start using it. So one thing that I wanted to point out is this particular video, and that's because it is, one, hilarious because it showcases G-Man's stupidity perfectly, but it also actually demonstrates the fallacy that I'm talking about. Okay, so now the fallacy is something that I call the monkey's paw fallacy. Okay, this is when either a part or aspect of your opponent's argument is intentionally misinterpreted in effort to dismiss the entire thing. Okay. I'm going to let this one play out because this one is very, very well demonstrated on it. The person that actually responded to my paper actually he understood exactly what I meant when I told him that I wanted this to be called the monkey's paw fallacy because of G-Man's reactions here.
Me being horny and you being horny.
I had a question about something you just said.
Me being horny and you being horny.
You believe, basically what you were saying is you believe that you are not an animal. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay, so here are some questions for you. Are humans warm-blooded vertebrates?
Are we warm-blooded vertebrates? What do you mean by vertebrates?
It means you have a spine.
Do you have a spine? Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, do humans have hair?
Do humans have hair? Yes.
Okay, do our females breastfeed their young?
Yes.
And do they give birth to live young?
Birth to what?
Live young. Humans don't lay eggs, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah.
Okay, then...
And our women already have eggs inside their body.
Then by your own admission just now, you have admitted that humans are animals.
And how did I do that? Me being horny and you being horny, and I'm assuming you're talking about animals being the same way because we have similarities again. That does not necessarily mean I'm an animal. It means I'm a human.
And
who has similarities. Similarities.
It's exactly the definition. It's not a similarity. You just agreed that everything that makes a mammal applies to a human. You agreed.
However, you believe that that we're all animals. So now listen, I'm asking you to prove nothing. See, there's a difference between me and you here.
Hold on. It's not a belief. I don't believe we are all animals. It's a fact that I accept that all humans are animals by definition of what an animal is.
Do you believe it's a fact that you're an animal?
No, it is a fact. It's not a matter of belief.
So Lou, have you been to the Bronx Zoo? Have you been to the Philadelphia Zoo? Have you been to any zoo in your life?
Let's see.
Okay. So pointing out G-Man's intentional misunderstanding there. G-Man has been told for a decade now, at the very least, that the definition of, or the scientific definitions that we have come up with reflect nature. Okay. Human beings are animals because they match the definition of what we have decided an animal is. It's not that we decided what an animal is, therefore humans are animals. And that's something that he has a major issue with. He thinks that because the theory of gravity is a thing, that's the reason why, shit falls down. He thinks that because geology says that the earth is billions of years old, means that we somehow altered the science on it. And yeah, just trying to get all of this shit done for him, and it's ridiculous.
I'm 38. I have a bachelor's in environmental science, so I think I know more than you ever will on things of biology.
Yes.
I don't have to go to a zoo, which I have many, many times, but I've also studied in the field biology. So really, what can you say about that?
If you believe that you're an animal, you see a zoo every single day when you walk outside your door.
And what about it?
I asked you, have you ever been to a zoo? Are you listening to the words that's coming out of my mouth?
Oh, are you listening to the words coming out of my mouth? Because
yes, I asked a question. You answered with this. Oh, I think I know a little bit more about this stuff than you.
You notice that G-Man completely stopped listening because the guy actually did say that he has been to a zoo, even though that's irrelevant.
What does that got to do with me asking you, have you been to a zoo?
Did you not listen to the whole statement where I said, yes, I've been to a zoo? So why are you asking me the same thing?
Before you said that, you were like you had a better education than me when it came to stuff like that, okay? So, seriously, okay. So every time you step out of your house, you think you're in the zoo, right? So tell me something. Do you think that slavery was wrong?
I know slavery is wrong.
Can you do me a favor and articulate to me why the transatlantic slave trade was wrong? You're going to learn something about me.
I'll school you on this one. So what's the question?
So school me on this. And by the way, Atheist, I think he needs your help. If you know where I'm going with this, if you've been watching my channel, I'm losing the fall of this, by the way. So look, do me a favor and explain to me why the transatlantic slave trade was wrong.
Because it was people profiting off of the pain of other people.
What else?
That's it. That's all I need to make it wrong.
Wait a minute. What about the fact that these people considered the other people property and chattel?
Yeah, that's wrong. So?
Oh yeah, it's wrong. It is wrong to own another human being, according to you. First of all, Lou, let me give you a round of applause. We both agree on it. We both agree that it's wrong to own another human being.
Humans all agree on. Okay, that's something all humans have done. Why are you so excited about it?
Okay, great. Just do me a favor. I'm going to cut my camera off and I'll be right back. Okay, just hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Why don't you talk to the audience, tell them how dumb I am and all this other stuff. I'll be right back. Okay?
Go for it.
Give me 1 second. 1 second. Hold on. Just got to show you something here. See, according to you, we're all animals, right? Now, this is what I'm saying about you guys got to think when y'all come into these rooms. You got to unmute.
Yep, there it is. Yeah, no, it's not according to.
Here's the thing here. You see this here? You see this here? This is an
Oh,
animal.
no, sorry.
And you created it.
Aaron Massa, no. This isn't the monkey's paw part. Give it a second, because you're gonna get to it and you're gonna slap the living shit out of your head.
Whoa, I can be. Whoa, I'm gonna give a lot of atheists something to talk about. I own this animal. I own this animal. I bought him. This is a little puppy. And, you know, I'm smacking him and everything. Right? Smacking him and everything.
The particular dog he's abusing is actually, I believe, his sister's dog. So kudos for both bad argument and being an animal abuser.
And whatnot. You see, I own this animal.
Do you know how stupid you're making yourself
But
look?
whoa, just hear me out. I'm not
I know
finished.
exactly where you're going.
I'm not finished, Lou. I will let you talk when I'm done, Lou. I'll let you finish when I'm done, okay? Now check this out. Who's that right boy? Okay, now here's the thing now, okay? I own this animal. He's my property. You said it was wrong.
No, I said it was wrong. People.
Whoa, but human beings are animals. Human beings are animals. Look,
That's exactly what I was trying to get you doing.
human beings are animals. Human
It's a dog, a human. It's a dog, a human. It's a canine, a human. It's a canine, a human. Answer the question. Is a canine a human?
And during the slave trade, they owned other animals. So how are they wrong for owning animals? I'm curious. If I don't feed my dog and I don't get this dog any water,
I'm getting stupid just listening to you right now.
Okay, but you said that it's wrong to own humans. Okay, but humans are animals, and I own this animal. Do you care to explain a little bit further how you believe that we're animals?
So you believe humans and canines are the same, right? You believe, since, you know, owning a dog is the same as owning a person, so therefore dogs and humans.
It is the same. We're all animals. We're all animals.
Really? So you think all animals?
That's right. Because he said I'm an animal just like you, and me owning another animal is wrong. That's right. That's what you said. I'm gonna put my dog back on his leash like a good little slave, and then you're gonna tell everybody how owning humans and owning dogs are not the same thing. Okay? I gotta put him back on his leash because you know this is a wild animal. He's got to be controlled and tamed. You know what I mean? So I'll tell you what. Since me and him got similarities, I gotta put him on his leash. Here. So do me a favor, Lou. I just gave everyone a live demonstration with the dog and everything. Can you please do me a favor and explain your case? And nobody interrupt him, please. Get.
Oh, okay. You are saying basically that if humans are animals the same way that dogs are animals, then that dogs and humans should be treated equally. Did anybody ever in the history of science, or humans even, ever claim that other animals are the same as humans? No,
Okay, Lou. Earlier you said that human beings are animals, and you gave me your examples. Do I get horny? Do I have warm blood? Do I have a spine? And these other questions that you asked. I told you that there were similarities, and I was trying to explain to you why I was different from these particular. But you insisted on saying that we were all animals. So I happened to have an animal in here as one of the leash that I took off the leash. And I put her on camera and I said, you know what? And I put.
Okay. I don't know who this is right here, but can we just take a minute to admire that majestic, cloud on his face? Because that's a pretty beard.
The slave thing up on purpose because you said that slavery was wrong and owning another human being was wrong. But if human beings are animals, then an animal owning another animal has to be okay in your book. Because I own an animal in my room right now.
Okay, you went from premise 1, humans are animals, to premise 2, dogs are animals, to conclusion.
Drew Lover, this is the old
the
debate between G-Man and the guy Lou.
No, that's not what I did.
Yes, it's exactly what you did. Did you not say because humans are animals just like dogs that it's wrong to own a dog? That's what you said.
That's not what I did. What I did was this. You came in here and you said that, and I was respecting you in the beginning until you started bringing evidence and proof and all that stuff into it. You came in here and said that you believe that we were.
One more time.
And you said that, and I was respecting you in the beginning until you started bringing evidence and proof and all that stuff into it. You came in here.
I was respecting you until you started bringing evidence and proof into it. So, therefore, G-Man, he will show you respect until you start proving him wrong.
And said that you believe that we were animals. Okay, fine. You believe that we're animals. And you got on my case because you didn't think I had any evidence for soul and all this other stuff and whatnot. So I brought up slavery. I'm sorry, no. Let me backtrack. I gave you reasons why I believe I'm a human and not an animal. You didn't accept that. So I said, okay, we're animals. So I asked you, was it wrong to own another slave? I'm sorry, to own a slave, and you gave your reasons on why you did. I asked you, was it wrong for a human being to own another human being, and you said yes. Okay, and all human beings to you are animals. Okay, so what I did was, I put the camera off. I gave you some time to, do your talking or whatever. I don't know if you said anything. I won't know until I go back and look at the video again. Okay, and then I went and got the dog. I'm a human being. I'm sorry, no. According to you, I'm an animal that owns another animal, and you don't think there's anything wrong with that. Of course, the animal rights people might have something to say about that. But then you're saying now that all of a sudden it's okay for animals to own animals, just not when that animal is a human.
And that is what your non sequitur is.
You ain't consistent.
No, I'm not.
No,
I said
he
it's wrong
literally
for
described
humans
a
to own
non
other humans.
sequitur
Did I ever say it was wrong for humans to own other animals? No.
But we're not humans, according to you, we're animals.
No, humans are
Now
animals.
humans
Humans are a species. Animal is a kingdom. Learn how these things work, Gene,
Okay,
before you say
here is
something.
the- Here it is.
Wait a minute. Did you just say that animals are no, that humans are species? Human species and animals is a kingdom?
Yes. That's what science is. Have you
Let
not
me get this again. Whoa. Let me. Okay, but we're not debating though. I'm gonna take you at your word, Lou. I'm not debating with you today. I'm gonna take you at your word. Did you just say that human beings are species and that animals is a kingdom?
Yes, a kingdom has a whole.
Or did you mean that the other way around?
No, He-Man. This is why people don't take you seriously, because we know you've had biologists and people such as Aaron Raw try to explain these things to you.
I didn't ask you about Aaron Raw. I asked you if human beings are species.
Yes, human beings
I
are
didn't ask you that, Lou. I asked you. You say human beings are species and animals are a kingdom. Now I know a thing or two about a kingdom. It has nothing to do with scientists. Who's their king?
It's a classification.
Oh my God, are you
one second,
that
guys.
stupid? Are you
Who's
that
their king, Lou?
Are you
Who's their
that
king, Lou?
stupid?
Lou, I'm asking you questions. I like
You know
asking
what
Lou.
kingdom is?
Okay, so in case you didn't catch it, they were literally explaining to him that, human is a species, whereas animal is a kingdom. Okay, the only other way to have explained that better would have been to bring up a literal, board showing, kingdom, family, genus, all the way down. Even then, I'm pretty sure G-Man wouldn't have understood it. But once again, I don't even have to say it right there. So yes, that right there was the monkey's paw fallacy, where he will literally take something that is, or take one aspect of an argument and try to use that to literally dismiss the entire argument. Okay, him asking who their king was just asinine beyond all belief, and it literally shut down this entire argument, or this entire conversation. Okay, from there, now this one, I'm not really going to play it because it's like an hour-long video, or sorry, a 2.5 hour long video, but this is another one of them Hebrew Israelites that G-Man seems to think that he stomps all the time. Okay. However, this is Sakari. Pretty sure we've heard him talk about him every now and then, but he's one of the Hebrew Israelites that classifies himself as a Christian. And just nice little highlight on the title there, because we all know that G-Man, being the arbiter of Christianity, absolutely hates it when other Christians tell him he's not Christian. So, but like I said, not going to play that one just because I have issues listening to their videos. Okay, now we are going to get into the fun stuff, because, as I said, fragile masculinity. This is the whole point of this stream. G-Man thinks that a man has certain stereotypes that he has to follow. Mostly the putting on a brave front, the misogyny, all the weird shit that G-Man requires to like reinforce his manhood. That those are the things that actually makes him fragile. Those are the things that actually makes it to where he's dealing with fragile masculinity. A perfect example more recently would be his weird little background thing, the tiger and the blue swirl and all that. If you guys have heard him describe that, where he believes that a tiger has, is one of the more courageous beasts in the jungle, and it's not. I mean, think about it. You're a 400-pound ball of muscle, fur, fangs, and claws, with no natural predators. You don't need courage at that point. Okay, if you want to have courage, and like G-Man talking straight to you here, if you want to have courage, have the courage of a guinea pig. Okay, this is a little 2-pound meat potato that will literally scream at an ape 100 times its size because its lettuce is wilted. That's courage. Okay. Anyways, so we are going to jump over to this one because, again, it shows the fragility of his ego. Yes, I said meat potato. Pretty much just going to be playing these until the point's made, and then we'll skip on to the next video.
He's fucking with him again.
All right, guys, I'm going to, in real time, call the police on Dragnut and Gary Ridgway and those guys that's in the room there. Dragnut's name is Alfred Mem, and he lives in Texas, and I am going to call the police on him in real time. Okay? Hannah and Redline, I'm warning you right now. You better go talk to your boy. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys ain't going to do that, right? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I want to show you guys something here. I'm about time. I don't like warning people no more. I'm just sick of this stuff. Where's the I want to get them in court. You guys want to know what Hannah looks like? I'm gonna show you guys right now. Hold on. Just gotta find the memory card with a picture on it. So just give me a second here. I'm gonna show all of you people how Hannah looks right now, and Redline, by the way. So just give me a second here, and then I'm gonna call the police from Dragnet. He can delete the video all he wants. I already have the video on my what you call it. So I just got to take the old thing out of my phone. No matter of fact, I might do this later because I need another phone to put the memory card in so I can show you guys how to.
Okay, hold that thought. Just that reaction right there. Anybody who saw the reaction for the freak out recently, it's I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this right now. You know what? Screw this. I'll do it later. How many times did he do that in the video that he made about burnt toast and Jules?
Hey, look, I have it on one of my memory cards here, and I also have a physical picture of Hannah too that I'm gonna show all of you.
And somehow never does.
All right, I don't know if I can call the Irvington police. Let me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna get this done right now.
Oh yeah.
I want to make sure that they're watching when I do this.
911.
Holy crap! He is doing another one live calling the police.
So,
calm down, Gary. Calm down.
I already have the video on my
In the chat.
All right, so I don't know these people. Hold on. Let's try this again. 911. I can't show you guys my phone because I don't know these people. I got their phone numbers on my phone. I don't know these people. So anyway, I'm going to call them right now. We're going to see what's going to happen. I'm going to find out what I can do. Just give me a second here.
Yeah, see.
Right.
911, was your emergency?
Yes.
Okay, anyways.
And it was calling my job trying to get me fired, and it was these people on the internet doing it. And I would like to know what my options are.
You don't have an emergency at this time, sir?
No, I don't have an emergency, but These people are constantly calling my job, trying to get me fired.
Do you know who people are?
Yes, I do. One of the person that's instigating it, his name is Alfred Mim, and he lives in Texas. I have his phone number on my phone.
You can come in and do a harassment report, sir.
Harassment report?
Yes.
Okay. Can I do that today?
Yes, over 24 hours, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, goodbye. So that's just going to be the beginning. I am getting sick and tired of people coming after my job. It had nothing to do with the great debate. And by the way, Drunken's only the only person. I'm going after Bruce Shepard and Sabella Shepard. I'm going after Brucifer, Mizdar, and a whole bunch of other people in here too. I'm not playing games on here no more. Okay. Can I just...
Jesus Christ. Did he have to make a stream about that? I still doesn't know how.
Yeah, see, now, G-Man, if you bother watching this or anything, I'm going to let you know right now. Your reaction this week and your reaction 4 years ago, they're not much different. You were smart enough to claim you went to the police station instead of dialing 911 on stream. But other than that, it's literally like you're 4 years older and 10 years stupider. I don't understand how you're doing this. No, like I said, he does actually. He currently has the sense not to call to call 911 again, but at the same time, thanks to Todd and his, or thanks to the. Okay, yeah, thanks to Todd and his lovely FOIA request. Yeah, we already know that he didn't actually go there, so all he's really doing is now he's pretending to get the police involved instead of actually making the effort to do it. So I think we'll go ahead and skip the rest of this because this is part of the long video, which I have up here somewhere. Oh, and just because it's on here, I was messing around with the G-Man soundboard earlier. There's a few on here that I don't think I've ever seen. Like, let's see here. How many times does he mention? Dusty. Yeah, how many times does he mention that one?
Jacqueline Glenn.
Yep. How are you going to get these on a fucking soundboard, like, that's years old, and you still try to name drop these idiots? I mean, not these idiots. They just, you name drop the same 20 people. So, anyways, let's go ahead and pull that one over here. Pull these over here. There we go. Ha. Okay, so we are going to go. This one, I think I just had this one up for a specific reason, but it's for sorry, I'll just play it. I remember it now.
What did you do with the money?
Okay, so let's start from December and let's see if you can catch up this time. Okay, you gave me $100 for Christmas.
Okay, so the $100 for Christmas, that's the screenshot that I keep showing y'all.
And before that, you gave me $200 for food. Okay?
No.
January, we're not in January yet. Shut
You're
up.
liar.
Blah, 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 blah. Come on, Jenny, keep talking. Keep talking, Jenny. Okay? Then January got here. All right? You gave me $200 for food. All right? You gave
2
me
weeks ago.
Let me finish.
2 weeks ago.
Jenny, you gotta let me finish. If we was in court, the judge would throw you in jail.
We're not in court, so shove it up your ass.
Let me talk, okay? Because I'm gonna bring my proof. I already know.
I don't give a shit what your proof is. You're a liar.
I have two phones. I have the ministry phone and I have my regular phone. My other phone, the battery is dead in the other room. The first $55 that she gave me, I use that to pay my normal phone bill.
Why is it on?
Gave me another.
Why isn't it on anymore?
Let me finish.
Why isn't it on anymore?
Oh my God, let me finish.
All right, so Shane's quite upset. G-Man's going to explain here in a few seconds where the money actually went to.
Okay. Okay. So she gave me some money to pay the ministry, to pay the ministry thingy, in which I decided to actually pay Blog Talk Radio.
Okay.
I find it funny. I'm looking at the old chat and I see Todd Malicote's name popped up. So, Todd, you've been running around here for at least 2 years.
The ministry thingy, his ministry phone. Okay, that's the designation for a separate phone that he has for his G-Man versus Black Hebrew Israelite, yada 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 yada. That phone number is posted on his YouTube channel, his main G-Man YouTube channel. His personal phone, obviously, that he doesn't use for that. That's what she wants him to have on. But he decided not to pay that. The money that Jenny gave him was specifically for his personal phone to stay on, to keep in contact with her and Rev. He decided he didn't want to do that after asking her money for that particular phone specifically. He made an executive decision that he was going to ask for money for that phone and then use it for something else. Edwin Knight says, unless I'm mistaken, if they were in court, he'd be called out for bringing up an important shit. Oh, absolutely. He brings up irrelevant shit all the time. But it's G-Man's understanding of court is Judge Judy, Judge Joe Brown, and other TV shows. Let's see, Nick James says the slave fighting the slave master. Now the relationship renewed.
Nick James, there's
the next
another
meltdown.
one.
Yeah. No, I actually was naming my response videos hashtag eviction notice, and I think the title was like the slave is upset, the slave escapes the plantation, the slave rebels. Like I had all type of names for it. But yeah, they weren't actually reviewing this. It's just kind of like we would all sit and watch this shit, right? We're all in the live chat, just dying laughing for those of us who could talk. And then I forgot how we were communicating because I don't think we had Discord back then. Did we? I don't think we had Discord. I don't think we were on Discord yet. No, just a little bit before Discord. And this was absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
Okay.
You lied to me about the phone to pay Blog Talk TV, but no.
Again, I paid Blog Talk Radio.
Money.
You gotta let me if you're not gonna be quiet. If you're not gonna be quiet, Shanny, I'm gonna mute you. Shanny, I'm gonna tell you one more time, Shanny. Shanny, if you're not gonna be quiet, I'm gonna mute you, okay? The bottom line is this. I used the money for Blog Talk Radio.
January 10th, $200. December 31st,
Shanny, let me finish, Shanny.
$200. December 21st, $51.
Okay, guys, I have to mute her. I'm sorry, because I'm in the middle of talking.
So when you start giving G-Man receipts, have y'all noticed that he likes to mute people?
Okay, so I'm going to point that out as well. That was actually the purpose of this. It was literally his argument with Shanny that actually caused that first eviction saga when she decided that he couldn't have the house anymore. Now the thing is about that, G-Man just recently, I believe in the video where he blew up at Burnt Toast, said that it was the atheists that got him kicked out of that house originally. It was the atheists that cost him his job. It was the atheists that, we're the boogeyman of all. And that was the funny thing is the fact that, we still have these receipts where showing that it was literally him fucking over Shanny is what caused him to get kicked out of there in the first place. It was, him just flat out lying about his job is what caused us to laugh him out of that one. Oh, okay. Good night, Druid Lover. We'll talk to you later. Okay, anyways, so that's the reason why that one was on there. Okay. This is one that I was, this is going to be starting the fragile masculinity thing. This is a perfect example of it.
Then I heard you guys say something else that I'm going to make a big thing about, and I'm going to make something big out. G-Man deserves much worse than losing his job. I want the person who said that to come to New. You want to know what scientists say? You think somebody's scared of you, dude, and I understand your privilege. Dude, this Saturday, I will be in New York on 34th Street. Okay? I heard you, even if you have your gun, I want you to come to 34th Street in New York this Saturday.
Okay, so quick explanation. This would have been shortly after the the trip that Sam took to Sam took to New York City, partially to visit G-Man, partially to hang out with Nate the lawyer, and he obviously had other things that he was going to do there. G-Man refused to show up because scientist Sam, he claimed that Sam had a gun, even though Sam went to New York by airplane from California, because any of that could connect to Sam having a gun on him in New York. Yeah, he is incredibly emasculated by Sam, even though they're about the same height. Sam's probably about 20 pounds lighter than him. Regardless of the fact that we all know Sam would be able to beat the living shit out of him, it's a different story. Oh, it's still got 30 seconds left. Let me let them finish.
Okay, I will come alone because I'm a man. Okay, I'm not some little girl hiding behind all these other atheists on here and whatnot. You bring your bony, raggedy behind to New York. Bring Dragnet and the rest of that crew. All I need is me and my little friend. That's all I need. And you'll find out real fast why the Hebrew Israelites run in the opposite direction when they see me.
Yeah. Yeah, needless to say, G-Man, he has this weird fantasy that the Hebrew Israelites are afraid of him. No idea why. But if you notice, okay, hold that thought. So Donna Murphy, brain tumors grow bigger, they never shrink. No, you're going to have to expand on that one. I agree. That was actually, I was going to point that out. Who's your buddy? Yes, that literally is an 8-pound sledgehammer. When I have an 8-pound sledgehammer in my hand, it looks like an 8-pound sledgehammer. It's not very big. Like, perfect example. This is a Samsung Galaxy. It's a pretty chunky phone, but it in my hand it looks like a phone. When you've got certain people that when they grab a hold of something and the thing in their hand looks huge, it's a ridiculous. There we go. Something everyone knows what it is. It's a Sharpie. Okay. I can damn near make this thing disappear in my hand. Okay. Let's see here. Donna Murphy. Oh, okay. So Donna Murphy, that was with regards to the him getting dumber comment. Yeah, I mean, hell, I keep a 3-pound I keep a 3-pound sledgehammer out by my anvil. So yeah, that's another one of my hobbies that I obsessed over for a few months and then kind of wandered off from it. Nick, so to answer for Donna on that one, not that she needs me to, but at the same time, pretty sure she was talking about the 4 years older, 10 years stupider comment. That's the only thing I could figure out that attributing to G-Man and being a tumor. But anyways. This one was another thing to showcase his little the fragility of his ego. This was one that Father Judgment pointed out that dang it.
You know I can't. You know I can't.
Where the fuck you walking, G-Man?
The fact of the matter is, ladies and gents, is that
where the fuck you walking?
Do not believe everything that come out of her mouth.
Give me an address, bitch. Where the fuck you walking? Tell me right now. Where the fuck you walking?
Stadium.
Give me an address.
Where I'm at right now.
Okay. Beautiful.
I get home when my Giants play.
Where you walking to your fucking homeless?
I'm gonna give her a receipt.
He felt in danger to the point that
I can only listen to Father Judgment's videos every now and then because I have major issues with Father Judgment has some issues about toxic masculinity at that one. But yeah.
She had to leave that hotel room. She was willing to sleep in a parking lot
This is what I want to point out, though.
And then, miraculous.
Okay. What he's talking about is the situation where G-Man and Indigo were in the hotel room together. Okay, that second video where he's standing up behind her, marching across the room like a gorilla. All the other insults that BGTV and everyone else has pointed out. Okay, all of that is literally him trying several different coping mechanisms for his fragile masculinity. Okay, literally it started when Indigo started talking to me, Todd, the guys in our community. Suddenly he started getting possessive. He started getting pissed off because she was on his computer talking to us. And I really wish I had access to that stream, but I don't have access to any of the Google drives that have it. But when I came in, I literally said I had no interest whatsoever in talking to G-Man, and I started talking to Indigo. Needless to say, G-Man, after he kicked all of us out, started getting pissed off, saying that we were all just in there to make snide comments about G-Man. And I even popped off in the comments. It was like, dude, I literally had no interest in talking to you. I was literally in there to talk to Indigo. But he couldn't have that because it didn't fit his narrative. I'm going to let this play a little bit more. Like I said, I don't put a lot of store into what Father Jay says, but at the same time, he's part of the community, even though it's a peripheral part.
Miraculously, suddenly, not very long after she leaves your hotel room, somebody calls the police on a suspicious person sitting in a van. Tell me something, Gary Moore. Who the fuck was that? Who the fuck called the police on that terrified, uncomfortable young lady who made a very, very poor choice in having anything to fucking do with you? With your punk-ass childish bullshit. Everything about atheists. Oh, you're gonna rain hell down on the atheists by do what? Make a video. That's all your fucking threats are, bitch. You a punk-ass child. You an immature, punk-ass little bitch. Yeah, that's right. And all your fucking threats, ooh, wait till I got what's coming to you. Wait till I got what's coming to you. What? Make another video. Ooh, the whole world's fucking scared, bitch. You're a punk-ass child, motherfucker. You have the mental capacity of a fucking 14-year-old and the dialogue of a sane. I'm fucking done with you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, don't you think it's a little bit suspicious how Indigo escapes a very, very, very bad situation? I'm sorry, Indigo, you put yourself in that situation. The man was like on crack. All right, the bitch was probably in the bathroom while you wasn't looking, hitting that pipe. Because that's the way he is. That's right, crack hit for God, right? G-Man, you a bitch. You're a little fucking bitch. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the general consensus is that as soon as she felt uncomfortable and she left that hotel room, isn't it amazing how, gee, not long after that, the police show up to do a check. Yeah, Vaughn Helton, somebody swatted her. Yeah, guess what, Vaughn? It was your buddy fucking that bitch ass little pump G-man. Yeah, that's who the fuck called the cops on her.
Okay. So, like I said, I don't agree with Father Judgment on almost anything, but he brought up a very good point there. It wasn't long after she left when she started streaming from her van. When we jumped in there, I believe it was me and Nick. We jumped in there to talk to her again, and suddenly she gets a cop that pulls up to her, basically asking why she was literally sitting in a van. That is definitely suspicious as hell until you realize that, you know, G-Man over here was so butthurt that she had emasculated him, that he had to retaliate. And the only way he could retaliate was 911. There's a suspicious looking black person in a van down here by this hotel. Yeah. So that right there, I can accept that part because that's within G-Man's character. Now, Donna Murphy, as for that right there, that is nasty at that thought. And all I can say is I hope she forced him to wear a condom. That way she doesn't get the dick flu. As for you, Alan, we both know damn well that during that particular moment, he would probably start crying. Now, once again, not dealing with the rest of that. This one is from Perilla Time, which he does not have enough subscribers. If you, I'm gonna, there we go. If you're not subscribed to Perilla Time, go subscribe because he's, yeah, he's got a lot of stuff. If you like G-Man getting shit on, but. You notice
you're not being taken serious. She doesn't care about you. You're being ignored, but you still got hope.
Anyways, we're taking over the show.
No, if Lubis comes back and looks at this, I don't know if that was Perilla Time or if that was just some weird thing, but yeah.
Yeah, this one.
Okay. So this is the scene from the hotel that I could find.
Let me get you. Get out of my channel. Get out of my channel. Get in your help. I'm gonna get you. We are on G-Man, the science guy with a special guest. Now, be very jealous. Be very, 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 very jealous. When I'm in the same room with Indigo. How you doing, Von Helton?
Sorry, his volume's a
How
little
you
weird.
doing, guys?
Okay, now, if you notice what he just said there, be jealous. I'm in the room with Indigo. And then he mentions Von Helton, Lion King. Here, one more.
How you doing, Von Helton? How you doing, Lion King? How you doing, guys?
Okay, so mention Von Helton and Lion King by name of all the people that he would imagine would be jealous of him actually being in the same room as Indigo. He mentions the two people that, yeah. You know, honestly, I didn't want to say anything, but yeah, she definitely had a pot belly in this video. But like this.
So we have some merch today.
Now, hold on a second. I think my quality's off, but if you see this right here, okay, this was the second morning, and her hair is like 10 kinds of fucked up. Like, my hair, I'm learning about what the bullshit with long hair is, but when you go to sleep and you wake up and your hair's like matted on one side, it means you slept good. But when it's like all kinds of crazy, generally it means you didn't do a whole lot of sleeping. So like, let's see here. Okay. I don't think any of us are jealous of that, but one thing that I can say that I thought was hilarious was his reactions, because to this day he still denies that they ever did anything, even though the text messages and stuff like that she's put forth indicates something slightly different. There was also, see, this is why I wish I had the video, but there was a thing that they were talking about with regards to abortion. G-Man brought up the pull-out method, and just the look on her. Hang on a second. Let's see here. Oh, really? Okay. Let's see here. See if I can.
You want? Hello, everybody.
Oh, okay.
All right. Let that set up.
Let's go ahead and throw that right in here.
See.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay, cool.
Kind of scrub this a little bit.
All
Okay,
right,
so you notice
we have
she's
some merch today. All right.
okay. She's messing around with merch
Okay.
and stuff like that.
All right, here we go. And paste. I think that's the link to Vaughn's. Yeah, I think that's the link to Vaughn's channel. That should be the link.
Okay. This stupid shit right here.
Really?
Let me see something here.
Okay. You got this big ass kid in the background. Oh, okay. Sorry. No, let me finish what I was saying first. Yes, that's what I just saw there. We might have to we might actually have to look through that. So, whoop. Okay. My imagination going off on this. Okay. And I will say that this is perfect. This is completely supposition. I don't want to. I don't want to say that this is actual fact, but what I am guessing happened was that Indigo probably elicited it after he gave her or after he crossed that threshold of money. She probably thought, I might as well go ahead and throw the dog a bone. Needless to say, she probably unzipped and went to start fishing it out when he popped. He was probably embarrassed as all hell, could not recover, and needless to say, that's probably the end of that story. So between that and that comment right there, I honestly don't even think he's a two-pump chop. I honestly think that she grabbed a hold of it and he came in his pants. And Kennedy, nice to see you here. I apologize for your timing, but yeah. Yeah, and once again, it's easier for me to see G-Man as basically the sad little incel as it is anything else. Anyways, there was one video that I never actually got to see, or that I never got to find. but I'll have to bring that up here in a little bit. But yeah, see, that's the thing is, and it would explain some of this behavior right here that we're seeing is literally him like all happy and giddy the next morning, him turn around and like him like being right up on top of her. It's that possessive feeling. Like he accomplished something because he got what he wanted. Whereas she's still that partially frustrated. Yeah. And then what I was referring to is they started talking about the pullout method. I don't know if that's actually this particular. I don't think that's this particular stream, just because this is more the freak out as it is anything else. But when he starts talking about the pullout method, the look that Indigo gives him was that like weird side eye. And the only thing I could possibly think of to connect to that, the thought that went through her head is just like, what the hell do you know about the pullout method? Just because it's like, the look she gave him literally had me thinking this dude either left you looking like a Krispy Kreme donut or you had crap all over your hand. So take it for what it is. Like I said, my speculation, granted, as most of us know, that sex is one thing that I do pay a lot of attention to. So it is kind of my forte in our community. But yeah. I would not go so far as to say that he resembles a Ken doll, because we are still we're still trying to figure out if the Tard Hammer theory applies to him, because there's always that weird thing, like stereotype in movies and stuff like that, where the weirdest guys always have these like fucking unexpected monsters. Yeah. I really wish you'd stop insulting chimps. But anyways, let's see here.
This on YouTube in that reaction community is mind-boggling. Not to mention, let me ask you this.
Okay.
How do you feel about him going to Miss Parker to get permission to call me a coon?
Once again, him bringing up the whole Sam bullshit.
How you feel about that?
All right.
No, I'm asking a question. How you feel about that though? He went to Miss Parker, and this was put on Grand Ultimate on Shield. How do you feel about him going on Miss Parker's channel and getting permission to call me a coon? How do you feel about that?
And that's not
You
right.
can plead the fifth if you want.
It's not right. I mean, of course it's not right, but
Okay, hold on. I just caught something. I don't like have to normally go through this very often, but G-Man, when he was walking away from the hotel, claimed that the racist shit that he later showed her, or regarding her, was the reason why he was so pissed off in this stream. If that's the case, why did this exchange right here take place? Because if he already knew before she went live that she was a racist piece of shit, why would he have even bothered asking her that question? Anybody want to kind of like add their 2 cents to that? And honestly, I've been doing this for an hour now, and I still did not even bother. This is a Hangout review, and I completely forgot to drop that in there. Anybody wants to join me, you are more than welcome to. Do that. There we go. But anyways,
what happened with him?
Yeah.
He was also exposed as doing this a lot on Discord. And they don't want to talk about that. But they ain't got to worry about it. For the next week, they're going to be hearing it from me. And that's the thing. If they don't want me talking about this stuff, they need to police each other. Stop walking around and making pictures of them. But then I turn on my computer, and there's literally 900 videos about this woman going around using the N-word. You know what I mean? If they're going to get on Shanny, then it has to happen in their community.
Okay. No, Sam never did ask for
So how
permission.
you feel about this? Yeah, the doxing and other hateful behavior has to stop from both sides.
Yeah, and the atheist community, personally, Todd. Now, Todd's actually watching this, isn't he? Ask Todd why did he endorse what scientists had said. I actually found the video where him and Carnivorous 8 was nodding their head and said that there was nothing wrong with what he said. And they're going to see the receipts on that one pretty soon. Todd Carnivorous 8
That receipt never showed up.
Download it. I'm sure everybody. So I'll agree to disagree with you on that.
Oh, there we go.
Hold on. It says, what about
Hey,
giving
Nick, what's
someone
up?
the permission to say the N-word?
Hey,
I get nobody when I did that.
What's up?
Sorry, I just pop in because.
Oh, no worries. Like I said, this is it's a review, but it's kind of a hangout. I'm literally sitting here drinking and having a good time. So,
I'm charging my phone before I go into the gym. I'm currently dating someone, and I like her touching my butt, so I've been like focusing on that a lot. Anyways, besides that, I remember this because I kept pressing indigo to look at my clip of G-Man saying he was going to give Shannon permission to use the N-word.
Okay.
And that's like at a certain point where he blew up. Because I kept doing it. And like before she could do it, that's when he blew up. And G-Man could thank Miss Parker that I have the link to this video. And whoever got it, I think it's Tito. I don't know. Whoever Sharon this is.
Yeah, it's Tito's.
Yeah, he could thank those two. It's the black peoples of the paid community trying to fuck with G-Man. It's a conspiracy.
I'm not going to
complain. I'm lying, G-Man. I'm lying about that. But go ahead and play the video. I'm going to do it.
On my channel. On what they're claiming. What they're trying to do is argue two wrongs will make a right again. That's what they're trying to do. But let them do it, though. It'll work in my favor later. They forget about all the videos they made about me with the same tones. They forget about that. You don't know I got copies of all that stuff. And what about Miss Parker using N-word in every other sentence that she used?
Miss Parker's black. There's a big difference.
Well, Miss Parker is black.
Doesn't make a difference.
I know.
It doesn't make a difference. What does she mean when she called you that, though? This goes back to the dictionary when we start talking about what we're meaning.
I know. I'm finished.
That's definitely an appropriate comment.
But I will let you off the hook. But I'm the face of the game. I always say I'm angry on you. I'm burning it. You think it's funny? You think it's funny? I'm not laughing about that. I'm laughing because this is so ridiculous. No, it's not ridiculous. You have your own thoughts in your head. You're not me. You don't know how we feel about this stuff. You really don't. You know what? I really don't. I'm a white man in America. I do not know how you feel. Explain to everybody what it was like to go to the race. Why don't you explain to everybody what's it like to have a black section and a white section? What happens when you cross the different section? You get beat up when you jump because of the color of your skin. Why don't you talk about what it's like to be racially profiled? Talk about these things. Hold on, calm down. I told you.
There's no room to be fake in this conversation. I promise you that.
Well, I can't. Hold on. Let me talk. I can never imagine what you're going through. Anybody that goes through
yeah, imagine if I let that joke happen on your channel, you dimwit.
You're trying to label me as a racist. And I'm not.
How we doing, mutant?
Wait a minute, somebody got to say here for your channel.
Hold on a minute. I will not
You need
use
a drink.
but what I will say is, Ted and Jedi, I need the names of the people that own the channel. But they're part of the geek room. Well, then I'm going to say the co-owners of the geek room, except for they're part of the geek room. I'm going to say Crude AF is not in this, but the Tatted Jedi and the other two that you claim are channel owners, I'm assuming you all got 25.
Oh, they say you gave Shani the permission to use the N-word.
No, I didn't. They must be talking about what happened or my main channel. I don't know. But I got in my Shandy case more times about that than they have.
See, there. That's when I start
trying to make that argument.
going in
getting
on
there.
it.
That's all about saying.
Yep.
I'm gonna hold this. I'm gonna hold this. You know, I'm a little disappointed in Tadek because he's supposed to be Hispanic, right? He's something he's going through. When Trump was in office,
This is only about a quarter sped up.
we would get more empathy out of him. I said, Puerto Rican.
Yeah, I was going in on it pretty hard. I mentioned it multiple times in that stream.
What is he?
I think it's close to the end where he blows up.
Puerto Rican. Okay. So if he's Puerto Rican, then I would think that he would take it a little bit more personal, considering it's 2021. We still got to go through this baloney. Like honestly, they're in the.
Okay, I'm gonna stop right there for a second. I have the dubious pleasure that both Lubis and a couple others share with Billy that I'm also Puerto Rican. We don't really have a ton of I am as white as Billy is, so I can say that. As a white passing Puerto Rican, we don't have a ton of stigma. Now, we've seen the stigma because more than likely parents or grandparents have faced it. I literally grew up in a house with my grandmother because because her and my grandfather literally, while still married, lived in separate houses because of the racial or the interracial marriage laws back in the 50s and 60s. So I've seen that shit. It's impacted my life. However, because I grew up white, it doesn't impact me specifically. It still doesn't mean that we don't see it. So people like me and Billy, even though we are white, it still affects us. So this shit right here, this isn't a black and white issue. There are many shades of gray. Even when you're arguing in black versus white, there's still many shades of gray.
Oh yeah. I'm not Puerto Rican, but I'm black and Mexican, mixed race.
I was about to say you're close.
Yeah, but I have a friend. He's also my roommate, but G-Man don't want to fuck with him. But anyways, he's Guatemalan and Argentinian, and he passes for white, and it's like the weirdest thing because like when I tell people, oh yeah, he what he is, like they're like, what? I thought he was a white boy. I'm like, what? He's Hispanic? Like, yeah, his mom passes for white, his dad.
And I mean, that's the thing with me is, I've got long dark hair. I've got full facial hair, so you don't really see it there. The only real thing that you see is I've got the Latin gap right there in my mustache, and then I've got the big nose. That's it. And it, like, racially, there's not really much to declassify me as being white, but at the same time, I am a quarter Puerto Rican. My grandfather was a very dark man. And
I have the goatee.
Well,
I have the Latino goatee. That's all I have.
I have
people beards.
I have a laziness regarding shaving, so I tend to always have a really insane 5 o'clock shadow.
Look, you have a full-fledged beard, and like I don't like people who are able to grow out a full-fledged beard because I get very jelly.
This is literally not shaving for a week.
I can't do that. I will have like huge patches.
Yeah, like this right here. This is all just.
This
is a week of me being lazy.
Yeah, that's how I want my face to look with a beard, but it won't look like that.
Like I said, the only Latin thing you really see is I've got the little gap right there in my mustache, and that's about it.
No, you need to shave. I'm very jelly right now. This is horrible. This is plain. This is awful.
But yeah, I mean,
chat is going the N-word and they think it's funny. And that's not funny. And they're being enabled to do it because the
one more thing. Explain this to me too. Why is it that in my live chat there were several people using Nigger in my live chat?
Okay, so did we ever actually discover where that came from? Because if memory serves, that was either a bot or tragic.
it doesn't. Hold on. Look, it doesn't matter or too much about where it came from. There's racist, dumbasses that and homophobes and stuff like people like that that will crop into a chat and do shit like that. Like it's obviously not coming from the people who agree that racism is bad or homophobia is bad. It's obviously coming from a troll or a hater of yours, like G-Man. Like you, like does not understand that he does not just have one attention of one community. He has the attention of other communities as well. He has the Black Hebrew Israelites, whoever they get and pull into their shit, and not like and people who've known him from the past, and like racist people who could come across stuff. Like it doesn't matter. He doesn't know who did it, but it's the atheist that did it. It's the atheist.
Yeah, he's always quick to jump on the atheists. Donna Murphy, I understand that comment so well, because like when people think that I'm just a white boy, it's fuck me if I don't hear some racist ass shit, and yeah, but yeah, let's. There's a spot in here. I think it was. Get back into where Todd and them jump in.
No, that's not.
No,
What, Miss Parker? You're a liar, Miss Parker. That's not what I said.
No,
let me let you guys know.
And unfortunate.
Is that a Rajon Rondo jersey?
No, that's not.
No,
what, Miss Parker? You're a liar, Miss Parker. That's not what I said. Let me let you guys know a little secret here before we go any further here. Okay? This may be her YouTube channel, but she's using my laptop. Cut it out. I can't block it. I'll certainly. Well, actually, I don't even kick you out of her screen. I gotta kick out of here, but I can end it. So cut.
So that's Mothra.
That nonsense.
What's that? Is that the real Monty?
No, that's Mothra.
No, that's Mothra.
He's a white.
Trying to see if I can find somebody in here.
You're gonna make me say something.
Oh, geez, I was damn near a full hour in.
Siblings and family members.
There we go. There's Monty.
Yeah, I'm about to start talking about what I've seen and tell my story.
Monkey Man is made. Monkey Man and Polly.
Carnivorous Ape. Carnivorous Ape. Thank you for giving me back my black card. I meant to message you. I'm slow about messaging. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I know. I sent you those 3 trophy ideas over a month ago.
I know. I need to look at those. And you did the right thing. Hannibal saw him. I told Hannibal to handle it because he's better at responding to messages than I am. So
Carnivorous Ape, you wanted to ask me or tell me something, or what was it?
Oh, I just had a. Actually, it has nothing to do with G-Man. So if he's there, I don't care. Okay, when you came onto my channel, when you were asked about that, you said that you were trolling me. Now, I kind of take offense to that because I'm not a troll. So, once again, G-Man, you're not the center of attention. I don't want to talk to you. Okay?
You don't want to start that sniping nonsense. Why don't you go find yourself your own woman?
I'm the one that started that. No, you need to look at your dates. Okay?
Why don't you go find your own woman and start trying to sleep with your friends?
No.
I forgot you got him mad too. Damn.
Oh, yeah. the thing is I got him mad by literally telling him that I didn't want to talk to him. Because I know he heard that. But it was basically, I don't care if G-Man's there. I'm not here to talk to him. Now, I had a specific question for you.
Yeah, because I think this was after he was getting mad because I kept bringing up the Miss Parker. You told Miss Parker on your stream that she sniped. That's still on her channel. That you were giving that permission to use the N-word because he was getting mad about that. And then that's when he started making threats of taking away the laptop and stuff. And then that's what I remember. And like rewatching this now, I'm just like, damn. Because I only just combed a few of it. I haven't actually sat down and rewatched the entire thing, to be honest.
Okay, so I know we've got 15 people watching.
Like the stream.
And Kennedy, actually do me a favor. I don't care if you like the stream or not. put some lobsters in the chat because definitely Grampy is up in hospice right now, and we need to kind of let him know we're thinking about him.
Wait. Wait, this is news to me. What?
Yeah, Grampy ended up in hospice this morning.
Oh.
So.
Okay. I don't know what to say about that. Thank you for letting me know.
Yep. Like I said, at this point, I don't care if you decide you want to put if you want to like the stream, I appreciate it. But right now, definitely put some lobsters in the chat for Grampy because he's on all of our minds. So, but yeah, you notice this whole thing right here. You notice how fast he blew up. I'm going to bring it back just a hair because like 30 seconds. There we go.
Okay. You said that you were trolling me. Now, I kind of take offense to that because I'm not a troll. So,
okay. One thing that that most of us can agree on, at least the ones that follow my channel, that that deal with me and trolls, haters, and naysayers and stuff like that. I'm not a troll. I've never have been. I've attempted it. We all know my fiasco with Jesse, but it didn't work out. I'm not a good troll. So this whole situation here was just like laughable to me because just the visceral response I got from him.
Once again.
Okay, so I get not only are you a troll, you're a piece of garbage. I'm gonna have to actually, because we've got 3 people talking over each other.
Once again, Jim.
Oh, okay. So that started that sniping nonsense.
Man, you're not the center of attention. I don't want to talk to you. Okay?
You don't want that sniping nonsense. Why don't you go find yourself your own woman?
I'm the one that started that. No.
Okay. And then once again brings in the fact that I'm polyamorous into it for some reason, still oddly obsessed with my dick. Speaking of which, I actually do have an announcement about that. I'm going to make that at the end of the stream though, because it's not pertinent to the topic.
Need to look at your
face. Why don't you go find your own woman?
Are you having surgery?
Okay, I was reviewing a live stream that you had because I had input to add to it.
Okay.
No.
So, any speculation on who he's talking to right there? Because personally, I think he was talking to GP.
Is it me, or anytime you watch a G-Man video where he's losing control of the conversation, he starts acting like a 5-year-old? Like, does it just? It's sad, but it's funny at the same time.
But it was the simple fact that he jumped on his phone and immediately, "Are you watching this? Are you watching this?" And it was at that point in time, I'm fairly certain that was him jumping on to bitch at GP.
Yeah. Look, I'm sorry. I just gotta put this.
I have to disagree with Veckel. I don't see Veckel as being on his speed dial. I mean, I see Veckel as being on his speed dial like that, but he knows flat out that Veckel doesn't pay attention to our channels.
Yeah, that's because this is when GP was being his boyfriend and lying for him and having sock accounts and talking to his sock accounts with himself and stuff like that. I've made my feelings known about GP that I don't trust him, and that.
See, the thing is I don't trust him either. I didn't trust Indigo, but at the same time, you can still be civil to somebody you don't trust.
Yeah,
a modicum of civility goes a long way. Like I can have that conversation with the vegans and flat earthers I disagree with. I can have that conversation with the creationists I disagree with. As long as you at least maintain an air of I'm not going to actively insult you, then you can have those conversations. But for some reason with G-Man, he seems to think that the only way to talk to people is to insult them.
Yeah, you can't have those conversations with G-Man. He doesn't understand how to have a conversation, and look, I'm gonna be honest here. I'm gonna be honest here. It is not G-Man's fault that he is like that. He is a condition of a rum baby. He has admitted this, right? Or a wine baby. I don't know. Strong drink.
His mother was a wino, yes.
Yeah, that's not his fault. But he's nearly 50 years old. And like his family has not tried to seek help for him and stuff like that.
Oh, here we go. Sorry.
My understanding is he's the youngest, though. So what happens when they can't take care of
fairly
him?
certain he is, yeah. That's a good question. Okay, so G-Man is such a hater. He thinks bringing up polyamory or being a college graduate are insults. That right there goes right into the fragile masculinity that we're showcasing here. Okay, the fact that he has such a dislike of any form of non-monogamy. You know, he believes the standard 1950s housewife bullshit, where a woman is supposed to be barefoot and naked in the kitchen making him a sandwich. What he doesn't understand is, those women these days enjoy doing that. Like Miss Parker, perfect example. She is a strong woman. She also happens to enjoy being a housewife. Okay. Those
by
two
choice.
Yeah, those things are not mutually exclusive. Okay. He seems to think that it's an insult when he because I mean, good God, how many times in the last year, I would say 3/4 of the time that he brings me up, it's because of the fact that I'm polyamorous. Like he's got to find a way to insult my dick somewhere in there. Okay. It's annoying. For me, it's annoying. For everyone else, it's funny. But that's the problem. Is he's got this toxic attitude. I would say, one, because he doesn't understand the concept of having multiple partners, and two, the idea of more than one person being attracted to you is probably foreign to him completely.
Yeah.
I mean, could you imagine G-Man in a threesome situation?
Wait, hold on. Look, I've never been in a threesome, so I can't speak on that.
Okay. I've had my share, but so the thing is the standard joke that regards that is, why would you ever want to have a threesome? Do you want to just disappoint two women at the same time? Okay. That's the standard joke, because most guys are aware that having a sexually active girlfriend, you're pretty much going to have to hear about the exes that she had that could not do it for her. And unfortunately, I've had my share of them, and they unanimously, yeah. The thing is I think my ADD just kicked in, because I have no idea where I was going with that.
I was just something about threesome.
Yeah, give me just a second.
I thought you were going to bring up your slaves.
No, I've never had a slave.
Your subs or whatever. I don't know what they're called.
My joke harem thing, yeah. I did have a number of girlfriends that I marked as submissives because that's what they wanted to be marked as.
Okay. Wrong terminology. My bad.
No, it's fine. The thing is there are perfect. Thank you, Comfort Doll, coming to my rescue here. Some men are not repeaters as they get older, so pleasing two partners at a time can be a challenge. That is definitely a good way to put it. The way that I've always put it was, men tend to be like bottle rockets. You light that fuse and it's eventually just pop and sparkles and ooh pretty, and then now we're done.
Oh no, I can't.
Whereas women tend to be like Roman candles, where you light that fuse and it's pop, 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 pop. Yeah. So, needless to say, I enjoy looking at Roman candles more than I do bottle rockets. But the thing is see, just trying to imagine G-Man in any of those non-standard situations, and even non-standard is the wrong word. Non-biblical, I guess. I mean, like the way he has always talked about sex, the way that he's always tried to use innuendo, it's literally in the form of "go make me a sandwich, bitch," or "sex is for procreation only."
Didn't G-Man just admit to Jules not too long ago he doesn't know how to make a sandwich?
It wouldn't surprise me. I don't think I've actually heard that from him, but yeah, that's funny.
Jules says something like that. I just think because I was thinking about his interactions lately with Lady Ava, Jules, and Burnt Toast, and Jules brought
That
that
is
up
a
on the
good
group
question.
group.
That is an interesting point. Because G-Man believes that cooking is a woman's job. Regardless, I
thought that was the man's job.
Yeah, let's here. Let's get Indigo off the screen because she's bugging everyone. Oh, there's a better picture. How about that? Since we're talking about his toxic masculinity.
Oh, hold up. So because we got the Triple H hammer. Okay, so I know G-Man loves wrestling. Now I love wrestling. I am a wrestling fan. There is actually a community that would wrestling communities. There's a wrestling community that will talk about old stuff that G-Man likes. That's not Jason. And there's actually a wrestling community that I would be inside of, like watching their videos inside their chats when I could catch a live stream of them talking about the new wrestling stuff that is that like all the new wrestling stuff. The big thing,
I've heard of this slightly. Are you talking about Triple H taking over after McMahon?
yeah. But even before that, like WWE has been going down like in the wrestling community's eyes for a while now.
It's crap. The storyline is horrible.
Yeah, and he keeps bringing up the past, and we're all on AEW, buying Ring of Honor, AEW having cross promotions with Impact, NWA, the wrestling, coming back and being on YouTube, and how they're trying to revive that. Like, G-Man's not talking about any of that stuff because, like, that's
I honestly
all
don't
the
think he's
stuff
even
that I
aware of
know.
it.
Yeah, this is fresh stuff.
Unless, well, that's the problem though. It's fresh stuff. We know G-Man's stuck in the 90s.
Yeah.
Okay. Honestly, I don't think because my brother-in-law is a wrestling buff, so I have to hear it from him every now and then. But like Triple H taking over the WWE because he's going to try and to reinvigorate interest to it. literally,
and Vince,
literally, that's just telling me that it's like, look, we know our shit is horribly scripted. We're gonna make better soap operas for men from now on.
oh no, it gets more juicy because okay, do people know that Vince McMahon and Trump are like best friends? Because Trump has been on WWE programming before. There's a whole storyline about him only Raw like for a night.
I mean, that's the entire reason why Vince ended up going bald for a few weeks.
Yeah, so Vince has some scandals coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he was forced to step away. Like there's payoff scandals and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So he's following his friend Trump with these scandals and payoffs. Okay. So that's why he had to step away. Because WWE was already losing interest, and once that came out, like it started even more. And then also there's the whole like they're trying to take they want to own all the wrestlers' Twitters and social media pages and stuff. It's stupid.
So this is the video from Laura's channel. It used to be called Cliff Jumper. This is the full video. I literally only intended on showing this part right here.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what you're listening to right now is Dragnet on his YouTube channel, violating my terms of service. So, this is what we're going to do.
Yeah, obviously he wasn't violating his terms of service. That's not a thing. But if you see up at the top of the screen there, you see number of threats, number of doxes, and then threats of physical violence. This is the actual video where the Sam thing came in. These are the visceral reactions that G-Man has, and these are the ones that just absolutely perfectly showcase his fragile masculinity. Okay. Now, I'm not going to show this one aside from this right here and towards the end, because he literally just screams, rages, and doxes constantly. Like literally, it's a 49-minute video, and going towards the end there, that's literally 3 of any one of these a minute. So, like, how are you going to get on there for 45 minutes and have a tally of 142 threats, 15 doxes, and 5 threats of physical violence? Okay.
That's his Christianity right there.
Oh yeah, the G-Man the Christian, folks. The thing is anytime that he is actually called out on his bullshit, he immediately drops into either he's Christian or he's black. Those are the 2 things that he will use as terms of convenience for his defense.
All right. I would like to also point out that this is his emotional disturbance, probably.
Mm-hmm.
And again, like this is I just want to point out, because I'm trying to be fair. I'm really trying to be fair here. This is not his fault. It's like my dyslexia. I don't recognize I fuck up until after. But I'm trying to do better, but it's something that I can't catch. But
the thing is, though, not to interrupt you. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but so the thing is, though, is your dyslexia and stuff like that, the faults that you have, you're willing to admit them. Like I've been in Discord with you plenty of times. You have that issue where you do tend to overtalk people without realizing it, or like the one issue that we had with your signal going in and out, and you weren't aware of it. You have the ability to come in later and apologize and and give your list of reasons why it happened, and and asking us if we'd work with you. Whereas G-Man, on the other hand, his list of reasons or his any type of admission of fault, and they're non-existent. Like if he is literally being the shitty rage monster, like he is, here and in the Berto stream and everything like that, we end up with him like he is incapable of admitting any type of fault whatsoever. But then a couple of days later, after he's calmed down and stuff like that, he will be prepared to admit to a fault as long as it's literally the only one that's irrelevant to the conversation.
Yeah, like him not admitting. I have a huge issue with G-Man when he starts threatening children. Like, I turn into a different person. I get very triggered with that. It's part of the reason I could never meet G-Man in real life, because he might say something. Look, in Minecraft, I might be Shani for Christ. I'll have a blackout in Minecraft, and I might become Slappy in Minecraft, if you get what I mean. And I'm pretty sure by the fact that I'm able to flip myself upside down and hold myself several times, that G-Man can't take me. I'm in Minecraft.
Okay, so I keep seeing those videos popping up, and they're really weird. Like I have no, with the context of you're like somehow unconsciously competing with G-Man. I have no comments on. It's like, okay, what is he doing here?
Oh no. Okay, so my pull-ups, that's my warm-up before I start actually using weights. And then after I use weights, I go back outside, or if I'm still outside, that's my finish. And I like to, I've been trying to get back to the point where I could flip myself upside down and put my legs straight up and hold myself that way for a little bit. And G-Man says he's in phenomenal shape, so that's why. Like, if he's in phenomenal shape, he should be able to take my challenges.
See, the problem is though is maybe in the fridge. The problem with G-Man is he believes he's in phenomenal shape. Everything that he has ever actually actively declared that we've been able to fact check, and he's in laughable shape. Like his marathon times. His marathon times are consistently somebody 20 years older than him.
I'm just calling him out.
Oh, I'm fully aware. But like at the same time, he sees me and sees, oh, he's fat. So when he brings up his marathon times, it's like, G-Man, I may not be able to do a marathon in 5 hours, but can you do a 30-mile hike with a 60-pound pack on? Because I can do that.
Yeah. Also, the videos are for people to look at my body.
Okay, now you're bragging. Stop.
Men, women. That's it. And any others.
That should have been Lubus's live stream earlier. He was the one that was, making those jokes. I don't know if he's still here or not. Okay, conversation in the chat here. Okay, so he dismisses secular morality, says objective morals are better, but his behavior is abhorrent 99% of the time. The funny thing is G-Man literally cannot name an objective moral. I've asked him that several times, and he changes the subject every single time.
I think I might understand G-Man's what G-Man means by objective morality as being a former young earth creationist Christian, like that was very close to the things that G-Man used to believe.
Yeah.
So he points to the Bible all the time. So the objective morals have to basically come from the Bible. That's why he says that's why he says slavery is okay if God says so. But he will argue against the transatlantic slave trade. That's why he will.
Okay, hold on. Let's one topic at a time
Yeah.
here. So the transatlantic slave trade, though, was endorsed by Bible thumping Christians. They used the slavery in the Bible to justify the entire transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah, yeah, people have tried telling G-Man that, like, but
Oh, I know, I've tried it, but it never. Okay,
but that's why he's okay with it.
Donna, I don't really shit on his marathons, aside from the fact that because I'm essentially a tall dwarf. I am not built for sprinting. I am built for long, sustained distance. Okay, I like hiking. Okay, I can do a 30-mile hike without a problem. But that's the reason why I can shit on him for stuff like that, is because he doesn't understand that. He looks at me and sees a fat guy. He thinks that all I ever do is sit right here at this desk, even though, like, if you ever go to my channel, you guys would know I don't stream except for very rarely anymore. I'm generally too fucking busy working. And granted, truck drivers, most of the shit that we work is sit down and drive. But aside from the stress that involves, I drive a flatbed, which means that I have to stop every now and then, make sure that my load is secure. I have to secure my own load, which generally involves a fair amount of strength regarding getting those straps cinched down and everything like that. Okay, those are the things that he completely just flat out dismisses, and all he sees is fat guy must be lazy. And like, for me specifically, that's not the case. That's one of the reasons why I love to shit on him about that. And see here, you must understand, G-Man cannot do any kind of figurative languages. He doesn't have beliefs like Shani does. He has sound bites he's borrowed. I haven't heard that one before, but that's a good one. Yes, we are all aware of G-Man's relationship with analogies and hell, anything as simple as sarcasm.
Hey, am I still there?
Oh, you just got really low all of a sudden.
Am I still there?
There you go. Yep.
Oh, that was weird.
It was like your headset disconnected or something.
Yeah, it froze, and I was like, "What?" All right, sorry.
But yeah, he's like these are the issues that we're discussing here. But at the same time, G-Man has, like, we've all seen the streams that G-Man does where he's like walking and talking and does not pay one bit of attention to at the live chat, regardless of what's actually being said. And you can tell he's talking to himself. He's trying to hype himself up, or he's trying to, he's trying to reassure himself. The atheists are still evil. They don't know what they're talking about. They're all stupid. And it's, pardon, it's almost disturbing at that point. Like, just, okay, once again, to reiterate, fragile masculinity. The whole situation is literally somebody who is insecure about their masculinity. And we see this with G-Man constantly. The problem is that he has embraced this like weirdly he's embraced this like weird form of toxic masculinity as being the only possible way to be masculine. Like it's like somebody handed him a Misogyny for Dummies book and basically said, this is how to be a man. And that's like literally that's everything that we've seen him with his pattern of behavior. And these are the things that I'm pointing out just because like the last few videos on my stream have all been about like MGTOW and shit like that. This is the shit that I'm seeing, especially in the last couple of months. And
sorry, he's going to be making some Sandman arguments soon, if you know who he is.
Some Sandman arguments.
Yeah, Sandman, the YouTuber.
You want to explain that
MGTOW.
one?
Oh,
no, I haven't.
Okay, so
see most of the MGTOW idiots that I've been paying attention to have been like the really bad ones, like fucking Andrew Tate.
all right, so sorry, I'll just give a quick a quick example, because I do have other cows that I've been following outside of this community in like the geek rooms. For years. Sandman is a MGTOW that has said some very, very misogynist and interesting things. Some of these videos you can't find anymore. Either he took them down or they are down. But there's a video he took down where it was okay. So it was someone who used to review him. They don't have a channel no more, but I clearly remember the review being about Sandman talking about women's vaginas having some sort of fluid to control men when you stick your dick into it. It was weird at the time, and it's still weird. And like, I wish I could find the video. But that was back in 2015, 2014, or around that time period, maybe 16.
Okay.
I because he said because I was following the people who covered him, and he said a bunch of weird ass shit.
Okay. Comfort Doll. No, I have not started covering the MGTOW monk yet. I'm just barely getting into the manosphere. Okay. So I guess now's a good time to do that. I am now single for the first time in 11 years. I am currently non-active poly, or whatever you want to call it. The thing is the reason why would be because I had to deal with an emotionally abusive relationship, and I was not aware of it for the majority of the time that it was happening. I was being gaslit. I was having to deal with that. I was literally starting to question my own reality until I started documenting things that were being done. I would literally just put it in my calendar, this happened this day, this happened this day, until I was finally able to confront the person that I was dealing with. And I have a lot of major issues that need to be dealt with right now. But I still have the ability to respect women, and so I'm not getting like far into the MGTOW bullshit, but at the same time, I'm having to limit my watching of those videos because because of the way those videos are geared, is they literally target men who are depressed and lonely and stuff like that. They like the higher up people in the upper echelons of MGTOW, they might be the Giga Chads and the man's men and all that stuff, but literally it's there to target your pathetic fucking incels, and that's how they grow their numbers. So I've been limiting my my manosphere videos, but yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been in the manosphere th- stuff for a while. It's just Sandman is just the one that sticks out as a sore memory of like what the fuck, like I I can't believe someone said that type of shit.
Yeah.
It's up there with Shani saying like she doesn't believe that the moon is a real thing. It's
Oh
up there
god,
with
yeah, the moon's a hologram.
yeah, it's up there
Yeah.
with G-Man saying that there's no starving Christians. Like I tried looking for the video. I
Okay,
really have, but
so
I
it's
can't
basically
find it.
just how can you possibly say something that is blatantly wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah. And see, that was the one thing that I had issues with even in doing this video is, people understand that there's toxic masculinity. Slightly fewer people understand that there's toxic femininity. But most people don't realize that there are also fragile versions of both. And the fragile aspect is somebody who has literally embraced the toxic aspect, but they're so insecure about it that they have to constantly remind themselves of what they're doing. So like G-Man here, he has embraced this concept of toxic masculinity to such a degree that he thinks that's the only way he can be labeled as a man. And of course, with the constant trolling that, not just our community, but like everybody that he's ever fucking come in contact with, that, the whole, the gay thoughts, the, just the girl's bike, everything like that. That's a hit to his masculinity. And he has such a huge issue with that literally the second that he is emasculated by a woman, he turns around and just loses his absolute shit.
Let me stick up for G-Man. I know this is just shock for some people, but I want to stick up for G-Man about the girls' bike thing, okay? One, I don't need no one to validate my manhood. I never needed anybody to validate my manhood, okay? I grew up poor.
Uh-huh.
I grew up with like I went into adulthood poor. Or I went into adulthood working part-time jobs, tip jobs, and I didn't have a car, and I had to get around by a bike. And sometimes it would be by a girl's bike. Actually,
Okay.
a friend of mine
I can
gave me
I
a
can add
bike.
my 2 cents to this real quick. Hold on. I can add my 2 cents to this. I grew up low middle class, like literally just enough that we didn't need government assistance, but not enough to actually have money.
Same.
Okay. My first bike that actually had a male seat on it, I didn't get until I was 17. Okay.
Yeah.
I always thought you had to stand up on bikes because just trying to sit down on that seat was a nut cruncher. And
Yeah.
it just did not work. Okay. So I fully understand that. Like I said, it did not have I wasn't even aware that a male bike seat was a thing until I was 17.
Yeah,
So
I'm gonna be honest. I think it's stupid how people like say, "Oh, this is a male's bike.
yeah.
This is a female's bike." Like my mom had a male's bike, and it was her favorite bike until it got a bus. It was on the bus, and it was an accident. So, but it's stupid. Like
Okay. So
like leave G-Man alone about
yeah.
that.
So this is one thing I've got to point out. Donna, yes, there are a lot of channels that promote toxic femininity. Girl defined, transformed wife, those are more still hitting toxic masculinity though, because those are the like biblical gender roles. I understand that those are annoying as fuck. The problem is there's actually a separate form of toxic femininity that literally goes that actually ties in with feminism.
Yeah,
And
it's the sorry.
No, go ahead.
It will be like the feminazis, SJW types. I believe that you're alluding to.
Yes,
The ones that so
misandry.
So there's a reason why I don't subscribe to Rachel Oates anymore. It's because she has that femininity, toxic femininity in it, and she's not malicious about it, but you could tell, like, if you just watch a certain video, she puts it in, and it's something that actually relates back to something that happened to me, and I recognized it like right away, because it's about the R word and how some women are afraid to be around men, and how it's okay to have that fear and hatred to be around men. I was R word by a guy, and I was around toxic homophobes who said because that happened to me, it was okay to be homophobic. So I recognized it right away, and like I was very uncomfortable about that.
Okay, so but the fragile femininity and the toxic femininity that I'm referring to is literally the misandry,
yeah,
the I want to say the fourth wave feminists or the third wave or whatever it's the new wave feminists, where they're literally just out there to hate on all men. Like
it's or use any excuse to hate on all men.
Exactly.
For whatever reason, like contributing crimes to men that didn't commit those crimes.
So the thing is I did get into to one channel that I thought was kind of interesting. I actually thought she was a MGTOW woman at one point in time, until she because I was getting pissed off because it was like, okay, I've got to stop watching this because she's starting to make sense and it's pissing me off. But she is she would be regarded as a first or second wave feminist, where it's the whole it embraces the science behind it. Like, okay, humans are a sexually dimorphic species. Okay, men and women, there are two completely different castes, if you will. There are biological differences between men and women. Okay, sorry. That was my fault. That was technically a transphobic statement. There are biological differences between males and females. The thing is the whole dichotomy there is that, like, I'm a firm believer of the separate but equal statement on that. Is we are a sexually dimorphic species. They're the differences between males and females are biological. You can see them. If you look up a trans woman, 200 years from now, and all you're going to see is a skeleton in a coffin, I do believe that they're going to look at that and say that was a male, because the skeleton, DNA, everything like that is going to show it as male. But at the same time, I have no problems while that person is alive calling them a woman. That does not mean that I'm going to be attracted to them unless they're doing a very good job. But that that's neither here nor there. The thing is that there is a form of toxicity involved in trying to force that view on people without justifying it. And like this goes into the reason why I don't like SJWs either. It's
the argument of give it a try, you might like it.
No,
Like
it's
I've heard that argument come from SJWs.
Okay, so like what I just did, I accidentally said man and woman and corrected myself to male and female. Okay,
Yeah, I heard you.
I had to have that conversation with Kamal not too recently, where he was talking about somebody that he had talked to, and the guy was conservative down in Alabama, you know, that whole thing, and he was being very stubborn about how a man is a man and a woman is a woman. And it was like, okay, so the easiest way to explain that to him is the fact that language evolves. Okay. The entire trans community, there's, you know, what am I trying to say? Who's that jackass? The guy that can't get his wife wet.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Ben Shapiro. There we go.
Fucking
okay.
what?
Sorry.
I would never guess you were talking about that asshole. Holy fuck.
I'm sorry. That's the only way I can associate him anymore is the fact that the WAP song. Okay, so he tries to make a comment to a trans person that, you know, define what a woman is. Okay. The thing is a woman is a person that presents themselves as a woman. A man is a person that presents themselves as a man. Now, regardless of gender identity, because man and woman are associated with gender. You have the biological terms, the medical terms, where a trans man, while presenting themselves as in a masculine form and everything like that, is still going to be a biological female. Okay. Those two terms are still scientifically accurate because gender identity is a new thing. It's not something that the older generations are going to have experience with unless they personally deal with it on a daily basis.
They're pushing back on the meaning of words changing.
Exactly, and that's the shitty issue is we're living in a time where people are bitching over definitions, and
they want to keep it the definition that it used to be.
The conservatives are still adamant about a man is a male, a woman is a female, and those words are synonymous with each other. Whereas the trans community are trying to say that, you know, the meaning of man is this meaning up here, whereas the meaning of male is always been XY chromosome. There, you know, it's.
Look, I just want to say this really quick. I have trans coworkers.
Yes, and Kennedy. That's exactly where I associate with Ben Shapiro.
One of my coworkers, he is female to male.
Mm-hmm.
When he started, he was still under his old identity as a she, with her name. I'm just using it in the past tense, and now it's a he with his name.
Yes,
and he has a bitching beard, and I'm jealous. Like I'm just like, the fuck, like how the fuck do you have a nice beard and I don't? Like I'm like, okay, whatever. Like everybody has a nice beard and I don't. I'm very jelly. So, but he's cool. He's a cool
but
dude.
See, that's the thing is you have a female to male coworker. Are they like? Is it post op everything there, or is it? Are they still
not sure
transitioning?
about I'm not sure about the downstairs, but the breasts are gone.
Okay, so at least there was a double mastectomy involved.
Yes.
So she is able to. Or, sorry, he is able to present as a male without too much fluff involved, right?
Yeah, full beard, the voice change, the surgeries.
Looking at them on the street, you would look at them and go, okay, that's a guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
You and
The problem is
them,
though
you
is
wouldn't
the
know.
conservative party that are sitting there bitching about like trans bathroom rights.
They want to make him into a female again.
Well,
Like,
it's not even that, but that whole thing that they fear of having a guy walk into the women's bathroom. What they don't realize is that trans man that you're discussing now, who has a better beard than you, would have to walk into the women's bathroom under that law.
No. That's horrible. Yeah. No, that's horrible.
Okay, I don't know what happened there. See if I can get back in here. Okay, let's see how to do that. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I have no idea what the hell happened there. We also have Alan in here now.
Okay, thanks. I also kind of felt like I was like, did I do that? Because the moment I came in, that's when like the stream seemed to crash. I was like, was that me?
I really have no idea what the hell that happened. All I saw was it just started like glitching out on my end, and it was like, okay, I know I was mid sentence. I have no idea where I was at though.
Yeah, strange. But anyway, I think Nick was saying something. You there, Nick? Nick.
Oh no,
Okay.
I guess Nick. Okay. Let's see here.
Guess he has issues on his end too. They'll probably be back.
Let's see here. Devices not connected.
That's why I get annoyed with all these StreamYard commercials, like
All
high
right.
quality streaming.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm like,
I have no idea what just happened.
I don't know why my whole thing just crashed. Okay.
Oh, I thought that was my phone because I'm on my phone and does that from time to time. I was like,
probably
damn.
a combination of both.
Yeah, I got the potato phone going on right now.
Oh well, I understand that. Like I said, my little Galaxy is it's like an A12, so like it's a Walmart potato. But
I'm currently trying to look for my plug because my plug in my car is not charging my phone properly. So I want to finally go into the gym and work out and make videos towards G-Man.
Let's see here. But
I remember the stream when you're all Mr. 12 pack to G-Man.
Go back up
The
here.
last thing I know we were talking about is we were talking about the transphobic laws that will have someone like my coworker go into a lady's bathroom even though he's a guy. Mm,
Oh, comfort doll. That's a low blow. I've never said that in my life.
Oh, really quickly, I would like to put on for the record when I was talking about Rachel Oates,
Yep.
the what like her using traumatic experience to justify being okay with misandry. It shouldn't be that way. It should be you need to hold the person accountable that did it. It took
Yep.
me a long time to understand that, and now I hold the person accountable for what he did to me and no one else.
No,
I'm
actually, I can
not
agree
to
with you on that one.
I'm not to blame. No one else is to blame. He did the crime. He's the one that needs to be held accountable. It's sad that some people never get that. I've explained why I've never got that. I'm not going to go into that, but I wanted to make sure that was for the record, just in case.
Yep.
Just in case.
Actually, no, that does tie into what I was thinking just a second ago. So the misandry issue that I was talking about. There are a lot of women that are they're using the hashtag blame men or stuff like that, and that was immediately hit with backlash with the whole hashtag not all men. That backlash I actually do feel is partially justified. I don't feel that it could have been handled in a better way, but there are women that are basically blanket blaming the entire male half of our population for the stupid shit that 4 or 5 guys have done to them.
And
like a comfort doll, I completely agree with you. Individual accountability. Okay.
Yeah, that's the sad thing is I remember. Oh, sorry.
No, I was about to say this would be a lot easier if I had like Mindy in here or something. But the easiest way to explain that would be like one of the three of us sitting here just like bitching and railing about some psychotic ex that we had, and then turning around and going, all women are shit. Now it's not exactly fair, obviously, but like I'm sure Alan, Nick, I'm sure you guys have had that one girlfriend that's that was a fucking nutball. Okay, the easiest way to explain that. That particular, like even the emotional abuse that I've been dealing with recently, that does not hold a candle to the one ex that I have that I consider a complete psycho that I had in 2011. Okay, I do not use that ex that was a complete psycho to judge all women. That would be completely unfair.
Yeah. It's sad because there's always going to be people that like, the backlash you're talking about. You're going to want to backlash the hashtag not all men. Well, unfortunately, the actual misogynists are going to participate in that, not because they recognize the nuance, but just because they want to trigger the feminists, trigger the libs, so they'll get in on it. Like,
I agree.
Like that whole
yeah. Like you're hitting my anti-tribalism right now. This is the reason. This is the reason, though, that I have issues with conservatives. I have issues with liberals. I have issues with I have issues with Democrats and Republicans. I have issues with MGTOW and SJWs. When you're on the far end of any spectrum, you're going to be wrong about half of your arguments.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Or if your arguments are right, it'll be for the wrong intentions. That's what I've noticed.
Yeah, even then, like even for the right reasons, your arguments are still going to be wrong from, even just looking at it from a slightly different perspective. And like, okay, a perfect example that I have, because I am on the far end of one spectrum that I'm fully aware of, and that's the carnivore vegan thing. Okay, I am fully aware that there are situations where people have to eat something besides meat. Okay, but the scientific, portion of what I'm aware of also points to humans requiring meat in their diet. Okay, you don't have to go the extreme route that I did when, a couple of years ago when I lost 100 pounds. But at the same time, there is a factor in there that the vegans are flat out refusing to understand. Like, I really wish it was still on his channel, but apparently it got taken down because it violated TOS in some form. But there is literally a video of Vegan Gains where he had to inject vitamin D in between his toes because he was getting absolutely shit vitamin D in his diet.
I heard about
Okay.
that video.
Okay. And it got taken down for a violation of TOS. The thing is when your diet is so shitty and you're trying to say that it is an awesome diet, suitable for every stage of life, which is what they claim, and it's literally killing children from malnutrition. It's literally giving you these fucked up, malnourished people. And then it's giving you these people that are trying to endorse it, having to inject shit in between their toes. It's not a good diet.
No.
Okay. And at the same time, I am more than willing to call out the people on my side. Fucking Sferenge. He is a psychotic dumbass that claims that you have to eat raw meat. And, he got this entire thing by sun gazing for too long. And it's like, who the fuck sun gazes? Okay. I mean, I have no problems calling out the dumbasses on my side. But that's just like, yes, I'm left of center. I have no issues calling out I have no issues calling out the left, just like I have no issues calling out the right.
Well, yeah, it also goes back to me with the whole like masculinity versus femininity thing, because like I talked to you about,
right
there doesn't seem to be a middle ground anymore.
Exactly.
Donna, well, what's even worse is I identify as left wing, but that's like, look, most of my views are left wing, therefore I'm going to call myself a liberal, but that doesn't mean I'm adherent to liberalism. If someone liberal does something stupid, I'm going to call it out. And if I see a candidate that's a Republican, but I think he or she's a good candidate, I'll vote for him.
Yeah.
But back to the femininity thing I was trying to get to, because I've already talked about how I used to be kind of an incel. On a social level, it was weird because politically I hated misogyny, but in my personal life I was pretty misogynistic.
I think we've all been there at one point in time.
Yeah, exactly. It's a weird space to be too.
It's a weird learning experience for guys.
It is. It really is. And in regards to G-Man, my frustration was I hate myself because I'm not a good candidate for women. That's what I thought. I thought I wasn't a good candidate. Turns out I am, because every time I do get with a woman, they become obsessed to the point where jerking off becomes a privilege. But fucking, I'm not even trying to be funny. Like it felt that way with my ex. It really did.
If I had a partner where jerking off was a privilege, I'd be happy with that relationship.
Yeah, I'm not bitching about it. I'm just saying that was the level of obsession that was going on. It was awesome until the insecurity came up. But even then, I was like angry at myself for not being a good candidate. And I was also angry at women for not accepting me for who I was. But I've noticed with G-Man and others like him, they're upset with women for not following a rule in society, like the 1950s standard. It's like they want to enforce these rules because themselves that they cannot win a woman on their own with their wits, their charm, their looks, or if they want an established order that guarantees that woman for them. And That's kind of the vibe I get when I look at all these men who are like, oh, we got to go back to this, we got to go back to that. I'm like, wow, I see right through you. You're insecure in yourself, as I was, but
you're referencing Lucas Werner now, right?
honestly, I was not even thinking of the guy because I'm not well versed in the Wern universe. But
okay, yeah.
Sorry. Like how just trying to use an example, like how men should always pay for a date, like that as a toxic trait.
I believe that is a toxic trait. Yes.
Because so I am dating someone, and so our dates go like this: I'll pay for a date, she'll pay for a date. So our next date it's her turn because our last date it was me.
Yeah.
So that's how she wants it, and so that's what she wants it. Like she made it clear that's how she wants our relationship to be. So that's fine.
That's a healthy relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are partners.
Yeah.
So like I'm assuming we know you have a job. I'm assuming she has a job.
Yes.
Okay. So you are two responsible adults that have decided that you want to spend time together, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So paying for each other like that, like, you know, one day it's mine, one day it's yours. That is the ultimate, you know, healthy relationship in that situation. Like the only other way would be splitting the bill every time, which that can get irritating. So I agree with you. Like, you know, I'll catch you this one, you catch the next one. That is a perfectly healthy relationship. And I'm assuming there's no I'm assuming there's no transactional sex involved on this either.
We're just in the dating stage right now. And right now she cannot have sex.
Okay.
No, she's a new. I am dating a new mother, so right now she 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 needed to have the baby cut out.
Okay. You don't need to go that deep into it, but yeah.
Yeah, we're
like,
not there yet.
But I
Kissing,
like
yes.
when that particular event comes around, though, I'm assuming it's not going to be transactional.
I hope not.
Okay. I mean, that was what I was getting at.
Yeah.
So that right there, like I said, that's a very healthy relationship. Obviously, the kid's not yours. You're prepared to deal with that, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Baby's cute.
No, it doesn't bother me one bit. I mean, I've gotten into plenty of relationships with women that you know, just had kids. The thing is men, healthy men, like mentally healthy men, we generally don't have an issue raising other kids. And it's when you get into the toxicity involved in it, like with the MGTOW side. It's, you know, that woman's got 2 kids. She's obviously been railed by 50 dudes or whatever the hell they want to say.
Or that she's of no value anymore.
There you go. The value system, whatever the fuck they're trying to pull there. That right there pisses me off. Okay.
I like moms.
Well, I mean, I have no problems with them either. I really don't feel like being a dad again. My kids are teenagers. So like if a woman I'm dating has teenagers, sure, that's fine, because teenagers can at least not die for a half hour. But okay, but if I'm dating a new mother and she's like, yo, oh yeah, I just got out of the hospital 6 months ago, and I'm going to be like, do I really want to deal with that young of a child? Probably not.
So I knew her before she was pregnant, and I've always been very attracted to her. But I knew she was in a relationship, and then I just knew knew all suddenly the relationship was over. But
Mm-hmm.
then like she was kind of like avoiding me because she knew I liked her and stuff.
Yeah.
And that's because she was nervous because she was pregnant and she didn't know how I would respond to that. So like when I found out, it was like when she when it became kind of apparent.
Okay.
And I made it clear that I was still interested in dating her and getting to know her.
Well, then
So,
I mean, I assume you're going to be letting us know. That way I can be the first to call you a motherfucker.
oh.
Come on, it's a joke. It's funny.
God damn it.
I got it.
Oh, look
Oh,
who's in the chat.
Afro-humanist. Oh, I'm pretty sure the link is still pinned if you want to hop in.
Yeah. You know, to piggy off of what Nick said, it always bothered me, this whole thing of like, oh, you're dating a woman with a kid, you're a cook. Like, Jesus. Well, here's my thing. I got a vasectomy. I don't ever want to have kids, but if I were to adopt a kid, knowing what's going to happen, because you know that I'm on the autistic spectrum, and I am terrified of the idea of passing it on to my child. And from what I've read, I don't know if this is outdated, people with mild autism can transfer severe autism to their kid, and that would just be devastating for both me and the spouse, because I live next to a kid who was severely autistic, sweet kid, but man, did the care of him took a toll on his parents. You could just tell, and I'm just like, nope, I never want to bring that to my spouse ever, or any partner of mine.
And see, that's actually the issue, though, is there is a lot of neurodivergence that that translates to autism or anything like that. Because like I've had untreated ADHD since I was a kid,
right?
And my youngest son is on the spectrum, and like his mother's fine. I was never diagnosed with autism, but at the same time, there was a lot of symptoms that I have that coincide with what used to be Asperger's. And Asperger's is essentially the lower part of the autism spectrum. So I'm fairly certain that's where my youngest son gets it, and that's where all that extra parental research has to come into play.
Yeah, it does. Well, that goes to where I was going to say, because I don't know where it was where I saw G-Man or Vaughn talking shit about people who like adopt kids. I don't know when they've done that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, that's going to be so fun.
Fucking every humanists have fun with that. Well, fucking for me, I always like the idea of adopting or knowing what's going on, because I'm like, okay, I found this kid. I don't have to worry. I'm not trying to hate on kids who have any of these symptoms. It's like, okay, good. I know they are fine. They don't have any, ailments, deformities, or anything. Nothing that I have to be concerned about. I'm not saying that those things make a kid less valuable. I'm saying that they make your kid someone you have to care even more for. I mean, I'm sure all of us would not want to have anything wrong with our kid that we have to be concerned about. And we wouldn't want our kids suffering from a deformity or a certain neurological disorder. We wouldn't want that for any of our offspring. I'm not trying to hate on, differences. I'm saying that those differences can cause stress. So the idea of adopting or meeting a woman with kids that are already like halfway raised, I'm like, oh, thank God, less work for me. So I don't understand these people who are like, oh, you're getting with someone else's kid, you're a cuck. I'm like, I don't want to raise my own kid from scratch. Fuck that. No, I am a lazy bitch.
And see, I've had that issue too. The thing is one thing that I've noticed, like it's socially acceptable for a man to take care of another guy's kids.
Yeah.
But like me as a single dad, I've gotten that actually gets me a lot of attention, but it does not help whatsoever in the actual dating department, because there is a horrible number of women that are not prepared to not be number one in your life.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's the issue is, as a single dad, not to use the single mom term, but my kids come first.
Of course.
And like, I have no issues whatsoever completely dropping a partner if my kids don't like her. Now, I generally get, I try to get all sides of the issue. What the hell is going on first?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, if it comes down to it, it's like, Dad, I've got this problem and they're not dealing with it, then, bring that attention, sit down, have the family discussion. And it's like, what the hell's going on? These are the issues we're having. These are the problems. This is how we can fix this. And then it come to, well, I'm, I don't see why you're taking your son's word over me. And it's like, well, that's because my son comes first. I mean, my son's been, I've literally been in his life, all of his life. There's nothing there that's going to separate that. So generally that ends up getting, with them getting pissed off and storming out. And it's like, okay, whatever.
That is definitely a thing I've noticed with women. And I'm not saying it does not exist with men, because I've never dated any men yet.
Mm-hmm.
But for what I've noticed, I think that's another reason why some women have become obsessed with me, because I'm a very, very affectionate person when I'm with my partner. So I think that causes them to think like, oh, he's head over heels in love with me. I'm like the love of his life. I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, I do genuinely care about you, but we just met. It doesn't mean I'm fucking like infatuated. I'm just appreciating, what I have. I'm appreciating the moment. But I think they take that as like a holy shit, I'm number one to him. And that's why one of them found out my address and sent me a love letter right on time on Valentine's Day. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm not some chick magnet who gets girls all the time, but when I do get them, fuck, they get obsessed.
Comfort Doll, I would love for you to come in here.
Oh, hell yeah. Talking about sexuality and all that, we need a woman's perspective. Go ahead, Nick, sorry.
So I understand that the baby comes first, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I understand that completely. I've told her if you need something, if I can help in any way, just let me know. Her aspect is she doesn't really want to ask for help, so I just so I would do I'll bring like flowers and maybe wipes over. Who, Mrs. Parker?
Yeah.
God damn.
Well, StreamYards is linked in there. I'm sure we've no problems having your fine ass in here.
Funny, because I called her that in chat. I was like, "Hey, fine ass."
Hey, you're gonna have to play the Mrs. Parker intro if she has to come in. Like I don't know if we have that, but the G-Man one.
Oh my God, Miss Parker just reminded me of another calc. She wrote G-Man as a man, a real man. That reminds me of fucking Jerry
there we
Justice.
Go. I would love to have both of your inputs on this.
Hell yeah.
Yes, let's get
I wonder if G-Man's
let's get the
watching.
ladies in here. Probably is.
No, not 3 hours in.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I have a theory about G-Man that came to me recently. So he's talking about going on.
Just reminding everybody, this is a really good alcoholic soda.
Oh,
there she is.
I'm gonna have to try that. Hi, Mrs. Parker.
Hello. How are you guys doing?
Really good.
Great.
Let me get my G-Man theory out really quick, and then I'll shut the fuck up. Okay, so G-Man's not working. So he's talking about being on all these platforms and pushing this anti-LGBT thing. Talked about supporting the Westboro Baptist Church, even though he called them heathens when he talked to Jacqueline Glenn, because he likes to bring that up. I found the clip. It's almost like he should shut up. He's I honestly think that G-Man is watching videos that are directed about him or talking about him, and probably is watching them in parts, because he's not working. He's outside of like him walking from point A to B. Yeah, that's just my theory. I think G-Man that's why he's been getting mad and going crazy lately. Like, I think he needs to walk away from YouTube. All right, that is my theory. I'm just saying.
No, I mean, we've all pretty much been saying that he's needed to walk away from YouTube for the last few years, but he can't. It's not in his character. So anyways, Miss Parker, how are we doing?
Miss Parker, I think you're muted.
Okay.
To quote Mrs. Parker, the only cock that she wants shoves down her throat is
There you go. Yeah, you're good.
There we go. Yes.
And she's gone again.
I got yes, and then you muted yourself again.
Why do you keep doing that? Oh, I think it's because my phone. It doesn't like when my phone goes to sleep. Oh, that's because, come here, puppies. I'm out walking my dogs, and there are some drug addicts who apparently came here and thought the park was empty or they could fuck in the park, and my dogs barked at them, so they drove off. And I'm like, it's not my fault. My dogs aren't vicious. Could have got your head and left. But anyway, long story short, yes, G-Man watches everything that we put online about him. He's one of those people who is going to Google himself. He does look for it. You don't even have to tag him. I noticed that. I did a whole experiment for over like 3 months, tagging and not tagging him in things. He finds everything regardless. So he's exceptionally paranoid. Also, G-Man suffers from toxic masculinity overload. He grew up in a family with an exceptionally abusive masculine figure. His father was obviously toxically masculine. The way he speaks, that's something that's passed down to him. His savior, not his savior, his role model, Kent Hovind, is toxically masculine. I don't think G-Man had a chance. When you take somebody who's mentally disabled, and I mean that in the nicest way possible, G-Man, I know you're watching. I mean that in the nicest way possible. When you take somebody who's just mentally disabled and you force this very aggressive self-worth on, think about it. G-Man doesn't have anything other than his masculinity. That's all he has.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. Literally, he's embraced this toxic masculinity to the point where pretty much every time that any of us actually emasculate him, he goes on a tirade.
It's his only defining factor. It's like somebody who tries to define themselves based on their sexuality. It's like, oh, you're gay. Great, but what else? Right? Like what other aspects do you have to your personality? That's G-Man. G-Man has defined himself by the fact that he is a Mayan. He's a Mayan's Mayan. He has a penis.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's all he really has.
I'm sorry. Have you guys heard what just to go back to G-Man's hero, Kent Hovind, did you hear what he recently did to Cindy? Not the assault, but him violating a restraining order. Being
of course did he. I did not hear about him violating a restraining order. Kent Hovind, let me just to inform everybody. I don't know how many people are in the chat. Technically, we're not supposed to talk about this, but because I already know there's probably not enough people in here to get me in trouble, I'm gonna say it anyway. So what we uncovered is Kent Hovind. Oh my God, what is that? A rat? My dog just brought me a rat, homie. Hold on, yo.
Oh shit.
Did she just drop out?
Yeah, she did.
Oh.
Okay. So yes, actually, I was aware of the Kent Hovind thing. I was actually trying to find the video where G-Man flipped out and jumped into Brett Keen's stream, basically just fucking verbally assaulting Cindy.
Oh no.
There you go.
I apologize. I don't know exactly what happened, but my dog brought me a rat. Either that or it's like it's a bird. It's a petrified bird. It's freaky.
Just bringing you a present.
Yeah, I don't. It freaked me out. I hit the wrong button. I apologize. I forgot what I was saying. What was I talking about?
You were talking about Kent Hovind.
Yeah.
Oh, the Kent Hovind case. Okay,
Whoop.
so in the Kent Hovind case, here's what technically we're not supposed to talk about, but I'm going to do it in a very vague way. The man who brought Zay, the young boy, to Kent Hovind's BAL compound,
Yeah.
now has an FBI federal case against him. He is now on the run. We have not been able to locate him in the last 3 months. So it's interesting that Kent Hovind would be lashing out at people who know about what happened because his wife Cindy ended up getting interviewed by the FBI to find out what actually happened between Chris Jones and the young man Zay.
Oh shit.
Hello.
Because we have
Yeah, we
right
got you,
now
Nick.
there are 3 children that are alive right now who can testify to what happened to them on DAL campus. And these motherfuckers are sweating bullets because all 3 of those children have come forward and they are talking.
Oh shit, that's horrible.
What's up, Nick?
Sorry. It's not the Kent Hovind stuff that I'm referring to is something new. So Atheist Junior, that's his YouTube name. He covers a lot of Kent Hovind stuff, and I follow Atheist Junior, and he was talking about recently it has come out that Cindy Lincoln was at a garage sale hanging out with some friends, and Kent Hovind says, "Oh well, that's the route we take when we go to eat after church and stuff." Hovind,
oh Jesus.
Oh yeah, Kent Hovind's not supposed to be around her at all.
Yeah.
Period.
He went to the garage sale and was sitting and like smiling at her and waving. Then he went to go talk to the person before leaving. So
That's intimidation. Yeah, that's what he does. He does that to so many people. I am so happy there's evidence of that. I can't fucking wait. Kent Hovind and Chris Jones are going to go so far under the jail. They better hurry up and lock them in PC because
but it gets kind of worse because you got his compound people covering for him.
Exactly. No, they've been covering, honey. Well, if you go back to the Kent Hovind deep dive that I did, we've got there's evidence, video of Kent Hovind talking to his cult members about the barrels and missing bodies, homeless people who have gone missing, and suches and things. It's dark, it's dirty, and the FBI knows more than I know. And what I know is that he's going to be at the bottom of the fucking jail. That's all I can say. That's all I can fucking say.
I just thought it was interesting that G-Man recently, made threats towards a woman, and his hero recently it came out is intimidating a woman.
It's not even surprising. Women are not. you have to understand for the type of Christian that G-Man is, women are not even second class citizens. We're not. Okay, so the way the hierarchy works,
You're not
there's
human.
God. Well, it's not that we're not human. We're human. We're just not the same type of human that men are. Because you have
Yeah.
God, then you have men, then you have the government, then you have women. Women aren't even up there with like business and corporation. You know what I mean? Like we're a byproduct of the male body. So we don't have autonomy. We're just an extension of, we're a detachable penis.
That
Sorry, I recall a weird MGTOW argument recently that was basically talking about this guy was reviewing this feminist and turned around and listed off this number of things that you couldn't that she wouldn't have without men.
Exactly.
And the only response that I could think of on that one though is, you know what you couldn't have without women? Men.
Life. Yeah. Like you wouldn't have been born, homie. Like you need a womb. Like no matter how you cut it, you still need a womb. And but like I said, like that's that male, that's I think the most toxic of misogyny.
Yep. Misogyny.
That's the word. There you go, misogyny. That's how it gets most toxic, when men start to believe that women are just an extension of masculinity. And that's when you see the worst, because that's when they decide that, hey, I have authority over your autonomy. Your body is not yours. Your body belongs to me. I'm owed your body because you came from me. And that's when things get really scary.
Oh no, I completely agree with you on that. That's actually we kind of segued into toxic masculinity and toxic femininity.
Toxic femininity, same thing. Yeah, same thing.
Oh, fucking,
same thing. It gets real gross.
The misandrists that have tried to hijack the feminism label.
Yes, and it does get really weird. Like I didn't understand toxic femininity until I honestly, and I'm not even trying to throw shade, until DC did what she did, and then people started throwing it out there, like this whole this feminine movement and this turf shit, and I was like, what does all this stuff mean?
Yeah.
And toxic femininity came up, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And then I look into it, and I'm like, oh, girl defined.
Well, see, okay, so girl defined and like the toxic housewives that bitch about single women.
Yeah. Yes.
That's one form of it. There's it's almost like you've got so you've got the MGTOW, the red pill stuff, and then you've got the black pill.
The men who hate women, who just hate the existence of women.
Exactly.
So, and yeah, like you said, there's
so you've got the two forms of toxic masculinity, and then you've got the two forms of toxic femininity, and it's like I said that there are for some reason there's a lot more showcased in the toxic femininity that are just like women that absolutely fucking hate men.
Well, we have a tendency in our society. Well, as humans, we always gravitate towards the most negative, right? So whatever's the most sensational, we're gonna highlight that more than anything.
And I mean, I can't even get on TikTok anymore because of that shit.
Oh, you ruined your algorithm.
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me that there seems to be more women who hate men than men who hate women, because, like, women have been oppressed for so long in this country, so it doesn't shock me.
Well, and then if you go,
I'm not trying to say one's worse than the other. I'm just saying it doesn't surprise me that
they're both equally toxic.
I agree.
I would say
wholeheartedly
they're
agree.
both equally toxic, and I would also argue there's like this argument on both sides. They're like, oh, women abuse men more and men abuse women more, and I have looked at some of those studies. Depending on who's doing the study, the results kind of change. And what I've come away with
they skew
is that
constantly.
they constantly skew. So what I've kind of come away with is that humans are exceptionally abusive to each other. abuse doesn't know gender, rape doesn't know gender. And it's something that I had to really start to get my mind around, because me being a victim and being female, I very much so ignored the men who suffer
Yeah.
from those things. So it's really, really hard. And I think a lot of times we fall into that bias too, right?
Yep.
We want to believe that men are the villains and they're the worst things ever, and we forget that women can do the same thing. It doesn't have gender, you know.
Okay, so
Well, you
like what
definitely.
I was just saying, I am now recently single for the first time in 11 years. Um, the last relationship that I had to deal with, I was literally being gaslit and emotionally abused for the last few years, where I was questioning my reality. The only thing that like I can prove that I've been emotionally abused for the last 6 months or so, and that's because I've literally been marking down when things happen. And I mean that's the issue that I was having until I finally confronted them, and then it was uh, literally it was kind of like half-ass acknowledged and then completely dismissed. So at that point in time, it was like, okay, we're done. There's no you just completely invalidated every single thing that I came to this table with. We're done. There's nothing for it.
Um, sorry.
But yeah,
Uh,
that
I
right there,
just like how we've
emotional
been
abuse is still
witnessing.
abuse. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Witnessing Jason's abuse.
Yes,
Is
I think it's still missed on a lot of people. People still don't get that.
yeah, like
Oh, he definitely is.
yeah, abuse could
Oh,
happen to
sorry. There we go.
anybody. It's just ooh. Oh, it's the Afro humanist. Hello.
Hey, how we
Is
doing?
it Afro
This is Afro
Humanist?
Humanist.
Oh my God, I love you so much. This is my first time being on a stream with Afro Humanist, and I just want to say thank you so much, Carnivorous A, for hosting the room, and
Mm.
thank you, Humanist, for coming in. I
Oh, thank
freaking
you.
love your channel.
Well,
Love it.
Oh,
Like
thank
hashtag
you.
goals.
I
Like I
mean, I
want to
am
do stuff like that.
I am 5 drinks in, but we're having fun, so we're gonna keep going.
All right, so Nick, back to what you were saying.
Oh yeah. Jason's abuse is so like Miss Parker was saying. eh, Sorry, I got a little jumbled up there, but
Well,
as Miss
abuse doesn't know gender. A lot of
yeah
people forget that abuse knows gender. Like, and we want to believe that it's men abusing women and it's always Beauty and the Beast situation, and that's not what it is. You know, it's
Yeah.
just
yeah
that there are fucked up people who do shit to people, and we forget that. We always want to draw lines. You know.
yeah I so uh like looking at Jason's abuse, okay, like
Hmm.
I'm very conflicted about it because one, he's a child abuser, so um
Hmm.
I tend to be very hostile towards child abusers because I was abused in a RTC. Lola, I think, stole that
She
being in a
stole a lot of her
RTC from
story
me.
from everybody.
Eh,
Yeah, she just
because I
picked
shared
up
that on
bits and
Secular
pieces.
Opinions channel. I remember that. So,
Same.
but anyways, I was horribly abused, and for a whole year. Um, and like that has always resonated with me that because it was done by adults.
Yeah,
Um,
people
and
you trusted. Yep.
yeah, and like so child abusers really, like it triggers me. That's why I will let G-Man know on the quickness that you know I will fuck with him, and he knows that. um I just make him paranoid, 666, um
Hmm.
but it's it's something that when you look at it, it's like Jason's being abused. Shani hit him that night. We all heard it.
Yes.
When
Oh
she
yeah,
said, "Come here," there you heard a slap. She hit him, and then he
Yeah.
said later, "My face hurts."
Well,
yeah,
we've seen Jason with bruises. We've
Yeah.
seen there's a lot of people who don't remember, but Jason used to have a lip ring.
yeah.
Yep.
He had a ring on his lip, and then there was a time when all of a sudden his lip was split right
Yeah.
down the middle.
People
And
kept
we made
saying, "Get
jokes about him
chapstick."
having a vagina for a lip and all this fun stuff. But if you really pay attention to what happened when Jason's lip all of a sudden got split,
Mm.
that's when they got into a fight.
I can tell you where it happened.
Uh-huh.
During the apartment walkthrough. There was blood all
Yep.
over the wall right there at the middle landing on that stairwell.
Yep. Just blood sprayed all over him.
Yep.
Everybody's trying to figure out what
And
happened to his
and
lip. Why won't it
if
heal?
anybody's ever had a piercing ripped out, it
Mhm.
splatters.
It's a very dramatic scene,
Yeah.
and it's people forget that she did that to him. People forget that Jason was sitting on the stairs. I reviewed it maybe once or twice.
Mm-hmm.
There's the video when Shani gets arrested and Jason is sitting on the stairs. There's no audio, but you
Mm.
can see him covered in bruises up and down his legs
Yep.
and his arms. And you can hear just kind of read his mouth. And he's like, I'm fine. Everything, it's okay. I'm fine.
Yeah.
You can see him trying to reassure the cops. It literally looks like a scene from a fucking Lifetime movie. It's one of the
Yeah.
saddest things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah. That. So, okay. So I have been more open about talking about being an RTC now. Uh, but I do remember that there was a point where I broke where I would say to myself, "Everything is fine.
Everything's
Everything's
fine.
okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, you're okay. You're fine. Nothing's wrong. You deserve that." Like you get that in your head, especially like
Mm-hmm.
if you can't escape.
Yeah, you tell
So
yourself it's almost over, everything's fine, all of those things, and you can see the look on his face, and
Can
it's
I
so sad. Go ahead. I'm sorry,
can
baby.
can I just add here that with Rev, I'm also conflicted, but there are no excuses. This is an autistic child. I've got a 13-year-old autistic child, and
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
it just the thought that a grown adult would go in my
No.
son's room while he's asleep and
Mm-hmm.
kick him in the
Now, see,
head
I have
and
to agree
beat
with
him.
Comfort Doll on that one though.
Yeah.
That story is really off, or there's something off about
Exactly.
it.
He was
There's
fast
something
asleep. There's something not quite right about that story.
exactly.
No,
What
yeah,
happened, I think if everybody was to pay attention to kind of what Shani and Rev said over the week of their lives, recounting that situation, what we were able to piece together, this is a Parker theory here. All right. So what I pieced together is Shani and Rev ended up in a fight because Rev wanted to watch a movie that had a vaguely graphic scene of a young girl talking about a sexual assault. This triggered Shani, pissed her off so much so that she got into an argument with Rev. Well, this is a layover argument that they had had 3 to 4 days before because their son had already called the cops a couple of days before. Now, when they get into the second argument over the television show, Rev starts fighting. The child is scared. The cops told him the first time, if Rev comes back, call the police and we'll save you. We'll make sure he leaves. So what does he do? He's 14 years old. He calls the police. He hears the fighting that he's so used to in the bedroom happening all over again. So he calls the cops. The child was never hurt. The reason why CPS had to come and take the kids is because they were staying in a house that wasn't sanctioned and or fit for humans to live in. It was permitted for you to work at the house. It's not permitted for people to live there. That's why the kids got taken. There was no food. There was no fucking electricity. That's why there's a recording of G-Man saying, I'm not going to pay the lights. And if you hear G-Man talk about the situation, he says, what does he say? There's things I
He
could
said
have done
there
to
were things
keep
that
the
I had to
kids.
have done. Yep.
But I
Yep.
didn't do them. So we already know the story. We just got to piece it together. It's all there.
Can I just say this is my opinion. My opinion is that G-Man just give back that home. He really needs to just give it back because number one, he got that home, the conditions with which that home was given to him. One, that's it's questionable. That Rev wasn't quite there with was he capable of making such decisions? And secondly, why would you take on a home and you can't do it up? You can't fix it. You can't. What's the point? What exactly? Do you guys remember the video where what's his name now? G-Man said when he's done selling that home, he will be as rich as Rev when Rev started it. So G-Man was hoping to sell the home and have at least $750,000 in his pocket. He was saying he's going to be
Here,
there was
do
that
you want to
video.
know what? Do
He
you
said
want to
he's
know what's
going to
worse?
be. He said he's
I
going
got
to
one.
be a millionaire
I
when
got one worse than you. I got one worse
this is.
than that.
Oh
G-Man
my.
said, G-Man and Shani both said that house is restitution to G-Man.
Oh.
Shani paid her restitution by giving G-Man that house. It was amazing.
Um, sorry. I want to answer Afrohumanist's question.
Yes.
Okay. So the eviction saga is okay. Is when the first time G-Man got the house, Jason wasn't in the right mind.
No, Jason was wet brained at that time.
Yeah. When
Exactly.
G-Man
And then they got
received
the
the
house
house
back.
with the paperwork, is
They had a
it was
lawyer.
last year. It was before the taxes were up on the house. Jason
It
was
was
fair
about
minded.
13, 14 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
Jason
they
was
went
fair
through the
minded.
bank. Yeah. That argument only would have worked the first time around. This time he did it himself, which is absolutely insane. The
So
only
you're
thing
so you're
Jason
so you're
might be able
basic.
to argue, the only thing that could help Jason is if Jason argues that he's a victim of some type of, you know,
He'll have to argue
abuse.
he's a victim from Shani making him do it.
Well, I mean
Exactly. He'd have to be some type of abuse victim.
that's not a hard argument to sustain, though.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I think that's where a lot of people are torn, because if you look at it, it does appear that Jason is just another victim of Shani. Jason, before Shani met Jason was just an alcoholic incel in his house having sex with a torso. Jason was totally fine hanging out with his friend that he loved to death. He helped a trans woman transition because he loved her so much.
Oh yeah, Nadia.
Yeah, Nadia. Jason was a decent idiot. He was an idiot. He definitely was
a rich,
yeah.
We've got we've got to acknowledge the elephant in the room on that one, though. Jason loved Nadia.
Yes, he loved her.
Like he was so in love with her.
And he still talks about her to this day. Like he really did love Nadia.
The streams that he was on, he would when he was getting drunk, he would literally yell at her. Yeah, he would yell at her about how much that she meant to him, and and then he would do the incel thing where about how much she owed him for what all the things that he did to her or for her.
Yeah. Exactly. Like he was toxic because he was an incel. Granted, he was totally an incel. I'm not excusing that, But what I'm saying is like he wasn't hurting anybody. He really wasn't. He was just this weird little drunk dude in his house living off residuals. Okay. And then Shani came into his life. She literally
The wrecking ball.
Yes, she really did. She took everything from him.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I've got a segue here for a second. So just to counterman the incel thing, like I said, I did just recently end up single for the first time in 11 years. I ended up with my my petty purchase already.
Yeah.
just to piss off the most recent ex, I ended up buying a $1,300 Sibian instead of a fleshlight. So you go figure figure my fucking incel mentality. Where
holy shit!
Yeah.
Did you order a companion doll?
No.
What's a Sibian?
A Sibian. Okay, a Sibian is a half barrel contraption that has a vibration and a piston function.
Holy
It's
shit.
specifically for women. But my petty brain basically said, okay, so you know you're gonna manipulate me and do all this shit. My next girlfriend is going to have one hell of a fun toy.
Well, then
Two
you know
things
what
to
point.
add to that.
And those things aren't cheap. Can't even say.
No, they're not.
Remember we checked it out on my stream. On one of my streams, we checked out the price. $1,200 for
holy shit.
The day that you checked it was the day that I made the payment.
Good
to add to all this, number one, comfort doll. You're right. There's sometimes overlap between the two. And second, G-Man, a Sibian is worth $1,300, unlike the bloated sack that you paid for. Yeah, that's all I had to say.
Not like
I know your
raw
bitch
meat.
ass is watching.
Oh yeah.
Not like raw meat.
No, my $1,300 investment is going to ensure that they stay around.
I think more people should. I wish more people got into toys. Toys are fun.
You know, I never understood, because I know a lot of men are emasculated by toys, especially ones that are specifically for women. But I don't understand that. I mean, we're willing to pay $5,000 for a welder to do one fucking job. We know power tools make the job easier.
Can I?
Well, and
But-
Can I
go
just
ahead.
can I just share a quick story about myself? Right.
Go ahead.
So I was of course, I was highly religious. Was supposed to carry on that way. I was married to a man who he was, the church secretary. He was a prayer warrior. He was all these things, right? But sex had completely gone stale because he was verbally
Bible
abusive.
thumper.
He was verbally abusive. He was an alcoholic, also physically abusive. So I mean, over time, I mean, how do you have sex with the person who slapped you early in the morning, right? Gave you a good whacking on the face, and later at night is telling you, "I love you." You know, it just all I can
starts to
think
wear
of
down.
is exactly. So over time, I just wasn't feeling like I wanted to have sex anymore. I was done, completely done with the whole sex talk, and so. But he, of course, still wants it at every time. So I thought, okay, I'll suggest toys, right? This was not something we've ever talked about. So I thought, okay, I'll be bold enough to talk about toys with him. So yeah, told him about, okay, we listen. It took a lot out of me just to have that conversation, because 9 years into the marriage, we have never, sex was not something we talked about. We did it, but we never talked about it because we were Christians.
Yeah.
We were Christians, and Christians weren't allowed to be sexual.
Promiscuous.
And you weren't allowed. Yes, that's if you want to use that word. And so I mustered up all the courage I could find to have that conversation, and suggested that we should try different things because I haven't been feeling very sexual lately, and and he still wants sex. So maybe if there were things that we could do to help myself, will then help him out. So he says, "Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, we should try that. So I suggested that we go to the adult shop in town where we live, and just check out what's there. That was the conversation. Just go check out what's there. And he said, okay, yeah, he agreed. Let me tell you, I came away from that conversation with my husband feeling like, wow, that went successful. Look, I was I could not understand how that conversation went so great because I was expecting pushback, right? I've just introduced a sex toy conversation and it's gone down really well.
Yeah.
Anyway, I went to work that night because I was working nights. Came back the next morning. As I was coming in through the door, he was at the door, and the look on his face, I could tell, okay, something is wrong. What have I done now? So he said, we need to talk. Oh, shit. Anytime he says we need to talk, then I know, my heart starts racing. I've just finished a 10-hour shift, no sleep. What have I done now? And he says, sat down. He said, that conversation we had yesterday? I said, where did that come from? What brought that about? What were you thinking before you came up with that conversation? I said, nothing. Look, it's just something I've been thinking.
Wow.
Maybe we should introduce just something different. Sex has become very mundane and I don't feel like it anymore. I want to help you. That's what I said. You know what he said? This gentleman said he was in the bathroom that morning having a shower and God spoke to him. And God told him that you have to stop your wife thinking those thoughts. If you let her carry on having those thoughts of sex toys, that it will bring an end to your marriage. So God told him to tell me to cancel out the sex toy conversation. Just kill it dead. Don't even bring it up. So he said to me, well, God said he should tell me that, and that from here on out, he's going to help out a bit more around the home. Maybe that will help bring back my sex drive. Right? So he said, okay, you know what I'm going to do? Just go and have a shower, go and lay down in bed. I'm going to make you breakfast. You're going to, it was nice breakfast. It was eggs, toast, and, made me breakfast. I was thinking, okay, so this is what I get instead of, I started to resent God. I'm like, God, hang on. So you know how to tell him to stop me from thinking these thoughts, but you don't know how to tell him to stop being an abusive idiot, a wife beater. You don't know how to tell him that. So anyway, that was just my longer story cut short. God told him to tell me sex toys was a no-no, and that conversation ended there, never to be brought up again.
I can translate that for you if you want me to.
I was just going to say there's a reason for that because it coincides, and
Okay.
he's going to mansplain it to us, but I'm going to go ahead and give my weird experience as a young adult, young woman in this same predicament. Now, women are not allowed to have orgasms. Okay?
That's so stupid.
You're not allowed. If you have an orgasm, you are committing a sin. If you get aroused, you're committing a sin. If you're ever horny, that's a sin. It's a fucking sin. If you let someone touch you, that's a sin.
Are we wondering why vibrators were invented to cure hysteria?
Yeah.
Oh my! There we go. We're going to get into it. I know Carnivorous is going to give it to you, so I'm going to relinquish my time to Carnivorous. Go ahead.
Okay, so in order to mansplain the inner feelings of the man,
there you go.
So what he was doing was, you went to the sex store. He got turned on by the things that he was seeing.
We never went.
Oh, you never? Okay, so you never actually went.
Never went.
So he got turned on by the idea of what would possibly be in a sex store. The problem is the majority of the things in a sex store are vibrators, dildos, phallic objects. And during his morning shower and more than likely spank session, that post-nut clarity hit him. And that's when he realized that he thought, just like what Donna Murphy said right here, is some men take it personally if they're asked to add toys. They think that you're saying that they're not good enough.
Right.
He was emasculated. He realized that having to whack off in the shower in order to satiate himself was the fact that he wasn't doing anything for you, and the fact that you asked him to go to a sex store, he thought he was going to end up coming out with bags of vibrators and dildos and stuff like that, and that will emasculate a man if they're not comfortable in their sexuality.
And it challenges their direct heritage. Like a man is born into this right to a woman's body, right? Like as a man, especially as a Christian man, you have a right to a woman's body, especially when you marry her. That's your woman. That's your wife. That's your vagina. So if your vagina is not happy with your penis, then what the fuck? Either she's crazy, because it can't be your penis. Obviously, your penis is perfect. So there's something wrong with her. And you know what I mean? That there's a lot that goes on in that. Like when you really start to break down the psychology behind it, the psychology, I apologize, behind what goes into that demasculation and how a man can be demasculated, it starts to show you just how warped their idea of autonomy is. Again, like I say, it always goes back to the idea that there are men out there who believe women are just an extension of their masculinity. It's not that they're not human, it's just that you're literally a rib. Like they literally, that's why G-Man talks to us the way he talks to us, because we're a rib. It's like when we say, why are you talking to a brick wall? That's why that's what he thinks about women. He's like, why are you talking to a rib? Like, what the fuck are you arguing with your lungs for?
Yeah.
Like he's confused.
And,
I mean, to add to all this that we've been saying about being emasculated with toys and all that, I'm probably the least experienced here amongst like African Miss Parker and Carnivorous, but I've always been, like I said earlier, a very affectionate person. So if I wouldn't be, I mean, yeah, I would be a little alarmed, like, okay, sorry, I heard someone's car outside. Anyway, I would be a little alarmed if like my partner said I want to get a sex toy. But I wouldn't immediately go to like, oh God, this is tough. I'd be like, okay, sure, I'm open to that, but what is it I'm doing that's not good? Is there something you'd like me to do? Show me how I can improve. But also, the thing is, a vibrator and all that stuff, for the most part, isn't going to be intimate with your partner. You can be. I said not all the time. I said not all the time, but you know what I mean. Like that intimate connection between two people.
Yes.
You're not gonna get that with a vibrator. So when I hear these men saying like, "Oh, I don't like these vibrators," I'm like, well, that tells me that you don't have an intimate relationship with your woman. Then.
Okay, see, and that's one thing I've got to add to that, because like even in this is a basement. Obviously, this is my personal room in the house that I pay rent in. I'm never within, I'd say probably 3 feet of a sex toy. Okay, this is my personal space. I enjoy sex a lot, and things tend to collect. So, like a perfect example, pretty sure everyone knows what this is.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And yes, it's the plug-in variety.
Wand. Everybody got those.
Splish splash.
That's literally just sitting on the corner of my desk for some reason, but it's like I don't have any use for it, but at the same time, I know for a fact that with it being sitting right there, it's that nice little mental gasm that I have where it's like I remember the last time I used that.
Sorry. I got lost with the toys and stuff. I may or may not have some spanking toys that I like to use or be used on me. I'm just saying.
Now, spanking toys, are we talking about like paddles and whips and stuff, or are we talking about like a fleshlight?
Paddles.
Okay.
So
that would be the other direction. I have a nice little flogger right here.
Oh gosh. Canniversape, you may have to have another stream talking about all of this.
I mean, I could probably pull out my nice little collection.
Oh gosh.
The background's a little small for me to like try and wheel my St. Andrew's cross in here, but I can easily describe
my.
those things. Nick, you're naughty. I know that laugh because Nick knew what that was.
Fucking San Diego sucks. All the alcohol delivery spots
Look,
do not deliver to my address.
Sorry, if anybody has ever seen Game of Thrones, the
No.
books are called A
Oh,
Song in Ice and Fire. What
I know exactly what that is, and I am impressed that you have one in your house.
I
Wow.
custom built.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun, folks. There's a lot of
Yes.
fun, but again, consent means everything, folks.
Yes, I mean,
Consent means
granted, I live in a basement. It does not mean that I have a dungeon down here. I mean, I would love to, like nice little
dungeon.
nice brick and stuff like that. But no, it's
if you have a dungeon, I'm going to ask that you lock G-Man up in there.
I have a coal well. It's
let's
actually
say
3 walls this direction.
I say we throw him in a well.
Yes. Can we do that, please?
No, you remember? Okay, you know the story of Joseph and the magic. What's it called? His multicolored terry coat or whatever. The fuck.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Joseph. Okay, so
Joseph.
Joseph and the
Joseph.
amazing Technicolor dream coat.
There you go. That's
God
great.
damn it! I don't know how I know that.
Can we Joseph him and just sell him to the Egyptians? Remember how they did him? They were like, "Oh, we'll throw you in this hole, but wait, we can make money. Let's make him a slave. Can we just sell him to like Angola or something? You think Angola needs slaves?
No,
Okay.
Miss Parker, no.
So
The Angolan people don't need all that. No,
Comfort
no.
Doll does bring up a very good point. Kink should never be attempted without a prior discussion for clarification and consent.
Yeah.
Safe
exactly.
words.
Yes.
Everything
Agreed.
like that. I completely agree with you.
My safe word is pineapple.
Can I just
Why
say,
do you steal my safe word?
Well, because pineapple is the perfect safe word because it's not
Yes.
something that you would say during a sexual event. So if someone is to say that, like coconut or pineapple, it's a word that for a fact.
Pineapple has been my safe word for the last decade.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
pineapple's mine, and I use it in my streams. That's why I say hold up pineapples because that's my safe word.
Can I just say here that I've recently discovered FetLife, and
nice.
and I've been to a couple of munchies.
Nice.
I'm enjoying the sexual liberation. I
That's good.
went to this fetish bar, and where I went there for the first time, and they said to me, "You sure you want to come in? Is this your first time ever?" I'm like, "This is my first time ever." And they said, it's the worst case scenario down there. You sure you want to go in? The gentleman said, "Okay, you know what? I will come with you. So
Just
in case
that's
Switch
just
like an
in case.
escort. Yes.
That's
it's
nice.
something that you're not keen." I said, "Look, listen, I'm here for the worst case scenario. That's what I'm here for." So he said,
Yes.
I asked him, "Would I have to take my clothes off?" He said, "No, you don't have to take your clothes off. You can keep your clothes on." I said, "As long as I get to keep my clothes on." I says, "I don't need an escort. You don't know how I've waited 40 something years to get to this point, and you want to escort me to go and watch something that God said wasn't, all my life, this was something God prohibited." I said, "No, I don't need an escort. Let me get down there quick." Anyway, got down there, and yes, it was the worst case scenario.
Yep.
I loved it. Just loved watching
yeah.
and just seeing people just getting on, just doing it. Oh, it was well. By
There's
the way,
something
I
very
was
powerful. I think a lot of people, especially for a woman who's been told their whole life that your body is not your body, to be able to be in an environment where there are women doing whatever they want to do with their bodies
Yep.
It makes you feel empowered. And there's something about when it's done properly, in any swinger situation, in any one of the lifestyles, with my gear quote fingers, if you could see them, when you're in the lifestyle and you go to a party or an event, women have the power. It's very female oriented. No one is going to touch you unless they ask first. You know, you are very much so the prize, the desire, the treat, and everyone treats you that way, no matter what you look like, no matter how old you are.
Yep.
You may think that you have stretch marks, or you got a fupa, or whatever the hell, whatever
Yes.
imperfection you thought you had. There is someone in that room who is looking at you as if you are a goddess. And
Can
and
I
there is something empowering about that. Go
can
ahead.
I just can I just say I came away from the club with a free membership. I've got a gold membership to the
Damn, there you
club.
go.
And secondly, some people were saying to me that if I'm into being like a dominatrix, I don't know, one of these people who
Hmm.
like a dom, but a
Yeah.
female dom.
Yeah.
A dominatrix. Yep.
Yeah, and they said to me that most of the men in that club will absolutely love to have a black female dom just
Yes.
dominating, because
Yeah.
I live in a
There's
predominantly white people area,
Yes.
and yeah,
That's
there's
so
definitely a fetish for that.
there's a
I
huge fetish for that. As a when I the way I got out of being a streetwalker was becoming a dom. That's literally how I
Mhm.
did it, because there are so many. It's just a fetish for white men. There are so many white men who want to be beat up by a
Um,
black woman, and I don't. It's just a thing, and so
let me get a quick PSA out real quick. FetLife is a great site. I do, however, still suggest major keep your information
private.
private, because there are still a lot of assholes out there that will turn into stalkers really quick.
that is
Yeah,
true. Like
and
any
also
other
I wanted
thing.
to add that in regards to like this fetish of being dominated, I've said before that I like my men to be submissive, but I like to be dominated by women. Here's a difference. I think a lot of men, especially as misogynists, they mix up the fetish of being dominated for an abusive, partner. Like the woman who just treats you like shit, is always belittling you 24/7. No, that's an abusive partner. There's a difference between that and someone who does it for a fetish. There's a
Look,
significant difference.
look,
I mean, I'm sure there's some overlap.
sorry. I may or may not have a fetish for wanting to um make the woman be the goddess, and then I'm serving her, and she might be holding the keys to the gates of hell. If anybody understands what that means, if you don't,
I
go look it up.
do. I
Uh,
do,
uh,
you kinky bastard.
I may or may not have a gates of hell. I'm just saying, I give them the key. I may or may not have a few things here or there where in our plays, like I want to be the server, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
that doesn't question my masculinity. And I may or may not have paid a dominatrix to put me on a St. Andrew's cross once, or tie me to a wall or
That
on the
is
cross.
exceptionally fun. I'm not gonna lie, like I've
that
had
is that is the best name I've ever heard seen. I Somebody's in the background here. Let's go ahead and give a kinky welcome here to Jizzy Pickle.
all right.
Easy
I have.
people. Hey, this
Sorry,
is
sorry. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about that. It's wild that normally. Yeah, I forgot. I was on another stream last night and someone changed my name.
Oh, okay.
I love Jizzy Pickle's the best
Yeah,
name ever.
I'll leave it at
That's
that.
the
Yeah.
best.
Fucking awesome.
I will say, like, I definitely enjoyed when I was a dominatrix for the short time that I was. I enjoyed that time. And again, there's something to be said when you allow someone to live in their sexual space. And I think everyone deserves that sexual freedom, no matter what it is. Like, we all have our weird little kinks, and
Yeah.
sometimes, whatever they are, you deserve to enjoy that, as long as you're
Mhm.
not hurting anyone, because it is a natural part of human existence. And, without allowing people to enjoy that, then we end up with these really cranky little incels who feel bad about themselves. And no one should feel bad about getting a hard on or a boner. Like, you should be proud of your boners. You should be happy that you're turned on. I don't know. I'm weird. I don't know.
I think we're all perverts and got into a pervert conversation.
We did. We're
well, I
such
mean,
little perverts.
No, Nick. What we are is we're all adults, and we're not, little toddlers like G-Man.
we are
Yeah, we're
sexually
not
liberated
sexually
adults talking about an incel. So yeah, it's
Yeah,
going to
exactly. Yeah, who G-Man is not only a toddler, but he's a toddler that even the kids in the short bus would beat up.
come up. God damn.
That's right. Shots fired, kid.
I was going to ask what the topic was, but I'm not sure I want to know now, to be honest.
We were originally talking about the fragile masculinity of G-Man.
Oh yeah,
and we got on to talking about how he has embraced toxic misogyny to the point where, like, that's all he has. And then of course it kind of segued into this, because when you're joking about an incel, and there's a lot of people that yeah.
I think there's only
GZ Pickle, what's your other name? I know we've been on streams together. Wild Heart, yes,
It's
Wild
Wild
Heart.
Heart.
Yes,
Wild
I
Heart,
do.
okay.
I do know Wild Heart, 100%. How are you, Wild Heart?
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, I'm doing very well, thank you. Yeah, I
Yeah,
hope you are.
good.
Yeah, cheers.
But yeah, I think me reaching over and grabbing a vibrator was the
that was the trigger.
It definitely sparked something. But no, I mean, like I said, I mean, I'm single now, so I really have no idea what the fuck to do anymore. But at the same time, it's like I'm in my comfort zone. I'm in my room. It happens to be 25 feet long, so it's like, one of the largest rooms in the house. I've got my desk section over here. I've got my bed over here behind me, and it's like, you know what? This is my personal space. So, like, if I happen to have a flogger over here or a vibrator over here, the only one that I have to worry about explaining that to are my teenage kids, and then all I have to do is like, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
because at that point in time, it's like, you don't want to know, and they accept that as an answer, because if I have to explain it to them, usually one of us is going to be read by the end of the conversation.
Yeah. Just call it a work of art. Just put it on a plinth or something. Yeah.
Well, and I mean, like, even the flogger over here, it's this thing is actually made out of paracord. So,
Interesting.
It's literally something that I braided myself.
Oh, you did that yourself?
Yeah. And,
wow.
My kids asked me about it, and it's like, why the hell do you have this over here? And I was like, it was a project. I decided to go ahead and do it. But yeah, I mean, it's,
well, I will date G-Man, just so you know. I'll date him.
Wow.
If he wants if he wants if he wants to go out on a date, yes, I would date G-Man. Let's bring it on, G-Man.
Okay.
I mean, just because she said because he does have a dirty dick. Let's not forget that.
Oh gosh.
Well, okay, so the guy's had a half dozen UTIs. It doesn't mean that his dick is constantly dirty. I mean,
I'm just being an asshole. Come on,
that's nothing that you can't cure with, a glass of water and some Ajax.
Or maybe a shower every now and then. Because
I'll date him. I'll date him on
Right.
certain conditions.
He stops being
Give him
G-Man.
some conditions. Huh?
Is one of the conditions he stops being G-Man?
No, one of the
I mean,
conditions
that is a good
no,
question. Would
no,
you date G-Man or would you date Gary?
no YouTube. No YouTube.
Okay, so you would date Gary.
Oh, that'd be
So
wicked,
no
actually.
YouTube.
Yeah. You're taking one for the team there. Yeah. Get him to get him off YouTube.
No YouTube. Just turn off. He signed a contract saying no. As long as I'm with you, no YouTube. Cannot turn my
That'd be
camera
interesting.
on. No live
I'm
stream.
off.
No.
Yeah, it's like a great idea.
And he has to give that home back to Rev.
Oh.
That's the other condition.
Well, you already hit his hard line there.
Just out of curiosity, did anybody catch recently when G-Man said, God will fight your battles for you. That's why he has a house.
Oh,
I'm gonna have
God.
to clip that. I know I heard someone reviewing that. I can't watch G-Man Raw right now because the girl I'm dating, she actually thinks G-Man's fake. Like she thinks he's a character. I am not trying to disabuse her about that view.
No, I don't.
But
I do not recommend showing these people to anybody in your real life.
No,
okay?
I plan to.
she
I
knows
know.
about
I plan to show.
she knows about G-Man.
No. So
but
I
she
plan
thinks
to
he's fake.
show. I plan to show G-Man to some African Christians, right? Get some African Christians to come and review G-Man. Just tell them nothing. Don't say anything. Just get the worst of the worst of G-Man.
So you're talking about a cold open and everything.
So just Christians, would I say, judging G-Man, or Christians reviewing G-Man and giving me their conclusions, what they think. Is he a Christian or not? Right? Because the way Africans practice Christianity, completely different. When I see Shani Rev and G-Man, thinking, how are these ones Christians? How are these people? How can these people call themselves Christians? If, as far as the African people I know who do their Christianity, them three, they're sinners. There's no way they can call themselves Christians. So yeah, that would be interesting to watch and to
I mean, right now, my easiest argument for not going back to Christianity is literally Leviticus, because it's like that's a tattoo. Why would I willingly go back to a religion that says that I'm going to hell because of that?
Although it didn't stop Mr. Batman, also known as Hillbilly, whatever. Yeah.
My argument for not going back to Christianity is like, apparently God knows your heart, knows your mind. I'm like, well, it doesn't matter what I do externally. Then I'm fucked. I'm gonna go to hell. It doesn't matter.
And that was my issue. Is like, why would I even pretend to, the whole fake it till you make it bullshit, if God already knows that I'm just there to avoid that stick.
Yeah,
exactly. I think for me, the idea that so imagine people who go out preaching and proselytizing to people, right, trying to convert them into Christianity, right? The lines they usually would say is, you're a sinner, right? And Christ came to save you. So in order to be a Christian, you start off by accepting this depraved nature, your sin nature, right? And why? Because two people ate a fruit. Two people ate of this fruit, and somehow you have inherited a depraved nature. And in 2022, someone has to come and tell you that, look, you are the worst of the worst. But don't worry, we have a savior for you. You have to first start by accepting your depraved nature, and then here is your savior. He will come. But hang on, it's the same savior who has got you in this spot to begin with by putting that stupid tree in that garden, right? So the one who gave you the depraved nature is also the one who's going to save you. No, thank you. Just keep your bloody religion to yourself.
Yeah. And I mean, that's actually the funny part. I've done my proselytizing. I've gotten onto my little my podium stuff like that on here, and when I do, it's never about religion. Ironically enough, it's literally about being a better human being. It's like Alan. I think you were here the last time I was that I hopped on my soapbox. It was literally like, I started in and also I was like, hold on a second, wait a minute, fuck it, I'm a preacher, I might as well go ahead and start preaching. And then I kept going, and it was literally about being a better human being. And like, I don't give a fuck if you are Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Buddhist. It doesn't bother me. If you are a human and can treat me like a human being, then we can get along. We may not have to like each other, but you can still get along with people.
Yeah. I'd like to piggyback off of that, and it does kind of go back to G-Man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry to put it back to him, but he has him, I notice him and a lot of Christians have this idea, not all, but a lot of Christians have this idea like, oh, you atheists, you hate Christianity, you hate Christians. Like, no, most atheists in America, I can't speak for the rest of the West, but the reason why atheism is even like a thing in the US is because Christianity culturally still has its boot on America's neck. And yeah, it's loosened that, stomp a little bit, but it still fucking presses into our neck skin and it hurts. And when we hear about bullshit being taught in public schools, like how in, I think R and Raw covered this, how in Texas, they wanted to teach in public schools that Africans are the descendants of Noah's son Ham. Here's the problem. Noah's son Ham was cursed. So what do you think that was used for? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So here's the thing. It's like, if you Christians don't want us, or religious people, I'll be fair. If you religious people don't want us non-believers, secularists, atheists, whatever you want to call us, to be a thing, stop trying to push your shit into legislation. Basically, the Republican Party.
Yeah, can you just say, I speak to a lot of Americans, and that is the number one gripe. It's the amount of like government and kind of Christian pressure that's put onto schools and stuff.
One thing to piggyback off of that, though, because it's the perfect time. My son, my 15-year-old son, is unfortunately overtly atheist. Like he's seen my arguments and stuff like that. He knows I'm an atheist minister, so he has like embraced it. Unfortunately, I live in Oklahoma.
Ooh.
Okay. They go to a school that consists of less than 300 students, and it is my son, my roommate's son, my youngest son, up until last year, and then I think maybe one other student in the entire student body were openly atheist, and the principal has been bullying my kids. I just recently found this out, to the point where, like, not only the principal, but like one or two of the teachers that support him. My roommate's son ended up having a math quiz not too long ago, and he got a 100 on the quiz. The teacher waited until everybody got into the classroom, walked over to him, and basically started pointing out, well, you didn't need to do this, or you didn't need to do this one on this question, or anything like that. And basically made it appear that he failed the quiz. And when he complained to the principal about it, as he was telling the story, apparently the principal also got the impression that he failed the quiz. The principal turned around and told him, well, maybe you should pray for the right answers.
Fucking hell. Sorry, I'm okay to understand.
No, you're fine. But it's like that particular instance, and then turn around and finding out that this principal has been not only bullying my kids and another atheist child that I have no connection to. I was a little hot, and then come to realize my youngest son was kicked out of that school last year for bringing a firecracker to school. Like, if you've ever seen black cats, it's literally like a bunch of it's an entire string of these little tiny fireworks, and you light the fuse and it pop 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 all the way down. He had a single one of those in his pocket. No ignition or anything like that. They literally treated him as a terrorist. He they flat out told he's on probation now because of it, but they flat out told him that they would not press charges or expel him if I made sure that he did not go back to that school this year. Okay. Now, I understand my child brought an explosive device for school. It was a very dumb thing to do, but the overreaction because the openly atheist kid did something stupid is what gets me. So, like my entire custody arrangement has now been altered. My youngest son is staying with my ex-wife during the week because he has to go to the next school over. And it's like this entire bullshit is now being linked to this Christian principal who doesn't understand that he is literally in a secular position and should not be targeting atheists or children of any religion besides Christian, for that matter.
Can I just ask?
Go ahead.
Have you thought of getting in touch with? Is it Freedom from Religion?
This was literally something that happened this last week.
Oh, right.
So I am tomorrow I'm going to be getting those phone numbers. I actually have to call the ACA for that.
How old is he? How old is?
My youngest, he just turned 13.
Oh wow.
Oh my. I'm
So,
sorry.
like,
No, it's just
yeah.
preteens are stupid. I don't mean to.
No, I completely agree. It's like, yeah, he's a stupid kid. I mean, he's not like, he's not, what's the word I'm trying to, he's not like mentally deficient, but he's a 13-year-old. He's going to do stupid shit. And I'm not going to fault him for that. But when they turn around and try to like trump up this story about him bringing a bomb to school because he had like the ass end off of a fucking black cat, and it's like, are we serious? Because like this is some really it'd be like bringing a sparkler to school at this point.
I'm sorry, but do you guys know who Tall Tale is?
Yeah, I know him. Fucking.
I've heard of him. Yeah.
Jehovah's Witness.
Owen. He
Did he not have the same sort of thing with his daughter?
Yeah, his daughter's health class was preaching. It ties in what we were talking about. Purity culture, basically, and the Bible and stuff. She recorded the conversation. Owen released it, and he got essentially terrorized by Christians, and he had to leave his state. He's now in New York. He talks about this. The sad part is that in America, the religious right preaches freedom of speech, and not understanding that part of the First Amendment is separation of church and state because of freedom of speech. But they're Christian nationalists. G-Man has expressed Christian nationalist views before, where he talked about if it comes down to that one vote, that's how he thinks the elections work. And it's me, you are all in trouble, and it's just weird. It's like, dude, okay, but yeah, it's unfortunately, there's a lot of Christians that are pushing to teach their religion in schools at any cost in this country.
What he doesn't understand, though, is because of the way time zones work, if it ever came down to one vote, it'd be some guy in Alaska.
Yeah. I'm just sorry. I stopped doing my workout just because I was like listening. I'm actually at the gym.
Okay.
Tell Jim I said hi.
I was not expecting that one. Okay. But yeah, I mean, like, shit, we've been going at this for like 4 hours now. So literally the entire thing with G-Man is like that. I'm not going to knock his childhood. He was definitely abused as a kid.
Yeah.
The difference is there are a lot of us in this community that were abused as children. There were a lot of us in this community that were assaulted by men or women, and for that matter, I've literally been assaulted by both. The thing is we don't let those situations define us. We don't let them define who we are as people. We take those experiences and we learn from them.
Yeah.
G-Man does not have the capacity to learn. Not in that sense. He for some reason he has embraced this toxic masculine ego, and like I said, just every single time that he gets even remotely emasculated, suddenly it's I want fire from the fucking heavens.
Yeah.
Perfect example would be the video that it's a super chat. The G stands for gay thing.
Yeah, I love that shit.
He has manipulated that story into, and just like that, they changed the topic. Even though we literally saw them like just flat out ridicule him for riding around on a girl's bike. Okay, like it's just we know, like because he has his life on YouTube, we can literally pull these receipts just out of thin air and turn around and go, yeah, that's wrong because of this right here, and like, I mean, granted, I don't do that because there's a lot of receipts that are on channels that I don't trust. Like, I could have very easily pulled the argument that caused him and Shani to for her to kick him out of the house the first time. I could have easily pulled that off of Godless Girl's channel, but I don't trust Godless Girl to be a decent human being because she's not, and and I don't trust her not to flag me for for a copyright strike. So there's that.
I've heard that lady speak a few times, and just no.
She is an agent of chaos. She literally just goes in to see how much shit she can stir, and I do not like her as an atheist or a human being. So
G-Man pits her against atheists.
Yeah,
he seems to have he seems to enjoy just having her going in on fellow atheists, especially females.
Yep.
I watched that stream with Odd Talk. It was Odd Talk, New Jersey.
Yeah,
and that
that's a
lady
perfect
wasn't
example.
she wasn't backing down for anyone. Oh gosh, that lady, she gave that godless girl exactly the kind of treatment she deserves. G-Man was hoping that godless girl would annihilate her, would go in on her, but oh my, that woman was ready. She was ready.
If anyone
Shame
can
on
send me that
G-Man.
stream, please do.
Oh, need to find it.
I mean, I know it's on G-Man's channel. I don't know if it's
okay.
Yeah, but no, I mean that's the thing. Like, there are very few people that, like, if I'm already in a stream, and they come in, I will either make my excuses or just immediately drop out. Godless Girl's one of them. Because I literally have zero desire whatsoever to ever talk to that bitch. And I don't generally insult people like that just out of the blue, but that one definitely applies.
From what I've seen, because she has her own wiki, The reason why she hates atheists so much is because we're too woke for her tastes. I guess she's more right-leaning, and she hates feminism. So that's why she will ally herself to people like G-Man.
And see, that's the fucked up thing too, because like, I'm definitely not an ally of SJWs. I don't like modern feminism at all, but I have that rein in, that more moderate view, and it's for me with people like Godless Girl and others. I have zero desire to ever talk to them on a human level because they can't. They can never rise above troll to me. And as much as we hang out with like trolls, haters, and naysayers and stuff like that, I to this day still do not consider myself a troll, and I'm not really fond of them.
Can I just say, I've recently tried to get in touch with Godless Girl. I don't know if you know JG. He's relatively new, but
no,
yeah, I do. I've heard JG does come in my stream sometimes.
Yeah. He suggested that I have a conversation with her because it might be interesting. That's the only. But I know she's not a good person. Yeah, I don't want to get into the whole attempt to kidnap her.
When it comes down to Godless Girl, this is my
child.
No, they bought all the supplies apparently.
What?
Can't even say. Just tell me to shut up if you want.
Okay.
But they bought all the supplies in order to kidnap a child. They never actually. I don't think they actually did anything about it. But they bought all the things.
They bought all the supplies. Okay,
Yeah.
that's
yeah.
That's creepy.
That's fucked up.
He's very creepy.
I mean, it was that part of her like incessant trolling, or
I don't know what that was,
because I've also seen this. I've also seen this woman, get EBT and then turn around and buy lobster tails with it just to prove that you could, and then feed it to her dog.
Yep.
And that right there irritates me on multiple levels because buying a lobster tail with EBT is not the purpose for EBT, as well as feeding seafood to a dog is not a good thing anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can buy you can buy seafood with EBT. Like as long as it's food, you could buy like food with EBT. Was that like for the Jason thing? Or?
No, it was okay. So the thing is, though, is lobster tail is a very expensive food item.
Yeah,
okay. That's the entire point. It is abusing the letter of the law. Without any regard whatsoever for the intent of the law, and that's what I have issues with. It's not so much that she bought food with it, because that's what EBT is for. It's that she expressly bought lobster tail, which is one of the most expensive food items you can buy in a store.
Yeah,
and then turned around and fed it to her dog.
Yeah, that's what I have an issue with. It just feels like, because this is my first time like seeing her on live streams and stuff. I've seen her on past videos, I've never experienced a Godless Girl. I think this is my first time experiencing her. I'm just like, I'm kind of tapped out with cows right now.
I mean, my reaction to Godless Girl would be Yato's reaction to Indigo. Like the very first time she popped up, it was like, I don't like this bitch.
Yeah, I spoke to her. I actually spoke to her about 10. It must be 10 years ago now. I don't know if you remember Nate Cunningham. Yeah, but I spoke to her like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spoke to her since, but yeah, I know she's not a nice person, but she's always been okay with me. We've never had an argument or anything, and I know that's kind of selfish, but
well, there you go. Donna Murphy brings it perfect. The fact that she did it just to trigger people is what I have the problem with.
Yeah,
and because I mean, like, if I'm having a debate with a vegan, I'm not going to sit here and eat a steak, even though it'd be funny. Okay, I'm not that much of an asshole.
There's
And
people that would do that.
oh, I've seen those debates. They're funny.
Yep.
But it's like even when somebody was debating vegan, vegan gains, and she turned around and sat there and was sitting there eating a steak while he was doing his presentation, I was laughing my ass off. But it was like I couldn't do that, even to somebody who's that much of an asshole. I'm not going to sit there and disrespect him so much right out the gate.
I mean, if you have to rely on actions like that, that tells me you don't have an argument.
Yeah, pretty much.
Sorry, I wanted to go back to All Talk really quick because I remember the conversation she was having with G-Man, and I know some people were confused about how she kept going back to and saying you can't take my retirement and stuff. I think that so. I think I have I've been trying to figure out what she meant, and here's what I think. I could be wrong, but like my job offers a retirement after you've been there X amount of years. I have 2.5 more years to go. Actually, 2 more years to go. I just need to make it to 2025, and then I'm locked into my retirement, even if I leave the place.
Real quick, I know Afro-Humanist has to leave. Do you have anything you wanted to add real quick?
Oh no. Just my taking my son out in a bit. It's 9:21 a.m. here.
Yes,
in the
it
UK.
is.
It is
Yeah.
9:21.
Oh,
And I have promised to take him to the gaming arena. So yeah, we're off to the gaming arena, and because he's autistic, when you make promises, you
Yep.
make sure you fulfill them.
Yep.
You don't not fulfill your promises. So
No, kids come
yeah.
first.
Oh yeah,
Definitely.
they do come first.
Understandable.
Yes, he's
Sorry, great to see you again, Afro-Humanist.
right. See you later. Thank you for having me. Canniversave. Nick James.
Oh,
good
you are
to,
more than you are more than welcome
chat with
anytime you want to.
Lucy Fabian. Good to
Nice to finally
be
meet
here
you.
with
And
you.
yeah, you can just call me Alan. Luciferian's the satirical
Alan
name of the channel.
Reyes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
All right
nice to
then.
finally meet
Bye.
you.
Bye.
Oh, we have a Steve McRae manager in the chat.
Oh, Steve McRae.
Oh, no.
Listen, I'm going to be in the chat. I've not gone away. I'm just gone off the screen, but I'm going to be in the chat. So good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already like 3:20 here in Oklahoma. So
Yeah, I'm about to bet on it too, but I just wanted to because it just triggered something that I was thinking about. So because she kept bringing up her retirement, and I know a lot of people were confused about that, but she's probably like in a job like me, where after you're there for X amount of years, you're locked into it, so you have guaranteed money coming your way once you retire. G-Man's always talking about suing people and taking everything of theirs, like taking Drag's GI Bill. So she's bringing up a retirement, probably knowing G-Man does not understand what that means.
How much of a good retirement plan do you get off selling blue barrels? That's what I want to know.
You generally end up with a boss that's going to buy a Ouija board after your funeral and ask you what time you're coming in.
Yeah.
I've worked those jobs before. It's not fun. They you could request off a day for a doctor's appointment 6 months in advance, and they still get pissed off when you're when you don't show up for work that day.
Yeah.
But that's just what I think why she kept bringing it up, because G-Man doesn't have a plan like that or a job like that. I've moved boxes for a living, and sometimes blue barrels because I work in a warehouse. There are barrels, but in order for me to move barrels, I have to be in the outdoor part. I have a short of me on a at work. I don't show too much, but I'm on a forklift. So
Okay, so you're a machine operator now.
No. They moved me into the warehouse. They moved me around a lot. I get moved around a lot right now. I my position is I'm basically by myself.
Yeah.
But that's fine because like I do more work than people don't realize, and I look up, I'm like, oh my god, what time is it? Like, is it really break time? Like the fuck? Like, I just been working this whole time. It's like I don't realize that it's break time like right away.
Yeah.
But I'm sticking it out at my job because I want that retirement locked in. I've talked to my union. They've explained to me once I'm locked in, like how much I can make hypothetically if nothing changes. But that's obviously not the case. But my retirement right now is okay. But as the more I stay there, it's going to be better. And it's not just me. Like when I retire, it's not like I'm going to be just not collecting SSI as most Americans do. I actually will have a good retirement. So I have a pretty good job. That took me years to get.
Now, see, I because I jumped from trucking company to trucking company, I don't have like a 401k. But what I have is I have a portion of my paycheck that goes into a savings account that is funneled into T-bills. So I basically, a portion of every paycheck I make is funneled into essentially a bank that's just sitting there gaining more interest as it goes. The way I have it set is provided the amount that I can put into that savings account doesn't change, then I can probably retire at about 60.
That's an interesting conversation. The difference in benefits you get while working in the UK to the US. The US is rubbish.
Oh yeah.
When you, yeah, like you get 28 days by law off a year. You have to have 28 days off. And I know in the US just everything's really good to be in the US.
I mean, with me, because I don't work in a fully regulated portion of the trucking industry. Like my boss isn't actually required to pay my state taxes for me.
Yeah.
So what I do is I underclock my taxes. I end up getting more withheld from my federal taxes, and that way it ensures that I have a refund every year. So when I file my taxes, I get my refund back and pay my state taxes.
Yeah, which makes
So I mean, it's like
functional. It makes no difference.
For me, it's functional, but at the same time, I don't have medical insurance. I don't have dental or vision. I don't have like my kids have that because it's cheaper just to insure kids. But I don't have that personally. I haven't had insurance in like 5 years. For me, it's literally just try to be as healthy as I can. And luckily, I have a small background in medical. I'm not going to pretend that I'm, like Von Helton, where being an orderly for a couple of years makes me a field surgeon. But I do have enough of a background in medical that I can do basic first aid on myself. I can set a broken bone if I need to. But if shit gets too hard, then it's like, okay, it's time to go to the hospital now. And then I've got to figure out how to budget in that, that $1,200 medical bill.
Yeah.
And it's a pain in the ass, but at least it beats me not having to pay, $1,100 a month for insurance and then have to deal with like a $5,000 deductible.
Yeah.
So
my medical just became free through my job. We have a contract that just passed that makes it so that my medical is free, but not the dental and optometry. But like I have medical insurance through my job, so I don't pay for it anymore.
Well, yeah, but see, you work at a warehouse that has multiple employees, and it's probably owned by a big corporation. I work for a farmer who has 2 drivers, so
Well, this is the second job that I've had that I've ever had medical. Because America's systems is fucked up. The first job that I had that gave me medical, believe it or not, was Walmart, and yes, I was part time, but I was there during the time where Walmart changed their policy that they'll give all their part timers medical. So when people go around saying Walmart doesn't even give their part timers medical, to me that's a lie because I was there when like it changed, the policy changed.
Okay, so the last time I bothered looking at the Walmart policy, the application literally came with an application for government assistance while you were working there.
Yeah.
So it's like I have
Yeah, you
zero
could do that too.
I have zero respect for Walmart regardless, just as a corporation. Like their company ethics is horrible.
Yeah, all my family work for Walmart. My mum, my stepdad, both my brothers work for Walmart. Yeah, they are shit.
Yeah, it's just probably
that
the
right there is
American part.
See, this right here is the American health system. That right there, yeah. I don't care if I've got a bullet hole in me. I'm driving my ass to the hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's no big difference between you should have universal healthcare. You're a first world country with a third world health.
And I agree. The universal healthcare and stuff like that. That is something that we definitely need. The problem is we don't have it, and I have to adjust accordingly.
Yeah.
Like I can sit here and rail until I'm blue in the face, saying that we need universal healthcare. That's not going to affect the fact that I don't have it, and I need to make sure that I can compensate for it.
Yeah.
But Walmart wouldn't make me full time, so I left Walmart, and then I ended up after leaving Walmart getting a full time job. This was my first full time job. They didn't have benefits, but like I was just like whatever. I could find benefits outside. The job, it was actually hard because I was in debt, so I was paying my debts off to like just find benefits while paying debts off. The company ended up closing down. Then I went to the airport with my first airport job, but it was a warehouse job, but they sucked. I was there for a year and some change, and then I jumped ship. In the warehouse, the airport warehouse scene is literally littered with people who would jump ship to different companies till they find a company that they like. And I just happened to jump ship to a company that ended up working out the best for me. I've seen a lot change. That when I used to talk about I worked 12 hours. If people ever look at the eviction saga, you see me give super chats saying I just got off doing 12 hours. I'm same job, but things had changed because they cut the 12-hour stuff off because it only used to be 2 shifts. Now it's 3 shifts. So they just split the 4 hours between the 2 shifts onto a third shift. That's why I don't do the 12 hours anymore. But I know Drag's going to be doing the Eviction Saga. That's when around the time that I was working those 12-hour nights. I'll get off and Drag will be live with the Eviction Saga. And then I'll say something snarky towards G-Man or something. But yeah, I just so same job, but it is a relief that at least because I've had medical bills like one time from my car accident, my first car accident with my first car, I ended up with a concussion, and my medical bills were I didn't have insurance. I had to like apply for a program just so that my bills could be paid.
Yep.
Yeah, and then like I was given wrong information about them saying that they pay for my ambulance ride as well.
That was a joke.
and like,
sorry, just get back to the hospital thing.
Yeah.
See, in the UK, I need to go to the hospital. They actually paid for a private taxi. They paid for a private taxi to get me to the hospital because an ambulance would take too long, and it didn't cost me a penny. And they paid for me to get home as well.
Yeah, that's
it's different here.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, if I didn't apply for help to pay that hospital bill, I would still be in debt because that actually doubled my debt. That took me 5 years to pay off. I will still be in debt. That's how bad it was. But I'm gonna let you go, guys. I'm sorry. I just want to put that in about because I just recently found out about my retirement. Like we have a pension, and like it. Me and my coworkers were having this conversation about retirements and stuff, and how important it is. So a lot of my coworkers who've been there for like almost 2 years now, were staying at the job just so we could get locked in there.
I'm distracted by Wild Heart cigarette roller.
We've all decided that it's a good benefit. To give an idea, if I was to retire, if I was locked in, if I was to retire now, I'm not gonna retire early, but it'll be $4,000 a month. So it's growing. So that's how much I'm at right now, and I'm not even locked in. I'm just saying. All right, guys. Take care.
Cheers.
I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. Cheers.
Yeah. Anyways, I don't know where I'm not sure where we jumped onto medical insurance, but yeah. Anyways.
So are you waiting to go to bed? Do you want me to leave as well? Or are you...
Well, I still had a couple of G-Man videos up on my tabs that I needed to get to. It just kind of got derailed.
Yeah. I know you've been back a lot recently. A few times. I've not seen him for months.
A little bit more often, yeah. Like I said, I've been dealing with a lot of with some personal issues. I'm now officially single for the first time in 11 years, so that's a new thing for me. But mostly it's been dealing with my kids and everything like that.
Cool.
I'm definitely going to try to start streaming a little bit more often, though. I mean, like at least every other week, like on these weekends. Donna, you just now noticed I'm not wearing a shirt. Okay.
I don't know.
I'll say that this isn't a sweater. I'm sorry, but but no, it's like I said, I'm going to start streaming a little bit more often, but I do have a couple of more priorities that are going to be taking the forefront. It's just that there's, without getting too much into the drama, like I said, I'm pretty sure like like petty fam. That's still an important part of what I deal with. I'm in and out of voice chats in the Discord all the time. Yeah. But like when I'm at home on the weekends, my kids take precedence. When my kids aren't here, then my social life has become a little bit more important because now I actually have to go out and find people. But other than that,
Yeah,
You
so
know, but when I have time, it's I'll jump on here and stream and relax. I mean, hell, I've literally gone through 6 of these in the last few hours. So
yeah, I've got a
But-
little bit of that's vodka.
Well, my roommate actually bought it's a hard soda.
Hard soda meaning
And
alcohol.
yeah, it's not bad. I don't normally drink orange soda, but at the same time, it was like, this stuff's pretty damn good. So
Yeah. Well, what percentage is that?
it's 4.2. It's nothing. It's nothing big, but I mean, like,
Yeah.
For me to just sit back and kill a 6-pack is just.
Yeah.
I don't think I've actually done that in 3 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a truck driver, so like during the week, there's zero alcohol.
Yeah.
Friday nights is when I get home. Generally, I might relax a little bit on Friday, maybe Saturday, like I am now. But as for all day Sunday, that's my recovery time, and then I go right back to work.
Yeah.
Like when I do streams on Sunday, they're usually zero alcohol.
Yeah. Yeah. Just so you know, I am actually an alcoholic waiting to get into detox. I have an appointment on the 4th to see a nurse to get into detox. So I drink every day.
I feel for you on that one.
Yeah.
Like alcoholism runs in my family, so I've always I've always consciously limited my alcohol.
Yeah, that's the best thing to do. Yeah.
That I get weirdly philosophical when I actually start getting drunk. So
yeah, that tends to happen. Yeah.
I mean that amount over the course of almost 5 hours now. I'm not drunk, obviously, but
yeah.
Like when I'm sitting here drinking tequila, and I just go shot when I go shot for shot. It's by the time I hit my 5th or 6th one, it's usually like, okay, now we're and this is something really weird that came up, and I'm going to start talking about it now. But like for me, this was a nice little relaxation night. Obviously, since everybody was on the G-Man bandwagon, it was like, why not? I might as well. But at the same time, put my own spin on it since I've been dealing with the manosphere for the last few months. It's interesting to point out the things that people are missing, and like with G-Man, we have this pattern of behavior with him. Like it's been pointed out numerous times by Drag and Miss Parker and Black Guy TV and Lubis, where they point out, yes, he's incredibly dumb. He doesn't learn from the stuff that he does. But at the same time, when you showcase it all the way back to, like him being raised by the abusive father and having all of these role models like Kent Hovind and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You look at when you look at the men in his life, it's really no surprise that we end up with G-Man. I mean, like even the name, he actually said where he got his name from, and it's not like the G stands for anything. It literally, he thought that it was an interesting play on the word He-Man.
G-Man. Oh gosh.
Like he's obsessed with He-Man. Like I even tried talking to him about the new thing that came out on Netflix, just to see if I could get him to talk about it. But like he's so obsessed with these atheists on the atheist reaction channels and shit, and it's like, G-Man, I'm even trying to talk to you about something that I know you're fully that you're obsessed with, and you refuse to talk to me about it because I'm an atheist.
Yeah.
Like I was literally trying to point out, the because it's the He-Man, I don't know what it is anymore, the Resurrection or what the new He-Man show that's on Netflix.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was trying to get it. It's like, I mean, I'm sorry, Mark Hamill as Skeletor, you know, and hearing Skeletor go, by the power of Grayskull, I have the power. And it's like, I'm sorry, anybody who was a fan of He-Man as a child, whether it be the original or Masters of the Universe or what the fuck ever, listening to that for the first time, that was like spine tingling. And it's like, just hearing Skeletor use He-Man's line, and it's like, you know, I'm sorry, every geek that paid attention to He-Man knows that line, and they know the effect it has. So seeing the Master of the Universe Skeletor, it was like, oh my god, I geeked out so hard on that. And
what was the tiger called? What was the tiger called that he used to ride? Was it Tiger or something?
Battle Cat.
Battle Cat. That's it. Yeah. I used to have a toy of Battle Cat. That's it. Yeah.
I was trying to think of what his little name was. Cringer. Yeah, you end up with this little tiny, you know, like scaredy cat, freaking green and yellow tiger, and suddenly, you know, He-Man pulls that sword out, and you end up with this like armored fucking giant. Yeah.
I remember that.
I mean, that's the thing. It was a cartoon in the 80s, and then they redid it in the 90s, and then the guys from Clerks decided to rebrand it again recently, and like it was the guy that played Jay. Apparently, they literally gave him a 30-second role in the first episode as some weird guy named Stinkor, just because he wanted to be in it. And it's like, it was funny, but at the same time, it's hard to geek out with about like something that specific with somebody that you don't know if they're even into it. Like with Afro-Humanists, you know, never even heard of the He-Man show.
Yeah.
You know, that right there, perfect thing. I'm not going to be able to geek out with Afro-Humanist about that, but I should be able to geek out with G-Man about that. Because we know he was bragging about picking up a an 80s action figure of He-Man.
Yeah.
Like it tickled him pink. It was like, oh my god, this is the prize in my collection now. And
the fact that he has a collection is slightly worrying. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hello, speaker. What's that?
So I'm a big fan of the ambiguous gay duo cartoon. But see, that's the thing too, is, you know, that actually kind of goes back into the toxic masculinity, toxic femininity thing. You know, women grew up, you know, dealing with Barbie and stuff like that, you know, that gave them that, what is it? The toxic view on what a woman should be.
Yeah.
Whereas men, we grew up with, you know, professional athletes and like Popeye and He-Man and, you know, these strong men.
Yeah.
And the problem is that has formed the toxic masculine, toxic feminine dichotomy.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that I was wanting to point out. Because G-Man, perfect example. You know, one of the things that he thinks is an insult is telling a woman to cook for him.
Yeah, okay. I use that, but ironically and sarcastically, it's like comedy. Like I'll say like make a sandwich, make me a sandwich, get in the kitchen and make me a sandwich. But it's ironic, I don't know.
And see, that's the thing though, is he uses it unironically. He thinks that a woman's place is in the kitchen, not even going into what Alan pointed out a while back. Not even talking about the fact that, like, you know, the most famous chefs in the world, you know, Gordon Ramsay, these are men. And like you do realize that, you know, cooking really has no gender. I mean, there is There are men that are fantastic chefs. There are women that are fantastic chefs. Cooking is an aspect of life at this point in time. Everybody eats.
Yeah,
I mean,
everybody does it. Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, even the breatharians eat. They're just fucking lie about it. And that's the thing is, like, he tries to be this like stereotypical man. The barrel stacking, the bragging about being a high school athlete, the construction work that he pretends to know.
Marathon running. Oh.
Yeah. But that's the thing is he's linked to all of these blue collar like rough hand, masculine jobs.
Yeah.
But yet every time somebody emasculates him, he fucking goes off the rails. And go ahead and hit my share screen real quick.
I'm just going to take a short bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Yep. Okay. But yeah, like, this video right here that I was just talking about, he, every single time something happens, he fucking pops his lid. And this right here is the perfect example because, we all know what happened here, that those numbers are accurate. And it's Donner, I heard you say that not on this stream, but on a different one. Atheophobia explains a lot of G-Man's behavior and character traits. Atheophobes tend to be extremely paranoid. You don't think that the toxic masculinity is part of it? That's all him. Yes, I agree. He is most likely atheophobic. That goes back to apparently before he actually started his YouTube career. One of his Christian brothers told him that, I guess when he was explaining atheists to him, he literally told him that every atheist on the planet lies about every single thing they talk about and wants to kill you. And he apparently took that to heart, even to the point where when he met up with all the people in New York, Drags mentioned it multiple times, where they're just walking down the street and he's over there commenting. It's like, I'm surprised you guys haven't tried to push me into traffic yet. Yeah. And, it's like, that's because most human beings don't think about that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And
I've seen the picture where he's got him in a headlock. And
the headlock, the chokehold, Fiona demolishing him in arm wrestling. There's a lot of funny shit from that particular thing. But like, even goes so far as to like the chess match against Nate the lawyer. Nate literally is like, he completely obliterated him in the first game, and just because he felt sorry for him, he let him win the second game. Yeah. The whole ping pong thing, like, apparently G-Man's obsessed with the rematch that he's supposed to have with Nate the lawyer in a game of ping pong. And it's like, most people that have like these weird obsessions, to put it bluntly, they're losers. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of insecurity there.
And the thing is,
distressed over losing a ping pong match. There's a lot of insecurity.
But I mean, that's the thing, though, is the people that have these. But no, the people that have these issues, like with G-Man, he has pursued drag for the last 5 years. Yeah. Okay, yeah. G-Man, he claims that every time they talk, he owns drag.
Yeah.
The problem is there's never any evidence of it. Like, everything that we see is literally him making a fool out of himself, or just being absolutely obliterated.
Yeah.
And he always goes back for more. Okay. One thing that GP pointed out, which I'm annoyed that I have to quote him, but Gentleman Pioneer pointed out that people like Jill, people like Veckel, After they get done with what they perceive as a win, they stop talking to you. Like Veckel doesn't talk to me anymore. He apparently got what he wanted out of me, and then I have no desire to talk to him because he's an idiot. So he took that as a win, and he doesn't talk to me anymore. Jill, perfect example. Jill's stupid ass literally admitted to me that he bought his wife and paid $500 for her, thinking that I couldn't afford that. Like embarrassed the absolute shit out of himself.
Yeah.
But if you notice, he's no longer annoying me in my side chat. I don't have him blocked.
Yeah.
But he apparently thought that was a win for him. So he stopped engaging with me.
I do have Jill blocked to get mods on another channel. But anyway, yeah, he was on the channel the other day.
No, I did have somebody block him after that show. I went back and unblocked him.
Yeah, but he's got 500 stock accounts. So
I mean, there's really no point. But like the people that I refuse to talk to at this point are people like Negs or Dark Ninja or the absolute trolls. I mean, I had one of them come in here as carnivorous ape has bitch tits or some weird fucking name like that, and it was like, okay, do you really think that bothers me? I'm fat, and then as soon as somebody blocked him, the next one that popped up was carnivorous ape is an N-word, and it was like, okay, well, you're late on that one. That's not the first time I've been called that. I live in Oklahoma, which is like racist city here. I've literally had my boss call me that while I was on the clock, and that was just because he found out I was Puerto Rican.
Wait, are you sure that wasn't PMAS? That sounds like PMAS.
No, he was. Okay, so it wasn't actually my boss. Like, it wasn't the guy that signs my paychecks. It was the yard foreman at the construction yard that I was working at. But he turned around and was like, "So I heard you're Puerto Rican," and I was like, "Yeah, I mean, my entire life, as far as I'm aware." And he turned around, "Oh, so you're a spick?" And then he finished it, and I was like, "Holy shit!" So that's 2 racial slurs right in the middle of work. I mean, dude, it's like 10 o'clock in the morning. Can I go deliver something so I can get the hell out of here? And like, I mean, just. And see, I have no issue saying the word spick just because I know it applies. It's a Latin derogatory name. I still have issues adding the N-word to my vernacular. I don't use it.
Yeah.
And it's not something that I say. I can have that conversation. Like if we are discussing the usage of the N-word, I will be able to say it. But when it's like, this stupid son of a bitch called me this, and it's like, no, he called me the N-word because I'm not going to say it.
Yeah. I'm pretty much saying due to ignorance, I'm afraid that I know there's no right way to use it, but due to ignorance and not being up on that kind of thing. Yeah.
But yes, I mean, Steve McRae manager right here. It's up until recently, Drag had not talked to or about G-Man for over a year. See, the problem is Drag has the super chats. His chat still talks about G-Man, and every now and then he'll make a snide comment at G-Man's expense. And those are the things that G-Man takes as Drag has still continued to attack him. And that's just because he has very little self-esteem.
Yeah.
And the problem with G-Man, though, is like literally every snide comment or anything like that, he takes as a personal attack. But then you also have the stuff like, this one here. Thanks to Lubis for actually catching this. But this is a 25-minute video of him literally, belting out death threats and insulting a woman by calling her a whore and a slut because he had his feelings hurt.
Yeah.
And I mean, I could play it, but at the same time, I've already been here for 5 hours. We've all been watching this one for the last week. So there's really no need for me to play it. Just to have it on here though is like, you know, G-Man, you understand that this right here is not a good look for you. This is not a good look for you as a man. This is not a good look for you as a black man. This is not a good look for you as a Christian. Okay.
That's not G-Man, is it, in the picture?
No, that's
before.
That's BGTV. I don't know why that's
Oh,
why he's up there.
Oh,
I guess that was his background at the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like G-Man doesn't understand this. And for some reason, he's got it in his head that this is how men act.
Yeah.
And of course, G-Man, man's man, he's got to make himself the most masculine man ever. And yeah, exactly. Like literally the you know, he counts pockets constantly. Let's see here, what's this one? Jill should be debating Mark Reed today on Debate Cafe on biblical slavery. Oh, good God.
Yeah, he says it doesn't exist. But if you watch Mark Reed's one of his latest videos,
That should be interesting.
It shows the email like trail where Jill actually admits that slavery exists before he's even started the debates. He is an idiot. He's a pure idiot.
And the thing is I literally gave him an out on the first comment that I discussed on him with that, and it was literally it was Exodus. It was literally the Hebrew slaves in the Bible.
Yeah,
okay?
Exodus 21. Yeah.
You know, he could have easily said, well, yeah, they were slaves, and it was clear in that story that was wrong.
Yeah.
But he just blanket bans it completely. Like there was no such thing as slavery in the Bible. And it was like, dude, an entire book of your Bible is literally the Hebrews trying to escape slavery. Like I'm not even going to say, you know, yes, slavery was wrong. Your Bible says that slavery is wrong when it's a Hebrew. I mean, I didn't even have to get that far though. It's like, no, that's not slavery. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? So yeah, I mean, like just Jill debating slavery is just an entire other issue that I have.
That's going to be one to watch.
But Donna Murphy, yeah, I'm black and I never use it. I don't really care if other people do. I think it depends on where you grew up and who you hung out with. Exactly.
Right, but I'm going to let you go. I have to go out, so I'll let you get some rest. Thanks for letting me on. Great to talk to you.
Yep.
All right. See you later.
Have a good one. Let's see here. Aaron Massa, you remember being deep in that everybody's talking shit about me behind my back mentality. See, I remember that mentality, but then I turned like 14. I mean, that was like something that you got as an emotional teenager. And I don't know. I guess there's people that they never grow out of that. And G-Man just happens to be one of them or something, because it's not a mentality that an adult should have. Like, I'm sorry, after you graduate high school, the social ladder, it turns into a step stool pretty damn quick, because it's like the friends that I actually care about and my family, and that's about it. But yeah, I mean, that's just like, I know people talk shit about me. I really could care less. I mean, I know people talk shit about me in this community. There are people that for some reason are pissed off at me because I had a harem and somehow I'm a fat hairy guy. Like, for some reason they can't get that wrapped around their heads, and it's like, well, because I don't know, I actually enjoy sex and I enjoy having my partners enjoy it, but that's neither here nor there. Steve McRae manager. Black rarely use it. My friends very rarely use it. It's just something that's not part of our daily vocabulary. Exactly. Okay. I'm not shaming you on that one. Like, it's the thing is, eventually you're going to grow out of it. Like, emotional maturity is definitely a thing. it does take people longer, depending on background and stuff like that. But I mean, G-Man's almost 50. Like, there's got to be a point where that starts to taper off, and we've literally got his trail here for the last 10 years now, and if anything, it's gotten worse. I mean, like, he's obsessed with people talking shit about him. J. Trudeau, morning. Is it? Yeah, I guess it's 4 in the morning. Let's see here. G-Man talks to other men the way he does because he's been sheltered from getting his ass kicked. That's why he thinks it's okay to tell a man his wife is a slut or whatever. He needs to catch hands. See, I can partially agree with that because a lot of the shit that G-Man says is very irritating. But I'm also a pacifist. I don't believe that anybody should catch hands regardless. Now, once again, I have had that conversation with G-Man, though. The one time that he has threatened me, I flat out told him that Oklahoma is a mutual combat state. You come down to my house, I will call the police, let them know that I'm about to get into an altercation. And then after I knock your dick in the dirt, I will cook you a steak and then send you on your way. Apparently, he did not like that because that was 2+ years ago now, and he has never threatened me again. Perla time. There we go. You have a video of G-Man using Drag's name, talking about Drag and accusing him of things while his contract video was in full effect. It was on a channel from a different community. Of course, it was on a channel from a different community. Yeah. See, that's the thing. His contract video only applied to his channel. Even what is it? There was a video running around with Evangelist Ken. That holiday video or whatever it was, when they were sitting there bullshitting on the couch, and all of a sudden Evangelist Ken turned around and mentions him, and he turns around and is like, whoa, no, I have a contract video on that person. You're not supposed to talk to him. And even Evangelist Ken turned around and was like, is that why you was in there burning his pictures? Like, Evangelist Ken, and like even the people he considers his friends, they dog on him. And either he doesn't realize it or he dismisses it because these are the people that actually support him. I mean, and see, my intent with that statement was not to scare him. It was literally to just call him out on his bluff. Okay, I am a 300-pound, 6-foot-tall man. I'm not a pushover. The problem is G-Man has that issue where he thinks that if you threaten somebody, then they have to come to you to enact the threat, or to, I guess, cash in on it. Okay. The problem that he had with doing that to me is I live halfway across the fucking country. So if he wants to make that kind of threat, my response is not going to be, okay, I'll be there tomorrow. It's going to be, I'll give you my damn address. Okay. If you're going to make that threat, then you're going to be the one to deal with it. And he apparently didn't like that. Because, I mean, I literally turned around and started looking at bus schedules. It was like, okay, well, I mean, you could get on a bus and it cost you about $100 to come down here. Hell, I'll go down to Oklahoma City and pick your ass up myself. And suddenly that was a little too complicated for him. Or at least he didn't like it. So, yeah.
Well, there is that one person in Delaware. But...
You know what? They're curious about something. Is there evidence that God exists?
Huh?
Is there evidence that God exists?
Yeah.
What is it?
That is hilarious.
Dragnut's pants haven't.
Oh my God! No! Listen to me, dude. You don't know this, but I got a contract.
Nick, that is fucking hilarious. You see the title of that video?
Video against that guy. You cannot say his name on my YouTube channel.
Oh no?
No. You cannot say his name. I have a contract video against that dude. I don't want nothing to do with that person whatsoever. So, why won't you come up with an argument?
Is that why you were burning those pictures of him?
Oh, brother. Anyway, guys, I gotta go. I don't want nothing to do with him at whatsoever. Contract video. Y'all know the whole thing. I want nothing to do with him whatsoever. He obviously didn't know. Oh my God. But anyway, card number is 8. He's requesting an audience with you.
I was joking about the Dragnet stuff.
Again, I don't want nothing to do with the person. So again, can you stop saying that? Stop saying the name. It's banned. I don't want to use it on my YouTube channel at all. You can't talk about them. You can't talk around them or anything like that. Don't talk about my channel. Oh my God. But anyway, guys, card number is 8. If you want to have a conversation with this person right here, you have to go to his YouTube channel. You have to go to his channel, KRJ82, KRJ82, or you can go to the Grim Preacher Ken or something like that. What the heck is the name of your YouTube channel again?
Ken the Grim Preacher Jones.
Okay, Ken the Grim Preacher Jones. Dude, you need a simple name for your channel.
Don't get mad.
You know what? He's K-Man from now on.
Your
He's
secretary
K-Man.
did not send me the paperwork for the rules of your channel now.
This man right here is K-Man. That's what his name is. His name is K-Man. I'm G-Man. He's K-Man. I'm sick of all this Grim Preacher. You know, first you was Evangelist Ken, then you was just Ken, and now you're Ken the Grim Preacher. Well, what is it? Ken the Preacher what?
Hey, I got another one for you.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm serious.
Chocolate Evangelist.
Okay, so he's a chocolate evangelist. That's what he's gonna do. He's a chocolate evangelist. My brother in the background, you guys hear talking. Don't listen to that. Gotta go. GTV.
Okay. So thank you, Nick. That was hilarious. Yes. You know what? Let's see here. Ken the Grim Preacher Jones. That's the channel he said. I have no idea who the fuck this guy is. I mean, I've heard of Evangelist Ken before, but let's see here. This was back in June, so quite a while ago. And this guy hasn't made a video in almost a year. So that's interesting. I'm going to... Hey, he does not have his comments sectioned off. You know, I'm going to go ahead and type this out real quick. Let's see here. So I was given an old G-Man video that says that you'd like to have a word with me. I'm usually available on the weekends if you actually do. How about that? Here we go. I completely forgot about that. And see, the thing is I have no issues talking to Ken. I don't know the man, so it's not really a big thing. Here, I'll even let's see, copy link address. There we go. There we go. That is Ken's YouTube channel. Like I said, I have no issues talking to the man. If G-Man wanted me to talk to this guy, I don't know why, but that right there, though, it's like, yeah, Not even sure what the hell to make of that one. But one thing that I do want to point out is, G-Man has this right here in the description, or had this right here in the description of most of his channels. And it's this channel passionately exposes atheism for what it really is: a anti-Protestant. That's not how you spell Protestant. Reformation movement created to get Christians to leave the faith. So subscribe if you want to watch atheism get exposed and destroyed. No capitalism. Ended with an exclamation point. Ellipses for some weird reason. Like that. There's 3 things of punctuation in this sentence, and like the only one that could be conceivably used correctly would be the exclamation point. But why are you yelling this? Because it doesn't make sense. That's a good question. I mean, I'm pretty. If I talk to Ken, I will make sure to ask him about that, because that was funny, and it's like, what the hell's going on there? But yeah, I mean, see, I'm not going to fat shame the guy. Like I said, I'm 300 pounds. I may be a lot more mobile than most people my weight, but I'm not going to fat shame the guy. I mean, we can easily make the joke that we know where G-Man gets his secondhand shirts from, because, yeah. But like, why are you going to, give me this right here, and then send me a guy that has probably never heard of me, or the fact that I've never heard of him, except for maybe in passing? Like, are you? This goes right into the toxic masculinity, where G-Man has been unable to thwart me for the last 3 years. So now he's going to send his big buddy over here to take care of me. But once again, that never went anywhere, because, like most of G-Man's life, he's impotent. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I don't watch any of his shit, so I don't know that. But yeah, like I said, though, I mean, we have this video right here. We have the the sledgehammer, the infamous sledgehammer video. We have the where is it? This one is a video from Mark Weiser, literally saying that G-Man needs spiritual counseling. I did get through most of this. It didn't have a lot of personal or pertinent information, but this is a Christian telling G-Man that he's not acting like a Christian. But of course, G-Man is going to respond to this, if he even bothers, by saying that Mark Weiser is not a real Christian because he's a Catholic, even though he's an ordained minister. That it's that G-Man thought process. That video, I mean, it's ridiculous. We have record of all of these G-Man freakouts. We have the video on Drag's channel of G-Man coming into Drag's channel to tell him to stop harassing him. Okay, I mean, stupidity aside, he is trying to use his misunderstanding of the law to get a grown-ass man to do what he wants him to do. And that right there is a perfect example of fragile masculinity. Another perfect example would be the let me go ahead and stop screen that. Okay, so another great example would be the freak out that he had when Reverend Chaney blew that tire. Okay, the piece of rebar or whatever suddenly turned into getting stabbed with a piece of rebar, which turned into somebody slashed their tires. You know, you suddenly have the private property sign that popped up at the house. You know, all this other shit. And G-Man, if you even bother watching any of this shit, I'm going to tell you right now, when you're looking at the structural integrity of a house, it's not hard to do from a picture. You don't have to be on the site to see it, especially not when the columns are sitting at a 25-degree angle and there is literally a 4-inch gap in, you know, where the fascia on the awning meets the house. Okay, because like that little section up there above the awning, I'm sure there's a picture of it somewhere. Let's see here. Burnt toast. I know I'm subbed to burnt toast. Okay, let's see here. Mute that. Okay, so not that video. Let's see here. What we got? Ah, perfect. Thank you, Nick James. Let me. Do that. That way I don't have to open it up in Discord. Okay. So yeah, when you're looking at a picture like this, let me go ahead and bump up the. There we go. Okay. So G-Man, these pillars right here are not straight. They are not. They are not perpendicular to the ground. I know that's a big word, but perpendicular means at a 90-degree angle. Okay. I don't see a single one of these pillars that's actually perpendicular. Every one of these are leaning. And the problem is they're not leaning in the same direction, which means that the structural integrity of the awning of that porch is horrible. Okay. On top of that, there is a gap right here. If you can see my mouse, that is big enough for me to stick my hand in. Okay. Like we're not even a little tiny private property sign. That's hilarious. But we're not even getting into the, let's see if I can zoom it up a little bit more. Okay. So like, we're not even getting into the fact that the porch awning and the roof are two different types of shingles, which means that the last person that actually did roofing on the house fucked you over because that half-ass job there. Let's see here. Afro-humanist, no. He would not be in my dungeon, that's for damn sure. People enjoy their time in my dungeon. Let's see here. Favorite video was him in the park ranting about Pokemon. The kid who said, "What about Yu-Gi-Oh?" Okay, so the damage is likely moisture and mold infiltration over years of neglect. Since at least the day that, yep, I agree. Yeah, I can see that. I was thinking, meth house myself, but Oklahoma. And of course, like the color, I don't want to be insensitive, but there is a racial stereotype regarding poor Black people when they buy a house for the first time, and unfortunately, it usually involves them painting the outside of the house some wacky ass color. I've dealt with it personally in my town. We had an older Black man who was poor most of his life. He ended up buying a house and painted the entire fucking house purple. Now, he was smart about it. He did not join the homeowners association or anything like that. And the homeowners association tried getting the entire corner lot that he bought rezoned so they could tear down his house. I mean, it was horrible, but at the same time, it was hilarious. Let's see here. Goddamn Perilla time. I remember that. That was close to the time that he did the cemetery video. But yeah, that's definitely been deleted. That was actually the yes, that was the story that G-Man made the comment of. That apparently they had left the AC units running and they had somehow back drained into the house. Yes, that HOA I believe does not exist anymore. They were completely disbanded because of that. And like I said, I'm not going to knock it because understandably, that, like I said, it is a stereotype regarding poor Black people buying a house for the first time. But the guy that lives in that house, I mean, he's owned it for, I want to say 15 years now. It's damn near a public landmark at this point. You can literally give directions by going, hang a left at the purple house. But it's hilarious in this situation because it's like it's enforcing a weird stereotype. It's like it's not positive or negative. It's just weird. Like, what is it with Black people that decide to when they first get a house, they decide to paint it some weird ass color? And I don't know. I don't remember what drag called it. It was like Smurf Blood Blue or something like that, or Smurf Jizz Blue, whatever. But yeah, it's awkward to say the least. The problem is G-Man has also recently claimed that he went to the police with that video. And we know that the reason for this video is because Burnt Toast decided to post this picture. Or actually not this picture, but the actual Zillow thing that it was associated with. Yes, that's peacocking. That's actually what they called it. Yeah, it's weird, but and the thing is I'm not going to knock the habit because I've seen white people do it too. I actually saw a white guy. He was ecstatic on the fact that he bought like a double wide trailer and somehow decided that he wanted to paint it John Deere green. It was an eyesore from a half a mile away. Like literally just absolute eyesore. But he owned it and he wanted it whatever fucking color he wanted it. So whatever. And like I said, this house is not something that you want to be proud of. Like, once again, the pillars under the awning are horrible. Like, you zoom in enough, and like I might be able to make this center pillar right here in front of the front door. I might be able to make that look straight, but unfortunately, there's a door behind it, and you can see from that one picture. Let's see if I can zoom it in even more. Nope, 500 is the best I can get. Okay, so you look at it, and you can see the shadow off that door behind it. That thing is literally sitting at a good 20 degree angle. Okay, and then zooming it in even as far as it is now, like you can see these three pillars right here are like backed in toward the house. So like structurally, this entire house is shit. Okay, and that's the problem. G-Man thinks that this house is livable, even though it's already been condemned. It's literally the reason why Shanny and Rev lost their kids, because he was letting them live here, and he was the one paying the electric and water, apparently. The problem is with that whole situation, do I blame him for kicking them out? No, because they were stupid enough to give him their house. But at the same time, would I have blamed him if he actually had a tenant stupid enough to move in here and then they get injured? In a heartbeat. Okay. I mean, of the two outcomes, this thing would have sat on Zillow until it got reported by somebody who actually wanted to move in, or it would have been rented, somebody would have gotten injured, and then G-Man would be in jail. Fair enough. It may very well be. Yeah. And like I said, I wasn't trying to be incredibly racially insensitive or anything. It was just, it's something that I've noticed in my 30 years of being in a racist ass state. But like just looking at this house, like what the hell's up with the shutters? Like I understand that they're decorative, but like he couldn't have painted those, or he couldn't have painted this giant triangle in the middle of the house that should be the same color as the siding, or like couldn't have painted up under the awning. I just, the more I look at this house, the more it bothers me. Like, is this this shit that he painted out front, is this like sheets of metal? Blue barrel blue. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, it's blue barrel blue. Perfect. I mean, like, is that really sheets of metal? I like the shit you would find on somebody's backyard shed. Okay, I'm sorry. just noticing where the mailbox is. Okay. I've worked for the post office before. I would not be comfortable delivering mail to this house, much less anything else. Like, I mean, sure, there's a package involved. Sure, I just go ahead and walk over here instead and just drop it right over here on the side. That way, package thieves don't have to worry about it and stuff like that. But like just walking up this front walk and trying to deliver to that mailbox, I would not be comfortable. But yeah, throw the mail on the lawn and run. I mean, that's the thing. And see, G-Man is so butthurt about this because a woman pointed most of this stuff out. And of course, automatic insult by a woman, G-Man was emasculated. Okay, like, what the hell is this one over here? Like, you've got all these other windows that have these faux shutters on them, and then this one over here is just bare. Like, I mean, all or nothing. Come on. Like, if you're gonna make it to where it's like, oh, these things appear to have shutters on them, then all of the windows should appear to have shutters on them. It does look creepy, doesn't it? It's like that's not even pointing the fact that the driveway just looks like absolute crap. And that's G-Man. I'd live down a dirt road, okay? Your driveway looks like shit. And anybody else notice the bumper of this car right here? Like, is this the... Nope, because there's a car in both driveways. Is this the car that Rev was sneaking out to after the when he wanted to make everyone think that they didn't have the Durango anymore? G-Man, there's a thing called a shovel. Okay, I understand you're not used to like chemicals and stuff like that, or you don't like them anyways. So, any herbicides or anything like that are obviously out of the question. But like, pick up a shovel or a fucking weed eater and get all the grass trails out of your damn driveway. Okay, that right there, that would save you a little bit of time. Okay, right there. With about $70,000 worth of work, it would be a nice house. Okay. I agree. It doesn't actually need to be bulldozed, but like from the foundation up, you're going to need to work on it. Okay. Like, you're going to need some foundation jacks. You're going to need to make sure that this thing is back to square first. Get rid of the fucking color because that looks horrible. Okay. This is literally a house in a neighborhood. Look at all the other houses and find a color that's somewhere in there. Okay. Which generally looks to be a beige or a light earth tone. Okay. That's the color that the neighborhood likes. That's the color you should probably go with, just to make sure that you don't end up with the eyesore of the street. Okay. Secondly, what is this on the porch? Because that looks like either a broken door or like you're missing a couple of windows in the backyard, because that almost looks like windows to me. And if that's the case, why are they sitting on the porch and not installed in the house? Okay. Your best bet, G-Man, literally, your best bet on this house right now, as is, would be to take it and find somebody who buys properties. Literally, somebody that flips houses, whatever you want to call them. Okay. Find somebody that's willing to buy this property for 10, 20,000. Okay. Then take the money and run, because you don't want to have to deal with this. You are not qualified or capable of dealing with a property like this that is this run down. Now, going back into what I'm talking about, though, with G-Man, this is an interesting video. I think this is G-Man versus Sakari. So let's watch G-Man getting emasculated by a Christian.
How many years did you train for this, dude?
Stupid, man. You're dumb.
No, I'm
Right,
not stupid.
right.
You don't have no scripture to disprove it. I disproved you. I disproved you in front of a lot of people today.
You still a virgin?
Listen to me, dude.
Hey,
Whoa. Let's talk about that then. Let's talk about that. The answer is no. I wish I was. Are you a virgin? Are you clean and pure, or are you a whore?
Okay. So, G-Man, you claimed you're not a virgin, but then you turned around and immediately went, you wished you were, then proceeded to ask the man that asked you that if he was clean and pure, or the video cut off, but pretty sure you asked a man if he was a harlot. Okay. G-Man. Generally speaking, the term harlot does not apply to men. Okay. Also, generally speaking, unless you're a rape victim, wishing that you were a virgin again isn't something that most people do. Yeah. Like, and the thing, okay, so G-Man, the thing is, because we're gonna end this here shortly. I'm already pushing 6 hours, but G-Man, when you are insulting somebody's toxic traits, when you are insulting somebody's proclivities. Sorry, I'm using big words and I'm talking to G-Man. Okay, so G-Man, when you're insulting people, it's best to use words that you understand, first of all. It's also best to insult them on things that they actually take seriously. Okay. Because for the last few years that I've been engaging with you, you insult people on the stupidest shit, and it literally has zero impact on them. Okay. You try to insult me on the fact that I was sleeping with, you try to insult me on the fact that I was sleeping with another man's wife. You try to insult me on the fact that I'm a fat ass. These things do not bother me. Okay. The reason why is because I am relatively healthy for my weight. I am I'm reasonably happy with the amount of physical attention that I can get. So insulting me on stuff like that doesn't bother me one bit. Okay. Insulting drag on being bald, pretty sure that doesn't bother him. Another aspect of that insult, though, is make sure it doesn't apply to you first or the people you care about. Because when you go too deep into insulting somebody for, say, their weight, and then you have the snuffleupagus that tries to cuddle up to you, you are actually hurting her feelings if you haven't realized it. Now, like those of us that have seen it, we're not going to point it out because it's funny. But perfect example would be like when you were insulting Jesus H. Christ, because that little fun video. What kind of backlash did that give you? Because you were insulting a man who had long hair. Sorry. Yeah, long hair. Generally, guys don't really care too much about being insulted for having long hair because generally it means that we're not going bald. So we tend to embrace it. Like me personally, okay, that's a fairly solid hairline. I don't have to worry so much about, losing my hair. So in my mid 30s, I am now having to deal with long hair because I decided to. It's fun. I also happen to like long hair. So the more I deal with it in my on myself, the easier it is for me to deal with it in my partner. Okay. Easy enough to explain would be the fact that I actually have a slight fetish for long hair, meaning that I greatly enjoy my partner's hair being long. I have no issues whatsoever with playing with their hair, with brushing it for them, with braiding their hair. Okay. All of these things you don't find as masculine. But, G-Man, those non-masculine things get me into that masculine position of being able to have sex with a woman. So, I mean, there's not a whole lot that's more masculine than that. Like, I don't care if you're Baryshnikov. You could be a dancer, a ballet dancer, for all I care. Okay. It doesn't matter if the thing that you're good at attracts the gender that you want to attract. Okay. So the whole point of this, I understand I'm talking slow, but like I said, this is me giving advice to G-Man. So yeah, G-Man, what you don't understand is the things that you think make you weak. If you're good at them, they don't. Okay. You try to ridicule me because I can cook. I enjoy cooking meals for my family. Also, being a single dad, hell, being a single person in general, you should know prepackaged food tastes like shit. Okay. So I learned how to cook food that didn't come in a package and that I didn't have to stick in a microwave because I'm a fat guy. I like food. I also prefer it to taste good. Therefore, I learned how to cook. Okay. Actually being in a caring relationship, you seem to have no fucking idea of how to do that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have your pathetic life displayed all over YouTube. Okay. The only times that you have ever admitted to having a relationship or a child, either us not believing it or making fun of you for it, or pointing out the fact that you have denied it in later videos. And not only have you denied it, but you've called us liars when we pointed it out. Okay? So, like I said, I'm not looking for your wife and child's information. But if you have them, why are you trying to hide them? Okay? Again, that's what makes it easier for me not to believe you. Okay, Donna Murphy, that's a low blow. Okay, I'm very self-conscious about the fact that I wear glasses. I'm also fucking with you, but still. Okay. The thing is, this whole thing, G-Man, is pointing out the fact that you need to find the things you're good at, because everything that I pointed out tonight is not it. Okay. I hope it's not it, at least, because if you think you're good at this, then we have a whole shitstorm of other issues. Okay. So once again, find something you're actually good at. Get off YouTube more often. Okay. Start posting once a week or so, and nobody would give a fuck, except for maybe Nick because he's obsessed with you, or maybe Lubis because he's obsessed with you. But like, actually live your fucking life, dude. You're almost 50. Okay. I don't want to be the kind of person that, I don't want to be the kind of person that gets on YouTube at the age of 50 and is still worrying about my sub count because I have 267 subscribers. I have not had, I've never broken 300 subscribers. Doesn't bother me. My first channel was literally, the last time I bothered counting my first channel, I had less than 40 subscribers. Okay. That was a channel that I made with my kids because my kids were obsessed with Nerf guns. Okay. There were certain aspects of their Nerf guns that I had people asking me about, like the actual pump section. Okay. This is my nerd out section here. You guys know that my kids and my entire family, once again, Nerf guns, they're everywhere in my fucking house. Okay. I had a Nerf Demolisher, which is the orange one that had the weird little rocket launcher on the bottom of it. It was an electric gun, and then turned around and had this like weird little, you pull the pump out, and then as hard as you could force that pump back in is how hard the rocket went off. Okay. I didn't like it because it was a pain in the ass. Like there was the seal on it was horrible and everything like that. So what I did was when I went in there, I redid the electronics. I had it to where it was set up to take a LiPo battery instead of 4 AA's, and then turned around and on the hamp itself, I went out and picked up a Buzzbeam missile launcher because it had the actual pump up and then hit the button to fire. And I actually figured out how to incorporate that into the actual launcher on it. And, not very enthusiastic or not very important. But when I took my kids to Nerf events and these Nerf geeks turned around and was like, oh my God, how did you do that? I got tired of answering questions. So I was like, fuck it. I'm going to make a YouTube video and I will show you guys how I did it. It was literally that simple. And then turned around and I ended up using a clear Nerf gun shell to make my roommate a custom purple, a transparent purple Nerf gun. And he absolutely loves it. It's one of his favorite ones that anytime that we break out the Nerf guns and play with the kids, that's usually the first one he goes to. But being able to dye or tint the plastic a different color, I literally I was getting tired of explaining to people. It's like, look, you have to use RIT dye. You have to use a certain amount of acetone to get the dye to actually sink into the plastic. And I was like, this is annoying. So I made a video about it, and just like 3 videos on that channel. And I ended up with, 30 some odd subscribers. That's fine. It didn't bother me one bit. In the Nerf community, I was a lot more active in the actual events, so I didn't need a YouTube channel. I was like one of the guys that I follow still vaguely on there. He's already up to over 1 million subscribers, and he is a middle-aged man that is obsessed with Nerf. The difference is he doesn't have any kids, so he was allowed, or he basically had this much higher budget than I did, and he started doing videos every couple of days. And now he's actually he's completely replaced his career with Nerf now, because he shot off like a rocket. And it literally was because he was a big goofball, middle-aged guy. And now he's making more money than I will make in 2 years. So, like, do I get jealous of that? No. We have very similar personalities. I congratulate him every chance I get. Like, anytime I take the kids to a Nerf event and he shows up, usually I've got a gift for him, because it's like, dude, my kids love your videos. He actually made a position in the crew that he hung out with, specifically for members of my family that would come to these events for us, but they wouldn't actually play. So they actually had like these the non-combat roles that they would take care of. And like he actually made positions of honor after that because of the first Nerf event that we went to. Okay. Now, me nerding out over that real quick, it did have a point. These are the things that G-Man here doesn't quite understand. Me geeking out over Nerf guns, obviously not really a masculine thing because I'm playing with children's toys, but it's something that I got good at. Okay. Like even this little crappy thing right here, generally you pull back on the thing and you're looking at maybe shooting 30-40 feet, if that. Okay. This one has a brass barrel in it. It's got an extended spring. I shove a dart in this thing, it's going to go 100 feet easily without a hitch. Okay. Finding a hobby, something that makes you feel better when you're doing it. Those are not things that impact whether you're being masculine or feminine. Okay. That's the issue. And G-Man, you seem to not understand that. You seem to be absolutely obsessed with YouTube. Okay. So the same thing that what is it? There we go. So the same thing that this Catholic man right here, Dr. Mark Weiser, is trying to tell you in this clip or this video, saying that you need spiritual counseling. Okay. Even if you don't get spiritual counseling, dude, you need a fucking life. Okay. Just get off the internet for a little while. Not even like, don't retire your channels or anything like that bullshit. Okay. Just take a step back and figure out how to reflect, because this whole persona right here, I know Drag called you out on it on his live stream earlier. Okay. I get that you have a thing about wrestling. Okay. Specifically 90s attitude era wrestling. Okay. Those people that were heels in the WWE, they were paid for it. Like big time. Okay. It wasn't the, you get in there and they turn around and go, okay, well, you're a heel, you're a heel, you're a show, or whatever. You're the good guy, you're the bad guy. Those weren't delineated like that. It was literally, okay, you're here to wrestle, but we have to figure out your persona. And, do you want to be a heel? Do you want to be a face? Face, that was the word I was looking for. But, like what kind of character would it be easier for you to play? And then at the same time, what do you actually want? Because the thing is G-Man, nobody's going to deny that you're great at being a heel, but your reactions, like this reaction right here, and the sledgehammer reaction, and you getting kicked out of Shield Squad and SOG. Okay. Those reactions right there tell the rest of us that you don't want to be a heel. Okay. So regardless of how good of a heel you think you are, you have been seeking approval from every community you've belonged to for the last few years. Okay. And the thing is the communities that you belong to, you don't want to be here. Okay. You constantly bring up the Great Debate. Okay. The Great Debate has been dead for years. Okay. What you end up with is a bunch of idiots, myself included, that will get on here and argue with you because we're idiots or stubborn. Okay. Myself, I will fully admit that I am stubborn. I enjoy arguing. Okay. The entire reason why I started this section of my YouTube channel is because I felt like arguing with the idiot that's next to me on screen. I also felt like arguing with a couple of other idiots, and that includes, Vegan Gains and, people like Jungle Jargon and a few others that I have videos on. The thing is this is a hobby. This is just another one of my hobbies that I have. There are times when I get fixated on it. There are times when I could fucking care less. Okay. The difference with this hobby compared to other hobbies that I have, whether it be the Nerf hobby or the sex toys or anything else. Okay. I can pick those up at any given time, get right back into it, and not have an issue with it. But there are other hobbies where I have actively joined a community. Okay. I play Dungeons and Dragons. Surprise, surprise. I'm a big fucking geek. Okay. The communities that I have built with my Dungeons and Dragons community, we may not game anymore, but I can literally call any one of those guys up and, reestablish a friendship and go on from there. It may not be, hey, are we going to go loot the dungeon this weekend? But it could very well be, hey, what are you doing this weekend? Let's go out and have a beer. It's been a couple of years since we've talked. Okay. I'm going to get to you in a second, Jay Frodo. That's literally the point. Okay. When I brought up Shield Squad and SOG, those seem to be communities that you joined. But because you have this weird obsession with being the heel of everything that you do, those are also communities that literally kicked your ass out. Okay. That's the problem. Okay. You can't be a heel and be likable. Okay. You're not the Undertaker. It doesn't work that way. Now, getting to you, J. Troy I play 3.5. I stopped there because the instant that I picked up a 4th edition handbook, I looked at the spells, saw that you had to aim a magic missile, put it right back down. Okay. I have major issues with 4th edition, 5th edition, and apparently now this one D&D that they're trying to come out with. Yeah, you won't catch me playing any of those. I stopped at 3.5. I have added aspects of D20 modern and future into it for anything that I felt like doing on that. I also have the Star Wars expanded D20 system for like shit like space travel and stuff. So yes, I am definitely a big geek when it comes to my gaming, but I'm also a bit of an edition snob. I mean, I started shortly after 2nd edition came out, but I started back in 1st edition. So like 92, 93, somewhere in there. But yeah, it's like up until a couple of years ago, I actually had a dice bag that had the original white box set dice that you literally had to scrape crayon wax into so the numbers would come up. Like D&D's been a big part of my life. It's most kids were playing Cowboys and Indians. I basically was doing the same thing, but with, halflings and elves. I mean, like being able to deal with the math behind it and being able to, to manipulate the rules and stuff like that. That was what got me my jollies when I was a kid. So like I've literally been playing D&D for 27 years now. Let's see. There's a term for that. I forget what it's called. It's between a heel and is it called a baby face now? So I remember when it was just a heel and a face. But yeah, I don't understand what G-Man thinks that he's. I don't understand what G-Man thinks that he's going in on right here. But like I said, back to G-Man, your persona or whatever you think is going on here. Enough of us have met you in person to know that that's pretty much your personality. Yeah, you've really got to you got to rein it in. Like, I mean, the hotel. Okay. How many? There's 17 of us in this chat. Okay. Literally, if everybody in this chat got together at a hotel and suddenly, I'm gonna pick on Nick here because he's the last comment, but say we all got together at a hotel just to meet up. Okay. And then suddenly the hotel manager approaches our group and says that we need to go pick up our kid because he's making a nuisance of himself. And he points over at Nick. Okay. That's going to be embarrassing, first of all, because Nick, you're a grown ass man. But second of all, it's like, what the actual fuck? Like, were you raised by wolves or what? Because Like that was the intonation that we were getting when every time that story comes up. Like it's a bunch of YouTubers and they're in a hotel. They're literally fixing to start a stream, and suddenly the hotel manager turns around and asks them to control their child. And it, like, are you talking about the 45-year-old black man that's running around screaming? Because obviously he's not our child, but at the same time, it's like, gee, man, get a grip on yourself, dude. Like, what the hell? Okay, so, and I knew Nick could take a joke because obviously his version of being a nuisance would be looking at his butt in the mirror. Okay, but like that's literally the issues. Every time that somebody has met you in real life, there's always that, not even so much a complaint as it is just a, this is your personality. And like dragging them at the hotel, the Starbucks, you trying to, race down the street or climb a statue at the park, like making a fool out of yourself, first of all. But then on top of that, you're literally telling everybody around you that I can't adult. Okay. Not just that particular instance. There is the instance of you meeting GP there, where he's got that on his channel. I'm not getting into that too much, but it was literally like perfect example. GP's anytime he goes to complain about you, you call the man constantly. Like I said, I'm convinced that that was who you called when you were at the hotel with Indigo. But like even Indigo, she, you're at a fucking hotel. What did you do? You wanted to race her down the goddamn hallway. Are you an adult or are you a fucking child? Okay. And I fully accept that, the little skits that you were doing in the hotel room. Yeah, those were probably your idea, including being tied to the chair for some weird reason. Throw a little shade at Indigo on that one. Is if I had tied your ass to that chair, you wouldn't have gotten loose. But yeah. And see, that's another thing right there. The doxing, like, really, just in that one video, you doxed 5 different people. Like, you dox people every single time you think that you can get an edge on them. Okay. Miss Parker, she tells you to say her name. What did you do? You doxed her husband, who does not have a YouTube presence. He literally came onto his wife's channel for one video because her audience paid him to review your dumbass. Okay. That does not mean that he has an internet presence. That makes him her husband. Okay. You somehow managed to, attract the crazy bitch that they were messing with in order to get not only his personal information, but like pictures of the inside of his house, fucking his social security number for some reason. Okay. What the fuck would you need that for? Like literally, somebody comes to tell me that they've got my social security information. What the hell is that damn insurance thing, that life alert or life link or life lock? That shit's getting paid for real quick because one, I don't trust your ass with my social security number, and two, that's not something that you can just change. Okay, but that's also not something that an adult would try to use to gain power or leverage over another adult. Exactly. GP said that he had to start turning his phone off when he goes to bed because G-Man would call him at 3 a.m. about Dragnet. Okay, and just like the thing, GP's told a story not too long ago about G-Man. He thought he was being nice to G-Man and talking about having tickets to the Patriots or what the football team over there. And G-Man's first idea on that was, do they have any away games? And maybe we can go down to Houston. And what did he call him? He's, we can go down there and see Idiot. It's like G-Man is looking for an excuse, any excuse, not using anybody, even the people that are trying to be nice to him, to go down there and accost Dragnet because apparently he needs to own him again or some weird shit. Okay. I don't understand this mentality. And I mean, I'm repeating myself now. I've been on here for 6 hours, but just like with, Jill and Beckel and stuff like that, once they've acknowledged that they've given themselves a win, they stopped engaging us. G-Man claims that, just about every encounter he has with an atheist is a win. But yet he's still engaging us, like ridiculously so. Not to bring up the Matt Bell situation, but that was embarrassing on multiple levels. Okay. G-Man decides to defend Matt Bell shortly after Matt Bell pleads guilty. Okay. He didn't even plead no contest or something like that where you can charge me as though I'm guilty, but I'm not admitting to it. No, it was literally Matt Bell pled guilty. He fully admitted to doing it. And G-Man is still on here days, weeks, months later saying that it was the atheists that convinced him to, or it was the atheists that either made him do it or framed him for doing it. And yeah, I mean, it's just, good God. Narcissist. I'm sure that if G-Man actually went to a therapist, narcissistic personality disorder would be part of that. Because just like Donna Murphy points out right here, G-Man has to be the hero of his own story. And that right there is a perfect example of why G-Man gets so irritated anytime an atheist like myself brings up altruism. Because G-Man, for one, barely understands the meaning of the word. But for two, is incapable of seeing himself being altruistic. Every single thing that G-Man does is transactional. Being friends with Shani and Rev, transactional for that house. Okay. Joining Shield Squad and SOG, that was transactional. He needed somebody to help fight his battles for him, but that he could still call it a personal victory. Okay. Perfect example of what happens when shit like that goes wrong. Faithful to God. G-Man decided to grift the fundraiser that Faithful to God had put together for his father's funeral. He made the claim that he did not trust the people that were organizing the GoFundMe. Okay. For those that don't know, GoFundMe will literally, it doesn't matter who organizes it. The money that is donated goes straight to the person that it was organized for. So G-Man, not trusting the people who organized the GoFundMe, started relegating or started organizing the I'm going to start a fundraiser for Faithful to God, but send the money to my PayPal and then I'll send it to him. Okay. That's shady as fuck no matter how you do it. Like, literally, there's, yeah. But, okay. I'm going on 6.5 hours right now. I've gotten my point across. At least I feel I have. I'm getting into the where the alcohol is kicking off now, and now I'm just starting to get a little bit tired. I think what I am going to do, though, there is a video that while all of this bullshit was going down regarding G-Man, something that actually ripped right through my tone deafness, which is really hard to for me to have to deal with. But like it hit hard. It's a short, so that makes it a little bit easier for me to be able to play it. But if you guys are into any type of bass music, that's how it got me. So what I'm going to do is I already have that one showing. I'm just going to sit here and kind of like goof off on the with the chat that as they come in. But to keep it transformative, you get to see, this pretty face right here, and unfortunately, that one right there, while I play it. But yeah, I know a lot of you guys actually just listen to me because my voice is that deep. This guy makes me sound like a fucking soprano, and that was something that it surprised the hell out of me when that short came across. And I'm just going to go ahead and play it. Because I'm an idiot. Okay. There we go. Volume. That helps. Okay.
On vigor of the ways of scamming, barren summits to the verdant place. Each horizon is
just let me know if you can hear this.
rise and red. Far from the fjords and the ice-cold currents, brave and soar over new frontiers. Songs and sagas of a fake teacher, and shields and spears. Vows of favor or the thrill of thunder, pulled together for the clan and kin. Clank of hammers and the crash of thunder pound within. Oh, 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 the echoes of eternity. Oh, 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 Valhalla calling me. Oh, 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 to pluck the strings of destiny. Oh, 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 ships are.
Okay. So, like I said, I'm not wanting to get copyright struck, but at the same time, I really wanted to share that song. That is the guy's YouTube channel is That Bass Voice, and it's literally this guy right here. His name's Eric Calloway. He is an amazing singer. And just the I'm going to recommend a video. It is a Pirates of the Caribbean video or song that he does. It's called Hoist the Colors. I believe it's from Pirates of the Caribbean 3. But there is a guy called Bobby Bass here on YouTube that he joins in with him on it. And apparently, I'm not incredibly musically inclined, but this guy right here can hit an A1. So yeah, definitely recommend it. I will probably see you guys later on in the chat, but as of right now, it's like 5:30 in the morning for me, so I am going to go ahead and get some sleep. Think rationally, eat your meat. It's good for you. You guys have a good one.